2007. As I wince to recall, I set out to write a single-volume history of the Pacific War. The publisher of my first book, 6 Frigates, offered a contract and paid me in advance. 2.5 years later, with my deadline 6 months away, I called my editor, Starling Lawrence, and gave him the good news that I had written almost 800 pages. The bad news, which I also gave him, probably holding the phone away from my ear, was that the narrative had only advanced through the Battle of Midway. I had covered 6 months of a 44-month war, and I had already exceeded the specified manuscript length by 300 pages. On the same phone call, without pausing to mull it over, or even to demand the 800 pages, Starr proposed a solution. Why not convert the project into a trilogy? The contract was amended, new deadlines were extended, and the advance increased, though not, alas, tripled. Volume 1, Pacific Crucible, was published in 2011. Volume 2, The Conquering Tide, in 2015. The first covered the initial 6 months of the war, from Japan's surprise raid on Pearl Harbor to the devastating American counterpunch at Midway. The second told the story of the middle 2 years of the war, from mid-1942 through mid-1944, and the Allied counteroffensives in the South and Central Pacific. This volume is the third and last, picking up after the Marianas Campaign and covering the last year of the war, through the Japanese surrender in August 1945. The reader or listener may already have noticed that this book is longer than either of the previous two. That was neither expected nor intended. I had anticipated that the third book would be the easiest of the trilogy to write, perhaps even the shortest. Much of the research was already in the can, and the period to be covered was only a year, whereas The Conquering Tide had covered 2 years. With reckless confidence, I predicted that the final volume would be out in 2018. When that became impossible, I vowed on Twitter that it would be out in 2019 unless it killed me first. Then 2020 arrived with the book finished but not yet in print. Luckily, tweets can be deleted, and as of this writing, I am not dead, but Twilight of the Gods turned out to be the hardest book of the trilogy to finish. The reasons are various. The war got very large in late 1944 and 1945, in every dimension, and I found that I could not do justice to the story without giving it the additional time and space it seemed to need. Over the years, I had collected a lot of research on subjects that lay along the periphery of the main narrative. For example, military press relations, naval pilot training, Allied radio and leaflet propaganda, and the lives of evacuated Japanese schoolchildren, and I was determined to get it all into the book. In the first 2 volumes, but not in the third, I had the option to say, I'll pick it up in the next one. As a result, it took me more than 3 times longer to produce this 3-volume history of the Pacific War than it took the combatant nations to fight it. In the author's note for The Conquering Tide, I made the case for an episodic and discursive narrative, one that colors outside the lines of conventional specialized military history. I won't repeat the manifesto here. Suffice to say that what was true then is even truer now. In the last year of the Second World War, even more than in other years and other wars, grand strategic decisions were an amalgamation of purely military calculations with politics and diplomatic statecraft. In both Europe and Asia, it was understood that the timing, scale, and scope of major operations had downstream implications for the post-war international order. In the United States, moreover, the epical decisions of 1944 would be made in the glare of a national presidential campaign. Karl von Clausewitz wrote, "War is a continuation of politics by other means." But in a constitutional democracy with a fixed election calendar, the dictum could just as well be reversed. Politics is a continuation of war by other means. In that spirit, I chose to begin this book with a long first chapter on the Honolulu Strategy Conference of July 1944, when President Franklin Delano Roosevelt met with his Pacific Theater commanders to plan the last phase of the campaign against Japan. The episode was immensely significant, both for the Pacific War and the future of Asia, but it has often been slighted in histories and biographies. I judged that it merited a longer, more nuanced telling, especially since an important news source has recently come to light. The diary of Robert C. Richardson, Jr., Commanding General of U.S. Army Forces in Hawaii, who hosted General Douglas MacArthur during the conference and recorded MacArthur's contemporary first-hand account of his discussions with FDR. Thanks to all who have assisted my research in various ways. The late Adolphus Andrews, Jr., for sharing his recollections of Iwo Jima and post-war Japan, Bill Bell for forwarding his father William Bell's diary on Task Force 38 air operations, Frank Dunleavy for his father-in-law's oral history of his service on the destroyer Johnston, Ronald Nunez, who gave me the diary of Admiral John Henry Towers, Chet Lay and Captain Michael A. Lilly, United States Navy retired, who shared interesting details of Chester Nimitz's friendship with the Walker family on Oahu, since published by Lilly in Nimitz at Ease. Colonel Robert C. Richardson IV, United States Air Force retired, gave me his grandfather's aforementioned diary, which General Richardson had willed his descendants to keep private until 2015. Ronald Russell, former editor and webmaster of the Battle of Midway Roundtable, reviewed the manuscript and provided valuable feedback, as he did for volumes 1 and 2. Among the Japanese who have assisted me in various ways are Susumu Shimoyama, Kazuhisa Murakami, Yuko Watanabe, Kiyohiko Arafune, and Yukio Sato. Eric Simonoff, my agent of 18 years, has kept the faith through long delays and lapsed deadlines. I am grateful to the whole team at WW Norton, including Neoma Amadi Obi, Rebecca Homiski, Bill Rusin, and especially Star Lawrence, who has always supported my instinct to stray outside the lanes, while also letting me know when I may be straying too far. Prologue. Don't argue with people who buy ink by the barrel. American aphorism. Origin unknown. Franklin Delano Roosevelt's rapport with the press had deteriorated sharply since his first presidential term in office. Back in those honeymoon days of 1933, the newly sworn president had disarmed reporters with a fond and familiar manner, calling them by their first names, bantering about trivialities, writing birthday notes, and inviting their entire families to White House parties. His twice-weekly press conferences had been freewheeling and uninhibited. Filing into the Oval Office, the reporters were greeted by a cheerful, big-headed man in a well-worn, slightly rumpled suit, seated in his wheelchair behind a large mahogany desk. He was usually clutching a cigarette, and flecks of ash clung to the fabric of his sleeves. He took any question as it came, verbally and off the cuff. He kept the atmosphere light and mirthful. The president might remark that a reporter appeared hungover, for example, and ask the room for its opinion. Or he might ask the security detail to confirm that a particular reporter had been frisked. He pretended to be a teacher running a schoolroom, and spoke to the journalists as if they were not especially bright grade school students. No, my dear child, you have got that all wrong. Listening to a question, he let his mouth drop open in a parody of deep attentiveness. His facial expressions, with vaudevillian exaggeration, conveyed amazement, bewilderment, and alarm. While considering his answer, he gazed up at the great presidential seal, set in plaster in the ceiling overhead, drew in a long breath, puffed up his cheeks, and expelled the air in a long blast. These antics brought forth hearty laughter from the reporters. The president did not always reply directly, or truthfully, or at all, but he tolerated follow-up questions and engaged in informal back-and-forth exchanges. White House stenographers recorded every word of his 998 press conferences, including the small talk and badinage that opened each session. The transcripts run to many thousands of pages and occupy more than 4 cubic feet at the FDR Library in Hyde Park, New York. By 1941, the first year of his third term in office, there were still flashes of that old warmth and wit. But now, more than in years past, White House reporters saw Roosevelt as a quicksilver character, temperamental and even inscrutable, a man of unfathomable depths. In one moment he lit up the room with his famous high-wattage smile. In the next, he turned sour and snappish. It was not in FDR's nature to shout or even to raise his voice, but there was often a cantankerous undercurrent to his banter, and if he did not like a question, he was liable to give a reporter the rough side of his tongue. According to Merriman Smith, a United Press correspondent, the president could be as rough and tough as a Third Avenue blackjack artist, or he could be utterly charming, disarming, and thoroughly likable. It just depended on the question, who asked it, and how Mr. Roosevelt felt when he got up that morning. Calling out individual newsmen to rebut stories they had written, he pressed home his cross-examinations with the zeal of a courtroom litigator. Intolerant of euphemisms such as error or inaccuracy, FDR accused individual reporters of printing lies, or if that wasn't clear enough, plain lies or deliberate lies. The term lie characterized the motive of the perpetrator, leaving no room for the possibility that an honest mistake had been made, but that was precisely his point. Deploring the trend toward interpretive journalism, he dogmatically insisted that newspapers should have no role in news analysis or commentary, even in the editorial pages. Syndicated columnists said FDR were an unnecessary excrescence on our civilization. They trolled for gossip, buzz, 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 he called it, and passed those tidbits off as news. He labeled Drew Pearson, the most widely read columnist of the era, a chronic liar. At a press conference in February 1939, when questions implied that FDR was attempting to circumvent congressional restrictions on arms shipments to Europe, he launched into a tirade. The American people are beginning to realize that the things they have read and heard have been pure bunk. B-U-N-K, bunk. That these people are appealing to the ignorance, the prejudice, and the fears of Americans and are acting in an un-American way. Asked whether he believed the offending papers had deliberately misled their readers, FDR answered with a question of his own. What shall I say? Shall I be polite, or call it by the right name? Call it by the right name, said one of the newsmen. Deliberate lie. He read 4 or 5 newspapers each morning, usually before rising from bed. Roosevelt was a pious man who rarely swore, but the morning editions often put him into a seething fury, prompting a damn, or in severe cases, a goddamn. As he read, his face darkened, his chin hardened, and his eyes glittered wrathfully. He might tear the offending story from the paper and bring it with him to the Oval Office, where he would thrust it into the hands of his press secretary, Stephen T. Early, complaining, "It's a damn lie from start to finish." He became convinced that most of the American press, 85% was the proportion he often cited, was functioning as a mouthpiece for the embattled oligarchy. The Tory press, said Roosevelt, was shrewd, malevolent, and unscrupulous. It was owned and controlled by a cabal of rich conservatives who hated him personally and served up a daily diet of vitriol aimed at him, his political allies, his staff, and even his family. In the pantheon of FDR's archenemies, 4 newspaper moguls sat on high pedestals. William Randolph Hearst's national newspaper chain often published identical editorials denouncing Roosevelt and his policies. Media analysts correctly surmised that the invective was orchestrated by the chief himself, who wired instructions to his editorial rooms from his garish castle at San Simeon on the California coast. Robert R. Bertie McCormick, publisher of the Chicago Tribune, openly despised Roosevelt and everything he stood for, and his paper, the second city's leading daily and one of the nation's most widely read newspapers, disparaged the administration without even the pretense of objectivity. McCormick's cousin, Joseph M. Patterson, was founder and owner of the New York Daily News, the nation's first tabloid. With its big photograph format and sensationalist coverage of crime, sports, and sex scandals, the Daily News prospered throughout the Depression years, and its circulation eventually overtook that of the New York Times. Patterson had once called himself a socialist, and was initially sympathetic to the New Deal. But in 1940 he threw in with the isolationist movement, and his paper turned sharply against FDR. Eleanor Sissy Patterson, Joseph's younger sister and Bertie McCormick's cousin, was an eccentric and profane misanthrope who bought 2 Washington newspapers from Hearst and merged them into one, the Washington Times-Herald. By the late 30s, the Times-Herald had won the capital's circulation battle and was one of the most profitable newspapers in the country. It was a blatantly partisan broadsheet that attacked the administration nearly every day, and sometimes several times per day in as many as 4 daily editions. Scurrilous anti-FDR editorials signed Sissy Patterson appeared on the front page. Newsboys hawked the paper on every downtown corner, and 1 or 2 were usually found shouting the latest headlines from the sidewalk just outside the White House gates. None of the 4 was a stranger to FDR. McCormick and Joseph Patterson had been his Groton schoolmates, and he and Eleanor had been friendly with Sissy Patterson when she was a young debutante on the cotillion social circuit. Earlier in his career, Roosevelt had counted Hearst as an ally, and had even called him a friend. His antipathy toward them, and theirs toward him, was intimate and deeply personal. Since 3 of the 4 were blood relatives, and the 4th, Hearst, was linked to the others by long-standing friendships and business dealings, FDR tended to regard the Hearst-McCormick-Patterson newspapers as a united front. But in 1940, as he ran for an unprecedented 3rd presidential term, about 3/4 of all American newspapers opposed his bid for re-election, and FDR's relationship with the press descended to its nadir. On the campaign trail, Roosevelt often went out of his way to denounce the newspapers, charging that they were failing to perform their vital role in American democracy. The press, he said, was a profit-seeking enterprise that found sensationalism and gossip more lucrative than sober, accurate reporting, and was polluting the nation's civil discourse. That fall in the New York Times, Arthur Kroc cited the president's determination to preach a class war against the press, and his steady implications that the press is unreliable and often venal. After he defeated the Republican candidate Wendell Willkie in a popular and electoral landslide, the attitudes of many newsmen, editors, radio broadcasters, and columnists hardened against the president. FDR had broken 150 years of precedent by running for and winning a 3rd term in office. Now more than ever, journalists felt a constitutional duty to defy the powerful president and keep him in check. Looking back from the present, when his legacy has been engraved in marble, it is difficult to sense how polarizing and controversial a figure FDR was in his own time. It was taken for granted in media circles, even among journalists who liked him personally and were sympathetic to his policies, that FDR was an incorrigible trickster. He had often shown that he could manipulate or circumvent the press. He spoke directly to the American people by radio, and had done so with great success. But radio was still a fairly new medium, and many were concerned that it provided a means to weaponize political demagoguery. On several occasions during the debate between isolationists and interventionists over U.S. involvement in the European War, the president implied that his critics were treasonous. The critics, in turn, worried about the inevitable expansion of presidential powers in the event that the United States joined the war against Hitler. Anyone middle-aged or older could remember the repressive censorship regime imposed during the First World War. The dignity of President Woodrow Wilson had been held inviolable, and any criticism of the president or his policies, no matter how mild or well-meaning, had been grounds to prosecute or shut down an offending newspaper. FDR had served in Wilson's administration as Assistant Secretary of the Navy, so he bore a share of responsibility for those earlier abuses. H.L. Mencken, recalling the travesties of 1917 to 1918, warned his colleagues that it was their duty, in wartime even more than in peace, to keep a wary eye on the gentlemen who operate this great nation, and only too often slip into the assumption that they own it. If the newspapers did not resist with determination, they would yield to a squeeze play that politicians have been working on them since the cradle days of the Republic. And there matters stood on December 7th, 1941, when the biggest news story of the 20th century broke in the skies over Pearl Harbor. 2 days after the attack, FDR hosted his regular Tuesday press conference, the first of the war. Reporters had been warned to arrive early at the White House because new wartime security measures would cause long delays. New guardhouses and sentry boxes had been erected throughout the grounds. Steel barricades and 10-foot-high sandbag embankments had appeared at every entrance. Machine guns had been set up on the roof. Soldiers in trench helmets carried rifles with bayonets fixed, and plainclothes Secret Service agents carried Tommy guns. This was to be the largest press conference yet of FDR's presidency. To accommodate the huge crowd, it was moved from the Oval Office to the East Room. Mike Riley, chief of the president's Secret Service detail, counted more than 600 journalists gathered behind a rope line in the lobby, milling and shoving like so many wild horses in a corral. We let them pass the barrier one at a time, identifying them and asking them to drop their lighted cigarettes as they entered the president's office. For the previous 48 hours, the press had been scrambling to report what had happened in Hawaii. Apart from a small number of specialists who had covered the Army and Navy, most reporters were largely ignorant of military affairs and could not even name the nation's top-ranking generals and admirals. Press Secretary Steve Early had been providing regular briefings since Sunday, but there was much that he could not tell them. Bits and pieces of the truth had filtered back from Pearl Harbor through the rumor mill. Hints of sunken battleships, airplanes destroyed on the ground, thousands of servicemen killed and wounded. Hysteria and fear were in the air. The press club on 14th Street was humming with rumors. FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover had coordinated the first tentative steps toward press censorship. The Army had warned newspapers that nothing was to be printed about troop movements, and the Navy had taken control of international telephone and telegraph offices. But in those first hectic days of the war, the government had not yet disclosed how and when news from overseas combat theaters would be reported to the American people. The press conference was delayed for some time as Riley's security men double-checked credentials. Roosevelt sat behind a desk at the front of the room, with Early hovering nearby as the last of the journalists and cameramen trickled in. The official stenographer recorded an offhand exchange between them. "Tremendous crowd," said Early. "They will get damn little," the president replied. FDR opened the conference by reading a series of announcements about war mobilization and gave news of the various agencies involved in rationing and retooling civilian industries for munitions production. The issues of war reporting and censorship were not raised until the second half of the hour. When they were, it was evident that FDR and his advisors had barely begun to think about these issues. All information has to conform with two obvious conditions before it can be given out, the president said. The first is that it is accurate. Well, I should think that would seem fairly obvious. And the second is that in giving it out, it does not give aid and comfort to the enemy. The reporters were evidently more than willing to abide by a censorship regime. The catastrophe at Pearl Harbor had dramatized the need to protect wartime secrets, but they were also eager to separate facts from rumors. If they received information from a non-official source, asked one newsman, what should they do with it? FDR said they must withhold it until the military censors could review it. The papers are not running the war. The Army and Navy have got to determine that. The president was peppered with a series of questions about Pearl Harbor, and he answered with a minimum of detail. Asked to confirm that thousands of sailors had been granted leave and were in Honolulu on the morning of the attack, FDR shot back, "How do I know? How do you know? How does the person reporting it know?" Rumors were bad enough in peacetime. In wartime, they were potentially fatal to the war effort. That night, FDR addressed the nation by radio in his first wartime fireside chat, reaching a record-breaking audience of 60 million. The speech repeated and amplified the points he had made in his lecture to the White House correspondents a few hours earlier. Rumor-mongering was an understandable impulse, he said, but it was potentially damaging to the morale of the American people. Most earnestly, I urge my countrymen to reject all rumors. These ugly little hints of complete disaster fly thick and fast in wartime. They have to be examined and appraised. The enemy would spread lies and disinformation aimed at confusing and frightening the American people, and it was their collective responsibility to stand up to such propaganda tactics. Nothing reported by an anonymous source should be believed. He added a direct appeal to the news media. To all newspapers and radio stations, all those who reach the eyes and ears of the American people, I say this: you have a most grave responsibility to the nation now and for the duration of this war. If you feel that your government is not disclosing enough of the truth, you have every right to say so. But in the absence of all the facts, as revealed by official sources, you have no right in the ethics of patriotism to deal out unconfirmed reports in such a way as to make people believe that they are gospel truth. In those early stages of the war, when the shock of Pearl Harbor was still fresh, leaders in the news media adopted a constructive attitude toward censorship. No editor, reporter, or radio broadcaster wanted to be blamed for harming the Allied cause, whether intentionally or inadvertently. All agreed, at least in principle, that vital military secrets must not fall into the enemy's hands through the medium of a free press. A popular trade journal told its readers, "As between an ethical, professional requirement that a journalist hold nothing back and a patriotic duty not to shoot one's own soldiers in the back, we have found no difficulty in making a choice. Freedom of the press does not carry with it a general license to reveal our secret strengths and weaknesses to the enemy." Mindful that the government had overplayed its hand during the First World War, FDR moved cautiously. He expressed his personal distaste for censorship. "All Americans abhor censorship just as they abhor war," he said in a statement shortly after the attack on Pearl Harbor. But the experience of this and of all other nations has demonstrated that some degree of censorship is essential in wartime, and we are at war. By January 1942, the federal government had established its basic policy. Reporting from overseas would be handled by war correspondents accredited by the Army or Navy, and their stories would be submitted to military censors prior to publication. But newspapers, magazines, and radio broadcasters at home would be subject to a strictly voluntary regime, with no provisions for prior government censorship and no new enforcement mechanisms. They would be asked to abide by a Code of Wartime Practices for the American Press, which listed categories of information to be withheld from publication for the duration of the war: troop movements, ship departures, war production statistics, the weather, the locations of sensitive military installations or munitions plants. No reference was to be made to information derived from intelligence sources, the effectiveness of enemy defensive measures, or the development of new weapons or technologies. For fear that spies or saboteurs might try to communicate through the American media, newspapers were asked to discontinue want ads placed by the public. For the same reason, commercial radio stations were to scrub open microphone programs, call-in shows, and man-on-the-street interviews. They would no longer take musical requests or broadcast local notices concerning lost pets, club announcements, or meetings. A new federal agency, the Office of Censorship, was charged with implementing these measures. Byron Price, a veteran newsman who had most recently been executive editor of the Associated Press, was appointed director. Upon assuming his new post, Price vowed to resign before he allowed press freedoms to be curtailed, as they had been during the First World War, on such vague or capricious grounds as public interest or national morale. The Attorney General retained certain enforcement powers under the Espionage Act of 1917, which remained on the books then as it does today. But Price's office would have nothing to do with penalizing or prosecuting newspapers. Instead, the agency hired career journalists to act as missionaries, that was the term chosen by Price, to travel around the country and persuade editors and broadcasters to abide by the code. The system of voluntary self-censorship, said Price, put newspapers and other publications on their honor. It enlisted every writer and every editor in the Army of the Republic. The full dimensions of the catastrophe at Pearl Harbor were not yet known by the public, but the reports and rumors left no doubt that the Japanese had struck a shattering blow against the Pacific stronghold. Speaking to the press a week after the attack, Secretary of the Navy Frank Knox admitted that several battleships had been destroyed and others seriously damaged. He also revealed that almost 3,000 sailors and other servicemen had been killed. Investigations were underway, both in Congress and in the armed services. Knox stated that the land and sea forces were not on the alert, implying that the local commanders had been derelict. Admiral Husband E. Kimmel and General Walter C. Short, the top commanders in Hawaii, were summarily relieved of their commands. They would be reduced in rank, forced to retire, and run through a gauntlet of 9 largely redundant investigations that deflected blame away from Washington. The news from the rest of the Pacific, meanwhile, was confusing and ominous. Hours after hitting Pearl Harbor, the Japanese had launched an aerial blitzkrieg across a 3,000-mile front, striking American and British targets in Micronesia, the Philippines, Malaya, Burma, and Hong Kong. On the third day of the war, torpedo planes sank the British battleships Prince of Wales and Repulse off the coast of Malaya. Japanese invasion forces had landed at multiple beachheads on the island of Luzon and other islands in the Philippine archipelago. The American commander in the Philippines, General Douglas MacArthur, was leading his army in a desperate but gallant fight against superior enemy forces. Or at any rate, that was the impression given by the sketchy and somewhat baffling early reports from the far side of the earth. Although the truth would not come out until years later, MacArthur's conduct on the first day of the war had been at least as culpable as that of Kimmel or Short. Receiving 9 hours' warning of the attack on Pearl Harbor, MacArthur had remained cocooned at his headquarters and refused to communicate with his air commanders, despite their repeated efforts to reach him. As a result, his main force of B-17 bombers and P-40 fighters was paralyzed for lack of orders, and more than half of the aircraft were destroyed on the ground by the first Japanese air raid on Philippine territory. Leaders in Washington were dismayed by this second Pearl Harbor hours after the first, but no one outside a privileged circle even knew that it had happened. Press reports on December 7th only stated that Japanese airplanes had been spotted in Philippine airspace. 3 days later, the White House announced that the Japanese had attacked Clark Field, an airbase north of Manila, but offered no details. General Douglas MacArthur thus far has been unable to report details of the engagement. The different standards of accountability imposed in Hawaii and the Philippines have bothered historians ever since. The latter events were never formally investigated, and MacArthur never answered for errors and derelictions that seemed at least as blameworthy and certainly more avoidable than those in Hawaii. The discrepancy can only be explained as a peculiar result of the way the opening sequences of the Pacific War were reported in the United States. If MacArthur was to be relieved of command, the action needed to be taken immediately or not at all, and it was not taken immediately. And by the second week of the war, the mood of the American people had changed. Now they seemed eager for a redemptive narrative that would expunge the trauma and shame of Pearl Harbor. MacArthur's beleaguered army, half a world away, with little hope of support or reinforcement, was making a stirring fight against long odds. The man at the head of that army seemed a brave and noble figure, an American paladin straight out of central casting. His daily war communiques, composed in a style ranging from the lurid to the vainglorious, kept the American people in thrall. Sartorially, he was dashing. Physically, he was handsome. Orally, he was spectacular, a press commentator later wrote of MacArthur. For all his 62 years, he was straight as a ramrod, clear-eyed, rosy-cheeked, and only partly bald. His features were even, his expression imperious, and the rake of his braid-encrusted hat added a touch of romance to his elegant facade. Very suddenly, in those early days of the war, Douglas MacArthur rocketed to superstardom in the American media, attaining a degree of fame, celebrity, and popularity unmatched by any other military commander. His rocket would soar over the Pacific in a majestic, high-flying trajectory until Harry Truman shot it down 10 years later. The Philippines were doomed from the outset, and probably would have been even if the Japanese had not hit Pearl Harbor. The initial Japanese assaults on the islands and many other Allied territories throughout the Western Pacific were executed with great skill and overwhelming air superiority. But MacArthur was willing to fight, and also to make a good show of fighting, and Americans revered him for it. Between December 8, 1941 and March 11, 1942, MacArthur's headquarters issued 142 press communiques. 109 mentioned only one person by name: MacArthur. Rarely were individual units singled out for praise or credit. The communiques typically referred only to MacArthur's army or MacArthur's men. Often it was implied that he was personally leading his forces in the field, when he was actually at his headquarters in Manila. The press-savvy general knew the value of a short headline-ready remark. "We shall do our best," he told newsmen on the 5th day of the war. When someone suggested removing the American flag from the roof of his Manila headquarters so that it would not attract the attention of Japanese bombers, MacArthur replied, "Keep the flag flying." These soundbites were quoted in his communiques and appeared the next day as headlines across the United States. He knew just how to pose for photographs, with an erect posture and a certain set of the head, like a white marble statue on a plinth. On the cover of Time magazine on December 29, 1941, MacArthur stood proud and resolute, gazing into the distance. Newsreel producers turned up old footage of MacArthur inspecting troops, addressing the cadets at West Point, or being kissed on both cheeks by a French general. Congress voted to rename a conduit road in the District of Columbia, west of Georgetown, as MacArthur Boulevard. The Red Cross launched a national fundraising drive during MacArthur Week. Universities granted him honorary degrees in absentia. A dancing convention in New York introduced a new dance called the MacArthur Glide. The Blackfeet Indians adopted MacArthur into their tribe, naming him Mokaki Peta, or Chief Wise Eagle. New York publishing houses rushed to publish instant MacArthur biographies, actually hagiographies, and although they were thinly researched and hastily written, they sold briskly. MacArthur the Magnificent, General Douglas MacArthur, Exciting Life Story, and General Douglas MacArthur, Fighter for Freedom. On the General's 62nd birthday on January 26, 1942, Congressmen and senators on Capitol Hill delivered full-throated birthday panegyrics, each speaker apparently trying to top the sentiments offered by the last. The next day, the Philadelphia Record told its readers, "He is one of the greatest fighting generals of this war or any other war. This is the kind of history which your children will tell your grandchildren." On February 12, 1942, in a Lincoln's birthday speech in Boston, Wendell Willkie, the defeated Republican presidential candidate in 1940, urged that MacArthur be recalled to Washington and placed in charge of directing the global war. "Bring home General MacArthur," Willkie thundered. "Place him at the very top. Keep bureaucratic and political hands off him. Put him in supreme command of our armed forces under the President. Then the people of the United States will have reason to hope that skill, not bungling and confusion, directs their efforts." For FDR and his military chiefs, the nation's breathless absorption in the story unfolding in the Philippines begged the ominous question, how was it going to end? Could MacArthur be reinforced or even resupplied? General George C. Marshall asked his new deputy, the recently promoted Brigadier General Dwight D. Eisenhower, to investigate the problem from every angle and propose a solution. Eisenhower had served under MacArthur in the Philippines from 1935 to 1939, so he knew as much about conditions in the country as any officer in Washington. He noted that Marshall did not even hint at the psychological effects on the American people, but he thought the implication was impossible to miss. Clearly, he felt that anyone stupid enough to overlook this consideration had no business wearing the star of a brigadier general. In a nutshell, the dilemma was that the Philippines could not be saved, but they could not be abandoned outright. They could not be saved because the Allies could not yet muster even a fraction of the shipping, naval strength, and air power needed to fight across the Pacific. A rescue mission would only increase the scale of the defeat. Any ship attempting to run the Japanese blockade to reach the Bataan Peninsula, where MacArthur's army was besieged, would be sunk or captured. No matter how the figures were calculated, Bataan would run out of provisions, ammunition, and other needed supplies long before the Allies could mobilize forces on a scale needed to return to the Philippines. On the other hand, Eisenhower told Marshall, the besieged army could not be cold-bloodedly abandoned to the enemy. Even if hard military logic dictated cutting losses, the United States was a great nation with a reputation to uphold. It must try to get at least some supplies into Bataan by submarine, blockade runners, and airplanes. Even if it amounted to little more than driblet assistance, and even if it prolonged only by a few weeks the inevitable surrender, we must do everything for them that is humanly possible. Marshall agreed, and authorized Eisenhower to spend virtually any amount of funds to make the token shipments. MacArthur had given no indication that he wanted to abandon his army. He kept a loaded Derringer pistol with him and vowed that he would not be taken alive. But his young wife and 4-year-old son were also with him in the Malinta Tunnel on Corregidor Island off Bataan. To leave the general and his family to their fate would invite a public backlash against the Roosevelt administration. General Pa Watson, the influential aide to FDR, had been urging the president to order MacArthur out of the Philippines, arguing that he was worth 5 Army Corps. The proposal was to smuggle the general to Australia and to place him in command of the eventual counteroffensive. Mulling it over in his diary on February 23rd, Eisenhower recorded prophetic views about MacArthur. He is doing a good job where he is, but I'm doubtful that he'll do so well in more complicated situations. Bataan is made to order for him. It's in the public eye, it has made him a public hero, it has all the essentials of drama, and he is the acknowledged king on the spot. If brought out, public opinion will force him into a position where his love of the limelight may ruin him. When FDR finally decided to order MacArthur out of the Philippines and to appoint him Supreme Commander of Allied forces in the Southwest Pacific, Eisenhower lamented, "I cannot help believing that we are disturbed by editorials and reacting to public opinion rather than to military logic." Eisenhower would play no role in the Pacific War. He would be busy elsewhere. But in early 1942, he foresaw all of the various headaches that MacArthur would cause for leaders in Washington. MacArthur would use his political influence and his unparalleled access to the American media to demand that more troops, ships, and airplanes be sent to his command. He would reject the Europe First principle as a basis for global strategy. He would meddle in Australian politics. He would insist on running the naval war in the Pacific. He would claim the right to liberate all of the Philippines before any final offensive against Japan. Leaders in Washington would have to reckon with MacArthur's singular influence at every stage of the coming war, Eisenhower predicted, for the public has built itself a hero out of its own imagination. Ernest J. King, the hatchet-faced seaman who led the U.S. Navy, was determined to have nothing to do with the press. When President Roosevelt had offered to make him Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. Fleet, Cominch, a week after the attack on Pearl Harbor, King had taken the job on the condition that he would not be required to appear at press conferences. He said that his concern was to protect wartime secrets, and his staff batted away interview requests by explaining that King did not want to give aid and comfort to the enemy. But Washington journalists rightly suspected that Admiral King's hostility ran deeper, that he regarded them as gatecrashers from a contemptible civilian demimonde of hacks and gossips. According to one, King seemed to rank them somewhat above bubonic plague as something to be avoided at all costs. This instinct was widely shared among the Navy brass. Naval officers tended to regard reporters as pests, dangerous pests who might spill the Navy's secrets. And they were wary of newspapers' tendency to build stories around individuals, particularly those with colorful or forceful personalities. Personal publicity of the kind lavished on Douglas MacArthur, they believed, was incompatible with the Navy's team-before-player ethos. King and his contemporaries had begun their naval careers at the turn of the 20th century, in the period after the Spanish-American War. In those years, a bitter public quarrel had broken out between William T. Sampson and Winfield Scott Schley, two senior officers who had commanded naval squadrons at the Battle of Santiago de Cuba on July 3, 1898. Each man claimed credit for winning the battle, and each belittled the role of the other. The two officers and their partisans vied for public acclaim and traded accusations and insults in print. A court of inquiry convened in September 1901 was given headline coverage in the press, especially in the newspapers of William Randolph Hearst. But the court issued a divided ruling which only inflamed the spectacle. President Theodore Roosevelt attempted to suppress all public discussion of the dispute, fearing that it had tarnished the Navy's victory over Spain, but the contretemps continued to echo in the newspapers for years afterward, and was even the subject of one of the earliest American silent films, The Sampson-Schley Controversy, 1901. To the midshipmen who passed through the Naval Academy in those years, the unbecoming public spectacle left a lasting impression. The Navy's triumphs in the late war had lifted the United States to the status of a global military power. The service should have been basking in acclamation, planning for the future, and consolidating its standing in Washington. Instead, Sampson and Schley and their respective followers, seeming to care only for their own selfish interests, had hung the Navy's dirty laundry out on a public clothesline. That generation of young officers, which included King, class of 1901, William Leahy, 1897, William Halsey, 1904, Chester Nimitz, 1905, and Raymond Spruance, 1906, swore to themselves and each other that they would never let it happen again. By the 1940s, most Americans had forgotten the Sampson-Schley affair, if they had ever heard of it. But the admirals of the Second World War remembered it well. They took pride in a culture of teamwork, cool professionalism, and personal modesty, and tended to shun newspapermen altogether if they could get away with it. But the crucible of war would soon expose the risks and limits of the Navy's aversion to publicity. Its failure to provide adequate and timely information about the naval war left a vacuum in the public's understanding of the subject, and inevitably, as if by a law of physics, wild rumors and speculation rushed into that vacuum. No one questioned the need to protect military secrets, but in the early stages of the war, when Japanese forces rampaged across Southeast Asia and the Pacific, influential voices in Washington charged that the Navy was abusing its control over war reporting to conceal its fiascos. Worse, leading Republicans accused the Navy of carrying water for FDR and the Democrats by managing the news flow with an eye toward the 1942 midterm congressional elections. That was a false charge, but a damaging one, and Admiral King eventually understood that he would have to refute it or stand accused of trespassing into the demilitarized zone between war fighting and politics. Equally pressing was the question of the Navy's status in the post-war defense establishment. After the attack on Pearl Harbor, congressional leaders of both parties had vowed to streamline the military's organizational chart. The War and Navy departments, which had been independent and co-equal since the administration of John Adams, were to be merged into a unitary Department of Defense under a single civilian cabinet officer. Although the specific arrangements remained to be negotiated, the Army, Navy, Marines, and Air Forces would be fused into an integrated command structure. FDR persuaded Congress to postpone those reforms until the war was won, but anyone could foresee that service unification was destined to be a political brawl of epic proportions, in which the Navy had much to lose in the way of command autonomy and clout. Secretary Knox and his Undersecretary James Forrestal, who each had backgrounds in journalism, warned King and the admirals that the struggle had, in a sense, already begun, and that the Navy had better tell its story to the American people. Forrestal noted that the Army was already making its case to congressional leaders through back channels, and, "It is my judgment that as of today the Navy has lost its case, and that either in Congress or in a public poll, the Army's point of view would prevail." In August 1944, Forrestal told King, "Publicity is as much a part of war today as logistics or training, and we must so recognize it." In the weeks after Pearl Harbor, Hundreds of working journalists applied to the War and Navy departments to be accredited as war correspondents, the forebears of today's embedded journalists. According to the Army's Basic Field Manual for Correspondence, these frontline reporters would be subject to military authority and would be required to submit for the purposes of censorship all statements, written material, and photography intended for publication or release. Although they would remain civilians, they were to wear plain khaki uniforms with brass shoulder insignias identifying them as correspondent, photographer, or radio commentator. In all, through the end of the war, about 1,600 war correspondents were accredited by the armed forces. Journalists shipping out as war correspondents were told to pack their bags and be ready to leave the country with 10 hours' notice. Like soldiers and sailors, they were forbidden to disclose sailing dates or destinations, even to their own editors or loved ones. They would travel with the troops either by air or by sea. Although they had no rank, they were allowed officers' privileges, meaning that they messed with officers and shared the same berthing and living arrangements. As civilians, they were not supposed to salute nor to be saluted, but since they wore khaki uniforms, they frequently were saluted by officers and enlisted men. Strictly speaking, if they were to follow protocol, they ought to refrain from returning salutes. On the other hand, none wanted to give offense. No official solution to this dilemma was ever decreed. According to William J. Dunn, a CBS radio correspondent posted to Douglas MacArthur's headquarters in Australia, most of his colleagues adopted the custom of not saluting first, but returning salutes as a matter of simple courtesy. Whenever coming face to face with high-ranking officers wearing a bevy of stars, however, they found themselves raising their hands to their foreheads quickly and instinctively. Protocol be damned. War correspondents and press liaison officers were natural enemies. In most overseas military headquarters, their working relationship was inevitably fraught with misunderstandings and ill feelings. At the root of the problem was a mismatch between their respective professional cultures and attitudes. Military men of all ranks were accustomed to operating in a chain of command. If an order seemed capricious or illogical, it was not the soldier's first instinct to demand an explanation or justification. The slang acronym SNAFU, Situation Normal All Fouled Up, which gained wide currency during the Second World War, summed up the serviceman's resigned acceptance of regulations and procedures that appeared to defy reason. That stoic attitude did not come naturally to the civilian journalist, who had always felt free to argue with his editor if he thought he was right. In some overseas headquarters, especially during the first year of the war, press sections practiced a system of blind censorship. Censors reviewed each story with a red pencil, crossing out whatever sentences or paragraphs they deemed unsuitable, and then cabled the censored version directly back to the United States. The author was not notified of the edits and redactions, nor given any explanation for them, nor allowed to rewrite and resubmit. In some cases, a story vanished into the censor's kill file, and the reporter who had written it received no word of the decision. Only later would he learn whether his story had passed and how much of it had eluded the red pencil. It was galling to see his hard work disappear into such a vortex. Fierce arguments inevitably ensued. The press officer, conscious of his authority and his responsibility to protect secrets, was not inclined to back down. When 5 war correspondents at a headquarters in New Zealand approached their press censor with a list of complaints, he told them, "I'm not afraid of you any more than I would be of 5 Japs." Another press office distributed a mimeographed form letter in response to protests. "My friend, it is with tears in my eyes and a lump in my throat that I listen to your sad tale of woe. Allow me to offer my deepest and sincerest condolence. However, I do not have the chaplain's duty, and I am short of towels. Please see the captain of the head for material for drying your eyes. Peace on you, my friend, Chief Censor." But it was the press officer's bad luck to be pitted against adversaries who were not cowed by authority, and whose ranks included some of the most lethal polemicists and name-callers in the world. The New Yorker correspondent A.J. Liebling profiled the press officers he encountered at General Eisenhower's headquarters in London. As civilians, they had been corporate publicity agents or Chicago rewrite men, Liebling observed. But then the war had transformed them into Army majors and colonels who had never been to boot camp or laid eyes on a battlefield. They were feckless dress extras, immaculately turned out in finely tailored starched uniforms who spoke of the Army with a practiced unctuousness. Before the war, they had not been respected as journalists. Now they were not respected as Army officers. Possessing a certain flair for legerdemain and spin, they had adapted themselves to this squalid milieu and flourished in it. In May 1945, just after VE Day, when the loss of his press credentials would no longer impose a career penalty, Liebling opened fire in the pages of his magazine. He denounced the use of censorship for political, personal, or merely capricious reasons, and announced that the time had come to expose the prodigious amount of pure poodle faking that has gone on under the name of Army Public Relations. In Hawaii, where Admiral Chester Nimitz was Commander-in-Chief of the Pacific Fleet, SINCPAC, correspondents soon learned to their dismay that the stolid white-haired Texan was determined to give them nothing interesting or quotable. Newspapermen seemed to think that the man sent to avenge the attack on Pearl Harbor ought to look and talk like a salt-stained swashbuckler out of a boy's adventure novel. But Nimitz, as one of them observed, could have passed for a retired banker. According to Time magazine correspondent Bob Sherrod, the SINCPAC was the despair of his public relations men. It simply was not in him to make sweeping statements or to give out colorful interviews. Nimitz's first formal press conference, which he gave only after being pressured to do so by Navy Secretary Frank Knox, was held on January 29, 1942, a month after he took command in Pearl Harbor. The war correspondents were ushered into his office at his headquarters, which was housed for the moment at the submarine base in the Navy Yard. They found Nimitz seated behind a standard-issue wooden desk, dressed in plain khaki with no necktie. He did not rise to greet them. The walls were bare but for an analog clock, a calendar, and a map of the Pacific. The journalists sat on folding chairs that had been set up for the occasion. Nimitz read a prepared statement setting out the command arrangements that had been established between the Army and Navy. All of that information had already been released in Washington, so it was not news. Then he took questions. Yes, he did expect to hold and defend the Hawaiian Islands. No, he did not care to elaborate. New York Times correspondent Foster Haley asked for some reassuring word for the people back home as to the operations of the Navy since December 7th. One imagines the collective sense of letdown as the reply was given. Admiral Nimitz said that any statement as to the operations of fleet units must come from Washington as part of the grand strategy of the war. That month, again under pressure from Knox, Nimitz brought on a full-time public relations officer. This was Waldo Drake, a commander in the Naval Reserve, who had previously been the shipping news correspondent for the Los Angeles Times. The practice of commissioning civilian reporters as press officers was based on the premise, as one naval officer put it, that one hippopotamus can talk to another hippopotamus. Drake made a good first impression with the war correspondents, pledging that the door to his office at Pacific Fleet headquarters would always be open to them. But his job was largely thankless, because his boss continued to regard working with the press as a problem to be managed rather than an opportunity to communicate with the public. Drake's authority did not extend beyond Pacific Fleet headquarters, but there were many other military commands on Oahu, including those of the Army Air Forces, USAAF, and the 14th Naval District, and the various headquarters had their own censorship practices and public relations strategies. Day after day, the correspondents knocked on Drake's door to air their complaints. News given out by Pacific Fleet headquarters was already generally known, they said. The sluggish pace of Drake's censorship procedures meant that their stories were already stale when they arrived on the mainland. Too few of them had been permitted to go to sea with the fleet. When Wake Island was taken by the Japanese, censors removed the name Wake and identified it only as an island. A correspondent asked, "Is there anybody in the Navy who thinks that the Japs are under the impression that they have taken some other island?" As the result of an administrative snafu, correspondents were invited to a press briefing with Admiral Robert English, commander of the Pacific Submarine Force. But Nimitz had decreed a complete news blackout of the submarines, so Drake was obliged to rush into the room and put an end to it. He collected all of the reporters' notepads before allowing them to leave. In an incident that anticipated Joseph Heller's satirical novel Catch-22, a news story was passed by both Army and Navy censors, but the Navy censor altered one of the paragraphs. Finding that it did not like the Navy's version, the Army suspended the credentials of the correspondent who had written it, even though the fellow had not seen the amended version until it appeared in print. As the number of Pearl Harbor correspondents swelled to more than 100, and the chorus of criticism grew louder and more insistent, Drake's open-door policy was gradually curtailed, becoming a door sometimes open policy, and then a door usually shut policy. One of Drake's more merciless critics was Bob Casey of the Chicago Daily News, who remarked, "The local publicity office should be handled by somebody of decent rank and considerable tact and experience, but most of all by somebody who can look at a clock and tell what time it is." In the early months of the war especially, Nimitz could spare little time to think about public relations. He had much bigger problems on his hands. As Commander-in-Chief of the Pacific Ocean Areas, SINCPOA, he held authority over all branches of the armed forces within his immense theater. Rivalries between the Army, Navy, and Marines were a constant irritant, and it took all of Nimitz's considerable diplomatic tact and leadership skills to soothe those chronic frictions. In this respect, the war correspondents did him no favors, because it was in their nature to investigate controversy. They flitted and fluttered around it, like moths around a porch light. Mesmerized by the various internecine rivalries on Oahu, they did a heroic amount of first-hand reporting. They goaded the Marines to complain about the Navy, the Army to belittle the Marines, and the naval aviators to share their feelings about the surface warship officers. They lay in wait at the officers' clubs where liquor loosened men's tongues, and asked questions shrewdly calculated to elicit frank responses. The censors did not let them publish a word on the subject, but their insights were soon transmitted back to the mainland by word of mouth, where they circulated freely in the newsrooms and the halls of power in Washington. Newspaper stories originating in the United States were not subject to red-line censorship. Although bound by the voluntary code to refrain from publishing certain cold hard facts, the papers were free to publish opinions, and much of the press coverage and editorial commentary about the war was informed by the illicit pipeline of information flowing back from the war zones through the correspondents and their remorseless chatter. By the spring of 1942, in Washington and elsewhere, the post-Pearl Harbor mood of goodwill between the press and military was turning sour. Editorial pages charged that the Army and Navy were erring too much on the side of withholding information. Many of the officers who made day-to-day censorship decisions were relatively junior, both in age and rank, and anxious not to bring the wrath of superiors down on their heads. A 25-year-old lieutenant would suffer no consequences for killing a story on dubious pretenses, but God help him if he passed a story and a colonel or general subsequently read it and judged that it had harmed the cause. The Army and the Navy felt they owned the news, and behaved as if they owned it from the beginning of the war until the end, said David Brinkley, then a cub reporter for a South Carolina paper. They used it skillfully, as the civilian agencies of government had always used it throughout history, to try to conceal their failures and blunders and to give out fulsome detail on their successes. In reply to this rising chorus of criticism, FDR created a new agency to coordinate the release of war information across the entire federal government. An executive order of June 13, 1942, established the Office of War Information, OWI, in recognition of the right of the American people and of all other peoples opposing the Axis aggressors to be truthfully informed. He tapped a veteran newspaperman and radio broadcaster, Elmer Davis, to run it. 4 existing federal agencies were merged into the OWI, and Davis said he felt like a man who married a 4-time widow and was trying to raise her children all by her previous husbands. Knowing that he would encounter resistance from the War and Navy departments, Davis asked that the OWI's charter include authority to review all military operational reports from the war theaters and to make independent determinations of what news could be released. But the problem, wrote Brinkley, was that other agencies, particularly the Army and Navy, did not read Roosevelt's announcement, or having read it, resolved to ignore it, and did. Neither the Army nor the Navy much liked the idea of answering to a new civilian propaganda agency. Asked whether the OWI would be directing the War Department's press functions, Secretary Henry Stimson responded with a question of his own. Is Mr. Davis an educated military officer? Navy Secretary Frank Knox was himself a newsman. He had been part owner and proprietor of the Chicago Daily News. But Davis later said that while Knox was always polite, still, all in all, I got the polite brush off. At a daily morning conference in the OWI offices, Army and Navy officers presented a summary of the reports that had come in from the war theaters during the previous 24 hours. Davis and his colleagues then compared those reports to the official communiques. If they judged that information had been improperly withheld, they pressured the military departments to release it. In extreme cases, as one of Davis's subordinates put it, the OWI claimed the authority to direct that this information be inserted into a communique unless the military could convince us that it had been omitted because of a valid reason of security. Davis could make little headway with Admiral King. He soon concluded that in the realm of public relations, the Navy was the problem child among the military services. In a remark that circulated widely in Washington, Davis observed that King's idea of a press policy was to tell the public nothing until the end of the war, and then to issue a two-word communique. We won. King treated Davis cordially, probably because he had been instructed to do so by the president, but remained only minimally cooperative throughout the summer of 1942. At best, during this period, King regarded publicity and press affairs as second- or third-tier problems that could be delegated down the ranks and then ignored. His attitude was confirmed and hardened by a potentially devastating leak that appeared in print the same week the OWI was created. On June 7th, a day after the Battle of Midway, the Chicago Tribune ran a front-page story under the headline, Navy Had Word of Jap Plan to Strike at Sea. The Tribune reported that the Navy had learned critical details of the Midway operation several days before the battle began. The story was cagey about its sources, but a discerning reader could deduce that the Americans had broken Japanese radio codes. That was true, but it was also one of the most closely guarded secrets of the war, and disclosing it in a major American newspaper threatened to alert the enemy to the breach. King was livid and ordered an investigation that quickly concluded that the culprit was Stanley Johnston, a Tribune war correspondent who had been aboard the aircraft carrier Lexington when she had gone down on May 8th at the Battle of the Coral Sea. Picked up by an escorting destroyer, Johnston had berthed with a group of Lexington officers while they returned to the American mainland aboard a transport, the Barnett. While underway on the Barnett, Johnston saw a top-secret dispatch from Admiral Nimitz dated May 31, 1942, concerning details of the pending Midway operation. Commander Morton Seligman, the Lexington's executive officer, was blamed for the leak. The question of whether to bring treason and espionage charges against the Chicago Tribune dragged on until August, when it was feared that the ongoing imbroglio only increased the risk that the Japanese would notice it. The government convened a federal grand jury in Chicago, but the Navy would not provide explicit testimony about its super-secret cryptanalysis programs, and the jury refused to return an indictment against the Tribune. The Navy eventually concluded that the Japanese had not noticed the story, or had not recognized its significance, and in post-war interrogations no evidence emerged to contradict that impression. Pressure was building on Admiral King and the Navy to be more forthcoming with bad news. On Capitol Hill, according to a Washington reporter, it was taken for granted that the Navy is throwing a lot of curves in its communiques. That is to say, they are holding back a number of serious losses. The idea, it seems, is that Admiral King believes the people can't take it. On several occasions in 1942, American ships had been sunk in combat, and the public had not been told until weeks or even months after the fact. In each case, there were plausible reasons for withholding the news, either because the Japanese did not know the ships had sunk or because time was needed to notify next of kin, but critics suspected that the news flow was being managed to minimize embarrassment and protect King. After the Battle of the Coral Sea in May 1942, the first American newspaper stories had reported a smashing victory. The reports exaggerated Japanese losses, which in truth included only one small baby flat-top, the Ryujo, but said nothing of the destruction of the Lexington, one of only 4 U.S. aircraft carriers in the Pacific at that time. King had personally ordered that her loss be concealed from the public, on the grounds that no Japanese airplanes had been in the vicinity when she went down, and therefore the enemy might not know she was gone. News of the sinking of the Lexington was held back for more than a month, and then released on June 12th, when Americans were celebrating victory at the Battle of Midway. Holding up this information gave to our Navy security, the communiqué claimed somewhat defensively, which was a cornerstone in building for the Midway victory. 2 months later, on the night of August 8th, a day after the 1st Marine Division landed on Guadalcanal, 4 Allied cruisers went down at the Battle of Savo Island. King ordered that news of the awful defeat be strictly suppressed. His reasoning was sensible. The action had occurred at night, and the Japanese fleet had withdrawn immediately toward its base at Rabaul, so one could assume that the enemy did not know what losses they had inflicted. A Navy communiqué released a week later emphasized American victories in ground and air combat. But there would be no further details on Allied naval losses because of the obvious value of such information to the enemy. But the full dimensions of the disaster at Savo Island could not be kept from trickling back to the mainland through the rumor mill, and by early October, 2 months after the fact, it was an open secret throughout official Washington. Cynics assumed that King was mainly interested in protecting himself. The Guadalcanal operation had been his brainchild, and he had launched it over the objections of the commanders assigned to carry it out. According to New York Times correspondent Hanson Baldwin, King was on the hot seat because he had been pressing for Guadalcanal right along. He had been the one who said go in, even on a shoestring, and those repercussions, those losses, this naval ineptitude would not sit well with the American people and wouldn't increase his fame or fortune. Elmer Davis urged King to tell the public about the losses at Savo Island, and also the sinking of the carrier Wasp by submarine attack in September. After a tete-a-tete in King's office in early October, Davis told his wife that the meeting was acrimonious, yet somehow remained friendly. The admiral seemed to realize that his position had become delicate. A media blackout immediately after the sinkings had been defensible, but there was little reason to keep the news out of the papers for a full 2 months, especially when hundreds of survivors had already returned to the States. In the absence of credible reports, dark rumors were flourishing. Some whispered that a large portion of the Pacific Fleet had been wiped out in the Solomons, and that the Japanese were on the verge of overrunning Guadalcanal. It was a political season. The 1942 midterm congressional elections would take place on November 3rd, and some suspected that Admiral King and the Navy were covering up losses in order to protect FDR's allies in Congress. Under mounting pressure, King conceded that it was time to come clean about the Savo Island debacle, and the Navy released a communiqué on October 12th. Certain initial phases of the Solomon Islands campaign, not announced previously for military reasons, can now be reported. The sad story of the 4 sunken cruisers was told in unsparing detail. The very next day brought a happy surprise. Another nighttime sea action had been fought in the same waters as the earlier battle, and this one, the Battle of Cape Esperance, had been a smashing American victory. The Navy released another communiqué reporting results in full. The timing was genuinely coincidental, but newsmen and Republican congressmen angrily charged that the Navy, as in the case of the Lexington announcement after Midway, had held back bad news, Savo Island, until it could be paired with good news, Cape Esperance. The episode coincided with the most desperate stage of the Guadalcanal campaign, when many doubted the Navy and Marines' ability to hold the island, and mismanagement of war news had only exacerbated the tension in Washington. Congressman Melvin Mass, who had recently visited the South Pacific, rose on the floor of the House to declare that the Japanese were winning the war in the Solomons, and charged that the government was trying to cover it up. The press now treated the Navy's communiques with skepticism and derision, and guessed at the magnitude of its yet undisclosed losses. King could be pig-headed, but he was experienced enough in the ways of Washington to know that perception and reality often amounted to the same thing. He had many enemies who would like to be rid of him, in the Army and Navy, in the press, and in Congress, and they had apparently launched a whispering campaign against him. National unity around the war effort was a matter of life and death. He could not afford to become a lightning rod for politically charged criticism. If he did, he would have to go. The time had come for a tactical retreat. He took Davis's advice to clear the accumulated backlog of unannounced sinkings. On October 26th, the Navy announced that the Wasp had been lost more than 5 weeks earlier by submarine attack east of Guadalcanal. Later the same day, it reported the first results of the carrier clash known as the Battle of the Santa Cruz Islands, admitting that a U.S. destroyer had been sunk and one of our aircraft carriers was severely damaged. That was true. The unnamed carrier was the Hornet. But the next day, when a subsequent cable reported that the Hornet had burned out of control and it had to be scuttled, King hesitated to release the news. The Japanese might not yet know that she was gone, and they might find that information useful. But Elmer Davis warned that if the news were held until after Election Day, Republicans would raise a howl. Davis insisted on releasing it immediately, and felt strongly enough to take his case directly to Secretary Knox and even the President. On the other hand, Admiral Nimitz was equally adamant that the news must be kept from the Japanese, and made his case in a firmly worded cable from Hawaii. Backed into this corner, with the OWI director threatening to resign over the issue, King decided he had no choice. On October 31st, 3 days before the midterm election, a Navy communique admitted that the Hornet subsequently sank. The next day, Nimitz protested to King that the disclosure was harmful to us in a very critical situation. One of King's most trusted confidants was his personal lawyer and friend Cornelius Neely Bull, who always addressed the Admiral as Skipper. Earlier in his career, Bull had been a newspaper reporter, and he still had many friends in the Washington press corps. Observing the growing controversy, Bull grew concerned that King's head might be on the block, and he resolved to do something about it. One Friday evening that October, he ran into Glenn Perry, assistant bureau chief of the New York Sun, at the crowded bar of the Press Club on 14th Street. With their bellies pressed against the bar, the two men sipped Tom Collins's and cooked up a scheme. They would handpick a dozen experienced journalists who worked for major newspapers and wire associations, all with reputations for absolute integrity and reliability. They would invite them to meet King in a private, non-official setting, preferably on a weekend. The newsmen would agree to strict ground rules in advance, tantamount to a latter-day, deep background briefing. They would agree not to print any of the information given by King, but only to use it to enhance their understanding of the Navy's public communiques. They were not to quote the Admiral, either by name or as an unnamed source, and they would not disclose to anyone outside their newsrooms that he had talked to them. Bull would host the gathering at his own home, a place where King would feel comfortable and at ease. Beer and canapes would be served. The reporters would take no notes in the Admiral's presence. Bull and his wife would endeavor to provide a relaxed and familiar social setting, an environment that would remind no one, especially King, of an official press briefing. When Bull proposed the idea to King, the Admiral surprised his lawyer by agreeing on the spot. He was aware that his opposite number in the Army, General Marshall, had provided off-the-record briefings in his office at the War Department, and that no leaks had occurred as a result. Evidently it was true, as Bull, Knox, Davis, and others had told him, that reputable journalists could be trusted to abide by ground rules. By meeting at the Bull residence, King could pretend that the event was a social occasion, a convenient fiction that allowed him to circumvent the Navy's Office of Public Relations, which fell under Secretary Knox's supervision. King's black sedan pulled up in front of Neely Bull's house on Princess Street in Alexandria, Virginia, at 8 o'clock on the evening of Sunday, November 1st. It was a small house dating back to the Revolutionary War, directly across the street from an old whitewashed 19th century jailhouse that had been a notorious prison for Confederate POWs. Leaving his driver and Marine Guard behind, King rang the doorbell. The reporters had already arrived and were seated in the living room. A tall, spare figure in regulation navy blues entered and gave Bull his greatcoat and uniform hat. Glenn Perry described the scene in a memorandum to his editor. He entered the room quietly, and what impressed me right away was that he was alone. No fussing aide or over-attentive public relations type to steer him past such reefs as might come up. It was just Ernest J. King, Admiral, United States Navy, perhaps a little tense as one might be who has committed his fate to dubious hands. He was nonetheless completely poised, projecting an air of authority, of command, without having to make the slightest effort. Great men may enjoy the ruffles and flourishes, but they do not need them to win instant respect. Neely walked the Admiral around the room, presenting each correspondent in turn. He shook hands with each, a quick, firm pressure, repeating the name and accompanying the words with a keen eye-to-eye look. The eyes were not at all unfriendly, but it was no great trick to imagine that under less favorable circumstances, they might look as though forged from the same steel that protected his battleships. After the introductions, all were seated, King in an easy chair in the corner, the reporters arrayed in a rough circle around him. Beer was served from an ice-filled washtub. The men drank directly from bottles. King began speaking off the cuff, and for the first hour or so the reporters did not interrupt him at all. He gave a complete chronological narrative of the global war, beginning with the problems he had faced in getting convoys across the Atlantic in 1941, and then the attack on Pearl Harbor, the early crises in the Pacific, the victory at Midway, and the vicissitudes of the fight for Guadalcanal. The journalists hung on every word. Vast strategic and logistical complexities were suddenly made clear to them. King's masterful summary of the big problems of the war was a priceless education in itself. But when he moved to specifics, he displayed an astonishing grasp of detail, including technical data. He drank a second beer, then a third. Every 15 minutes or so he lit a new cigarette. Most remarkable, or so it seemed to the newsmen, he spoke with complete candor about the mistakes the Navy had made, and did not appear to hold anything back for the sake of security. He told us what had happened, what was happening, and often what was likely to happen next, one recalled. He reported the bad news as fully as the good news, and in many cases explained what went wrong on the one hand and what strategy, weapon, or combination of both had brought success on the other. Throughout, he was completely at ease and always patient, welcoming the questions that frequently interrupted his narrative and answering them frankly and easily. Many questions were asked about the situation in and around Guadalcanal, where it was known that the United States had suffered heavy air and naval losses. Could the Americans hold the island, or would a tactical withdrawal become necessary? "We'll stick," said King. Explaining that the fighting in the Solomons had been savage and desperate, he admitted that the Navy had suffered heavy losses. But there were good reasons to keep slugging it out. The Japanese were suffering too, and they could not easily replace their losses. Geography worked to the Allies' advantage, because the Japanese did not have air bases nearby. King explained how and why the Navy chose to announce its losses, and warned that Japanese claims were often inflated by tenfold or more. He noted that Bill Halsey had recently been appointed South Pacific Commander, and predicted a pitched sea battle in the coming weeks. "Doesn't this mean you're risking losing the fleet?" asked the columnist Walter Lippmann. King replied, "Isn't that what it is for?" The meeting broke up after 3 hours, and King departed after shaking every reporter's hand. Some stayed behind to talk among themselves, while others hurried away to commit all they could remember of the discussion to notes. They were stunned by their good fortune, and felt as if they understood the Second World War better than they ever had before. One remarked that King was, above all, a realist, that he did not indulge in wishful thinking or close his eyes to unpleasant problems in the hope that they would go away. As for controversies surrounding the reporting of past sinkings, the journalists accepted King's explanations and concluded that he and the Navy had been unfairly maligned. To his surprise, King had enjoyed every minute of the evening. In a sense, he had been talking to himself, telling himself the whole story of the war, and the experience had even helped to clarify some of his own thinking. Upon arriving at his office the next morning, he called Neely Bull and asked, "When do we have the next one?" King's secret Alexandria press briefings continued throughout the remainder of the war, at an average rate of about one every 6 weeks. More correspondents were invited, and their numbers eventually swelled to near 30. The journalists nicknamed themselves the Arlington County Commandos, and in good cloak-and-dagger fashion they gave King a code name, the Thin Man. When Secretary Knox learned of the briefings, he gave his hearty approval, even though the Admiral had subverted his authority by starting them in the first place. None of the secrets disclosed by King ever appeared in print. Admiral King soon realized that he had acquired a fund of goodwill in the Washington Press Corps. This was an intangible asset, but it did not take him long to discover its value. Congressman Mass had been sounding off in Congress and in the media about disunity in the High Command, and was pushing legislation to merge the armed services into one integrated command structure. King believed that the existing Joint Chiefs of Staff, JCS organization, was working well enough, and that a service unification bill should be postponed until the end of the war. He discreetly reached out to several of the Arlington County Commandos. Within 24 hours, major newspapers across the country ran news articles and editorials opposing Mass's views, but without mentioning King's name. Soon thereafter, with the support of FDR and congressional leaders, service unification was shelved pending the end of the war. In 1941, King had arrived in Washington determined to have nothing to do with the press. Before the first anniversary of Pearl Harbor, he was manipulating it from behind the scenes like a veteran Washington wire puller. On first impression, it was a surprising reversal. But after further reflection, it was not surprising at all, because no one had ever mistaken Ernest J. King for a slow learner. At General MacArthur's Southwest Pacific Area, SWPA headquarters in Brisbane, Australia, the press section was run by Colonel LeGrand Pick Diller, a career Army officer who eventually rose, while serving in that role, to the rank of Brigadier General. Diller was a charter member of the Bataan Gang, the insular circle of MacArthur loyalists who had served in the Philippines before the war and joined him in escaping Corregidor in March 1942. The SWPA press operation never lacked for funds or manpower. Diller eventually had more than 100 officers and enlisted personnel in his chain of command, including a long roster of captains and majors, many of whom would be promoted to full-bird colonel by war's end. In contrast to the Pacific Fleet headquarters in Pearl Harbor, where Nimitz and his staff were dismayed by the relentless flood of journalists from the mainland, Diller adopted a more-the-merrier attitude and was always delighted to issue a new set of press credentials. The number of accredited reporters, photographers, and radio newscasters in Brisbane eventually surpassed 400. Diller and his team treated the correspondents like valued clients. They replied promptly to all queries, they arranged access to state-of-the-art communications and broadcasting facilities, they looked after the journalists' creature comforts when they were touring forward combat areas. They provided regular access to MacArthur himself, albeit in carefully stage-managed press conferences. Diller composed the first drafts of SWPA's near-daily press communiques, which were then reviewed and often rewritten by MacArthur. Correspondents soon learned that no actual or implied criticism would survive Diller's red pencil, while on the other hand, the thicker they laid on the praise and adulation, the more they would be rewarded with exclusive stories and other desirable privileges. The newsmen gave Diller and his team high marks for alacrity. In pointed contrast to the situation in Hawaii, news stories submitted to MacArthur's press office were reviewed, censored, approved, and transmitted back to the United States within 24 hours, so that the news was still fresh when it appeared in the newspapers. Fresher news was more likely to be treated as front-page news, whereas the comparatively stale bulletins from Nimitz's theater were more likely to go into the back pages. That in turn contributed to the American public's impression, quite common in 1942 and 1943, that MacArthur was doing most of the fighting in the Pacific. More than any other American military leader of the war, MacArthur understood the importance of visual imagery. He paid diligent attention to the details of his wardrobe and accessories, which cynics called his props. His battered Philippine field marshal's push-down cap, his well-worn leather flight jacket, his aviator sunglasses, and his corncob pipes, which tended to grow larger over time. During his first days in Australia, he had experimented with an ornate carved walking stick, but discarded it after someone remarked that it made him look older. He was sensitive about his expanding bald spot, and when it was necessary to be photographed without his hat, he took a private moment to comb his hair across the top of his head, leaving a perfectly straight part about 2 inches above his right ear, a deftly executed version of the coiffure known as a comb-over. Photography, like press copy, was subject to Diller's censorship, and most published wartime photographs of MacArthur were taken at a low camera angle, making him appear taller than he was. The Brisbane publicity machine often gave the misleading impression that MacArthur was personally leading his forces in battle. As a theater commander, it was not MacArthur's role to lead forces in the field, and his extraordinary valor in the First World War had left him with nothing to prove. Still, it was galling to the men actually doing the fighting, who had rarely if ever laid eyes on MacArthur, to learn from an American newspaper that he had been sharing in the dangers and privations of the front lines. In October 1942, after he made a brief flying trip to Port Moresby, an Allied base in southeastern New Guinea, Brisbane-based war correspondents reported that MacArthur had toured the combat zones around Buna, near the island's north coast. The stories were vetted and approved by the SWPA censors. A photograph of MacArthur watching a field exercise in Rockhampton, Australia, was released to the press with the location falsely captioned as The Front. Newsreel footage depicted him seated in the back of a jeep, bouncing along a muddy jungle road, while the narrator told viewers that the general was touring forward fighting positions. In truth, a towering range of jungle-clad mountains had separated him from the nearest Japanese troops throughout his entire visit. These blatant fabrications irritated Robert L. Eichelberger, commander of the 8th Army, who concluded that the SWPA press office was abusing its powers of wartime censorship to indulge MacArthur's personal vanity. General Eichelberger was learning the bitter lesson that Eisenhower and others had learned before him, that if a subordinate officer wanted to get along with MacArthur, he had better keep his name out of the newspapers. After he was quoted and photographed in several press accounts about the Buna campaign, Eichelberger was summoned to Brisbane to be dressed down by MacArthur, who asked, "Do you realize that I could reduce you to the grade of colonel tomorrow and send you home?" Eichelberger took the point, and for the rest of the war he shunned the press. To a visiting public relations officer, he said, "I would rather have you slip a rattlesnake in my pocket than to have you give me any publicity." From the start of the war, MacArthur always asserted his right to issue his own press communiques, and he resisted pressure from Washington to tone them down. General Marshall and Secretary Stimson did not like the sensational pronouncements from Brisbane, and they questioned the accuracy of MacArthur's claimed battle results. Truth was often a casualty of the SWPA publicity machine. Action reports were punched up to make them seem more exciting and dramatic, and in many cases not only was the language improved, but new facts were liberally added. In some instances, statistics concerning enemy losses were invented wholesale. Moreover, many SWPA communiques appeared to contain a none too nuanced subtext aimed at the Navy or at operations in Nimitz's theater. The most notorious of these was issued in March 1943, after a successful air attack on a Japanese troop ship convoy off the northern coast of New Guinea, in an action subsequently called the Battle of the Bismarck Sea. Employing a new low-altitude tactic called skip bombing, Lieutenant General George C. Kenney's 5th Air Force bombers had sunk a dozen enemy ships, including 8 transports and 4 escorting destroyers. P-38 fighters had shot down about 20 Japanese planes flying air cover over the convoy, and driven perhaps 20 more away. The transports had carried about 8,000 Japanese troops, of whom at least 3,000 were killed in the attacks or drowned afterward. The exact number has never been tallied, as many escaped to nearby shores by clinging to wreckage or were rescued by small craft. The bravura performance was a tactical breakthrough for the USAAF, whose land-based bombers had often struggled to hit enemy ships at sea. But the subsequent SWPA communiques claimed grossly exaggerated results. 12 transports, 3 light cruisers, and 7 destroyers sunk, and 102 Japanese airplanes definitely observed as put out of action. Furthermore, a communique asserted the convoy had carried an estimated 15,000 Japanese troops, of whom all perished. In an accompanying statement also released to the press, MacArthur seemed to draw from this single action the far-reaching lesson that air power had won strategic dominion over sea power, with the implication that the Army Air Forces had won its ongoing meta-argument with the Navy. In the future, he declared, command of the sea would be decided by land-based aviation rather than naval power. The Allied naval forces can be counted upon to play their own magnificent part, but the Battle of the Western Pacific will be won or lost by the proper application of the air-ground team. Flabbergasted admirals demanded that Marshall and Stimson call their man to heel. The inflated results claimed by MacArthur and Kenney could not withstand scrutiny, and they began to unravel when pilot reports and interrogations of prisoners picked up at sea revealed that the entire convoy was smaller than the number of claimed sinkings. But when General Marshall forwarded corrected estimates to Brisbane, asking that the SWPA headquarters issue a revised communique, MacArthur erupted. In a long cable to Marshall that has to be read to be believed, he named 21 of the 22 ships that his forces had allegedly destroyed, asserted that the results had been conclusively verified by captured Japanese documents and prisoner interrogations, and demanded that Washington revise its figures to bring them into line with his previous report. He added that he was prepared to defend his claimed results either officially or publicly. Moreover, if the War Department intended to issue any public document challenging the integrity of my operations reports, he wanted to know the names of the men behind it, in order that I may take appropriate steps including action against those responsible if circumstances warrant. The moonshine in MacArthur's press communiques was gratuitous and unnecessary, because his military achievements in 1943 and 1944 were quite real. His advance up the coast of New Guinea, his landings in New Britain, his bold surprise amphibious landing on Los Negros Manis, his long jump up the northern New Guinea coast to Hollandia. All those moves were deftly planned and executed. Kenney's bombers did wipe out the better part of an important convoy. They did improvise a new and lethal tactic to sink ships at sea, a feat that had eluded them in the past. MacArthur's forces had ample cause to take justifiable pride in their achievements, and the controversy surrounding his communiques only tended to tarnish what should have been regarded, quite properly, as a winning South Pacific counteroffensive. Critics branded MacArthur a narcissist and a megalomaniac, but his souped-up publicity had a calculated purpose. It was a bid for political influence at home. Diller later said that the general was trying his level best to get as much help for the Pacific and for our forces as he could, and consequently he tried to keep the story attractive so that people would be sympathetic to his support. In MacArthur's mind, he was pitted against a cabal of enemies in Washington. FDR was his arch-nemesis, a man he knew well and cordially despised. MacArthur often told his claque that the president had betrayed him at the outset of the war by failing to send forces to relieve the Philippines. He was frustrated by the division of the Pacific into two separate theater commands, with the Northern Realm commanded by Nimitz. He regarded the Navy as FDR's pet service, which was not far wrong, and tended to distrust all naval officers as spies or usurpers. But MacArthur's influence in the news media posed a greater problem for the Army than for the Navy. Marshal Stimson and the Army leadership in Washington struggled to keep the SWPA commander in line. He was constantly testing the limits of insubordination, often threatening in barely veiled terms to take his case to the public, and any internal disagreement was likely to resonate in the papers and in Congress. At a visceral, emotional level, MacArthur believed that the War Department had failed his army in the Philippines. He ranted about the mostly faceless and nameless conspirators, they, who had taken control of the army and were plotting to undermine him. They had based the global Allied strategy on a principle of Europe first, a policy he abhorred and was always ready to denounce as a historic folly. They had denied him the forces he needed to turn back the Japanese offensive in the South Pacific. They were a clique of desk-bound political generals who were jealous of his public renown and thus eager to lay him low. They were on the spot in Washington while he was in Australia, half a world away from the seat of power. He had been away a long time, away from Washington and away from the United States since he had left in 1935. He had even retired from the U.S. Army, serving as Field Marshal of the Philippine Army until appointed U.S. Far East Commander by FDR in July 1941. His long physical estrangement had put him at a political disadvantage, or so he believed, and therefore he must do whatever was necessary to make his influence felt in Washington. Only by such means could he hope to obtain the troops, weapons, ships, and airplanes he needed to win the Pacific War, and to win it according to his own playbook. He must beat them, his Washington-based antagonists, at their own game, and that meant outbidding them for popularity with the American people. He wanted singular authority over the war, to absorb Nimitz's forces into his own command. But failing that, he wanted at least to ensure that his theater received the lion's share of Allied assets in the Pacific. He wanted his own strategic ideas to predominate over those of the Navy, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and the Allies, which meant above all that he should liberate the Philippines, including and especially the main northern island of Luzon, as early as possible. Under no circumstances were the Philippines to be bypassed in favor of a more direct route to Japan itself. In private conversations, MacArthur freely admitted that his aggressive public relations strategy was an instrument to achieve these ends. "They are afraid of me, Bob," he told Eichelberger in early 1944, "because they know I will fight them in the newspapers." MacArthur had to win the war every morning in his communiqué, observed a correspondent attached to his headquarters. He had to convince the public that Roosevelt and the dastardly chiefs of staff were withholding from him the weapons that were rightfully his. In his 1964 autobiography Reminiscences, MacArthur maintained that he never gave a moment's consideration to seeking the Republican presidential nomination in 1944. The truth is that he cooperated willingly with a kitchen cabinet of powerful Republicans, business leaders, and media owners who shared a zealous desire to be rid of FDR, and regarded MacArthur as their best and only hope of defeating the popular incumbent in a wartime election. The SWPA commander discussed the project with various associates and subordinates, including General Eichelberger, who told his wife in June 1943, "My chief talked of the Republican nomination. I can see that he expects to get it, and I sort of think so too." The first public inkling of MacArthur's potential candidacy came in April of that year, when Secretary of War Stimson announced that active duty officers could not remain in uniform while running for office. Leading Republicans, including Senator Arthur H. Vandenberg and Congressman Hamilton Fish, interpreted this announcement as a shot across MacArthur's bow. Each spoke out against Stimson for having meddled in politics, and each received a letter of thanks from MacArthur for his trouble. Senator Vandenberg of Michigan, unofficial chairman of the crypto campaign, warned that MacArthur must not be seen to lift a finger to seek the nomination. His opportunity would come only in the event that the Republican convention, meeting in Chicago in June 1944, found itself deadlocked between the leading candidates, Thomas Dewey and Wendell Willkie. In that scenario, the party might nominate MacArthur by general acclamation. Vandenberg planned strategy with other leading supporters, including the newspaper owners Hearst and McCormick, retired General and Sears executive Robert E. Wood, Congressman Carl Vinson, and Time Life publisher Henry Luce and his wife, Congresswoman Claire Booth Luce. The stateside supporters met periodically with senior members of MacArthur's staff during their visits to the United States. Many leading SWPA staff officers were none too scrupulous in conducting political work while shuttling between Australia and Washington on military aircraft. As the primary season approached, MacArthur carried on a correspondence with his backers, but he chose his words carefully for fear that his letters might fall into the wrong hands. To Vandenberg, for example, he wrote, "I am most grateful to you for your complete attitude of friendship. I can only hope I can someday reciprocate. There is much more I would like to say to you which circumstances prevent. In the meantime, I want you to know the absolute confidence I would feel in your experienced and wise mentorship." Biographers and historians have debated whether MacArthur really wanted the presidency. Some surmise that his only purpose was to exert pressure on FDR and the Joint Chiefs to put him in charge of the entire Pacific War and to allocate the resources he needed to win it. Perhaps he was conflicted, perhaps he was flattered by the attention. MacArthur felt a burning desire to return to the Philippines, to free his army from its awful captivity, and to raise the American flag over Bataan. As president, he would see those things done, but he would not do them himself. As a student of American history, he must have known that he would risk ending his career as another George B. McClellan, the Union general who had unsuccessfully challenged Abraham Lincoln for the presidency in 1864. Probably MacArthur liked the idea of responding to a groundswell of public acclaim, so long as he did not have to campaign for it. And he must have relished the vision of defeating FDR at the polls. The two men had known one another a long time. They had been colleagues, rivals, and even friends, in the shallow sense in which the term was sometimes used in Washington. MacArthur had been Army Chief of Staff at the outset of FDR's presidency. He had heatedly opposed FDR's military budget cuts in 1934, and had behaved, even by his own account, with borderline insubordination toward the new president. Like many political conservatives, MacArthur regarded the New Deal as a homegrown strain of Bolshevism. Privately, he referred to FDR with ironic disdain as Cousin Frank, or with a crude anti-Semitism common on the political right of that era as Rosenfeld. On several occasions, according to Eichelberger, MacArthur said that he would not want the Republican presidential nomination if it were not for his hatred, or rather the extent to which he despised FDR. In early 1944, as the Republican primary campaign began in earnest, press reports based on anonymous sources suggested that MacArthur was preparing to return to the United States, where he would campaign full-time for the nomination. Vandenberg went public in an article for Collier's entitled, "Why I Am for MacArthur." A report approved for publication by Diller summed up the views prevailing in Brisbane. It would not be surprising if General MacArthur felt, as do a good many here, that the shortest way to victory would be to place an experienced military man in the White House. When asked on the record about the subject, all of the men around MacArthur gave the same stock answer, a coy non-reply. Let's get on with the war. The syndicated columnist Raymond Clapper asked MacArthur directly and repeatedly whether he was interested in the Republican nomination, but he never got a straight answer. Each time he acted as though he didn't hear me. It was noted that MacArthur had been placed on 2 state GOP primary ballots, in Wisconsin and Illinois, and in neither case did he ask that his name be removed. A few iconoclastic journalists began to raise questions. Was it proper for a theater commander, in the midst of fighting a terrible war, to flirt with electoral politics at home? Given that MacArthur's image was refracted through wartime media and warped by his own press censors, was it fair that he should compete against candidates who had no such advantage? Few Americans knew how unpopular MacArthur was among the rank and file of his own army. In the glare of the campaign spotlight, a backlash was inevitable. The January 1944 issue of the American Mercury supplied it. John McCartan, one of Henry Luce's former editors, had traveled to Australia and returned, thus evading Diller's censorship. In a harshly critical profile, McCartan wrote that MacArthur's performance as a general had been overrated, that he was obsessed to an unbecoming degree with his public image, and that the imposition of heavy-handed censorship in his SWPA headquarters was an intolerable manipulation of the political process. McCartan highlighted the role of the anti-FDR press in creating and sustaining a MacArthur cult. He suggested that MacArthur was not qualified for the role he sought, that of Pacific Supremo, because he was a ground general in a predominantly aerial and naval theater. Claims that MacArthur was not personally involved in the presidential campaign were not believable, wrote McCartan, and if he wanted to eliminate speculation, he should quote General Sherman's famous statement of 1884, "If nominated, I will not accept, and if elected, I will not serve." MacArthur was infuriated by the American Mercury article, even more so because it happened to be included on a reading list distributed to servicemen overseas through the Army War College Library Service. In a long cable to Marshall, he called the article scandalous in tone and even libelous, and complained that it parroted Japanese propaganda. But he chose not to refute it directly because, he told Eichelberger, it contained a thread of truth which prevented his answering it. To be attacked in such terms, he lamented, was a cross it was necessary for him to bear. He would have been even more chagrined had he possessed the power to see into the future, because on many counts McCartan's hatchet job anticipated views that have since become conventional among historians. In any event, the dark horse candidacy of Douglas MacArthur had entered the home stretch and was about to pull up lame. Tom Dewey, governor of New York, had shown unexpected strength with Republican voters and power brokers, and by late March it was clear that he would defeat Willkie. There would be no deadlock in Chicago, and therefore no chance to draft MacArthur onto the ticket. The shambolic finale was triggered by an unauthorized release of embarrassing letters written by MacArthur to a Nebraska congressman, Arthur L. Miller. Miller had urged MacArthur to accept the party's call to serve. "You owe it to civilization and to the children yet unborn, for unless this New Deal can be stopped, our American way of life is forever doomed." Unwisely trusting to the congressman's discretion, the general had written back directly, stating that he agreed unreservedly with the complete wisdom and statesmanship of your comments. Without asking MacArthur's permission, Miller released the letters to the press on April 14th. They were promptly reproduced in full in major newspapers across the country. If Miller had believed they would boost the MacArthur candidacy, he was badly mistaken. Vandenberg regarded the disclosure as a magnificent boner and a tragic mistake. I.F. Stone, writing in The Nation, concluded that the letters depicted MacArthur in a very unsoldierly posture, disloyal to his commander-in-chief, and a rather pompous and ignorant ass. According to MacArthur's 1964 autobiography, that was the moment when he first learned that my name was being bandied about as a potential candidate on the GOP ticket, and having suddenly been alerted to the ridiculous and dishonorable project, he acted quickly and manfully to put an end to it. He released a statement disavowing presidential ambitions and dismissing any such interpretation of the Miller letters as sinister. When this first statement was deemed too equivocal, he released a second on April 30th, 1944, concluding, "I request that no action be taken that would link my name in any way with the nomination. I do not covet it, nor would I accept it." That ended MacArthur's foray into presidential politics, at least in the 1944 election cycle. The sordid episode would be remembered as a minor footnote in his career. In a larger sense, however, the misadventure left an indelible mark on the last year of the Pacific War. Vital issues of global strategy had been dragged into the arena of partisan politics and would remain there through the election. Governor Dewey, having accepted his party's nomination, said in a speech on September 14, 1944, "Now that General MacArthur is no longer a political threat to Mr. Roosevelt, it would seem appropriate that his magnificent talents be given greater scope and recognition. General MacArthur has performed miracles with inadequate supply, inadequate air power, and inadequate force." Though innocuous in tone, Dewey's remark contained a serious charge against the President, and by implication against the Joint Chiefs of Staff, that they had allowed politics to guide the allocation of military forces in the Pacific. Dewey did not pursue this line of attack, perhaps because he knew that the Joint Chiefs would refute the charge, but the damage had been done. Roosevelt never forgave Dewey, and the 1944 campaign was the bitterest of his career. Fundamental questions of grand strategy remained unresolved in the Pacific. Would MacArthur be given the green light to liberate all of the Philippines, including the main northern island of Luzon? Would Ernest King win his case for seizing Formosa? Should the Americans land on the coast of mainland China? And if so, would that lead to a wider direct involvement of U.S. forces in the Sino-Japanese War? More broadly, what was to be the endgame against Japan? Could Japan be persuaded to accept terms of surrender prior to a bloody invasion? What role might Hirohito, the Showa emperor, play in the war's final act? These were complicated and immensely important decisions, and they could not be postponed indefinitely. Nor could the presidential election calendar be moved. Come hell or high water, the voters would go to the polls on the first Tuesday in November. Inevitably, the big strategic issues looming in the Pacific would be decided in a political season, and they would be viewed through the prism of politics, by contemporaries at the time, and by historians ever since. Chapter 1. After dark on the night of July 13, 1944, President Roosevelt and his traveling entourage were driven to an underground rail siding on 14th Street in Washington, where they boarded a private train, the Presidential Special. With the help of porters and Secret Service agents, FDR moved into his stateroom on Pullman No. 1, the last car on the train. Eleanor Roosevelt moved into another stateroom on the same car, and Admiral William D. Leahy, the White House Chief of Staff and an old friend of the Roosevelts, moved into a third. As the train rolled north through Maryland cornfields, the party slept soundly in their swaying bunks. Pullman No. 1 was elegant and sumptuous, with oak panels, plush green carpets, mahogany furniture, and overstuffed chairs. It was also a virtual rolling battleship. The car's undercarriage was armored with 12-inch steel plate, enough to shield it against a large bomb planted in the roadbed. Its plexiglass windows were 3 inches thick and would stop a .50 caliber round fired at point-blank range. The sides carried enough steel to stand up to a medium-sized artillery shell. Pullman No. 1 weighed 142 tons, almost twice the weight of a standard car, but it was designed to draw no attention to itself and looked no different from any other Pullman private car. The forthcoming trip would take the president to Chicago and San Diego, thence by sea to Hawaii, Alaska, and Puget Sound, and finally back across the continent by rail. The journey would last 35 days, one of the longest of his presidency. Its highlight would be a 4-day visit to Oahu, Hawaii, during which time FDR would tour military installations and confer with his Pacific Theater commanders, General MacArthur and Admiral Nimitz, about their next moves in the war against Japan. Just 2 days earlier, FDR had surprised no one with the long-expected announcement that he would seek re-election to an unprecedented 4th term in office. He told the press that he had no choice, because if the people command me to continue in this office and in this war, I have as little right to withdraw as the soldier has to leave his post in the line. The president's train would stop briefly in Chicago, where the Democratic National Convention was underway. The GOP had met 2 weeks earlier, also in Chicago, nominating Governor Dewey as their standard-bearer. Given the political season, the forthcoming trip would be denounced by FDR's political rivals as an extended campaign event. In peacetime, the presidential train had carried up to 40 members of the press corps. Now only 3 correspondents representing the 3 major wire services were permitted to come along on the trip, and their reporting was embargoed until the White House authorized release, usually after about a 1-week delay. Wartime security provided the justification for these measures, but the press resented being kept in the dark about the president's whereabouts, especially when he appeared before crowds numbering in the tens of thousands. The president was unmoved by their complaints, even seeming to relish the pretext to get the press out of his hair. Quite frankly, he told Steve Early, "I regard freedom of the press as one of the world's most microscopic problems." When the White House correspondents demanded to know his travel itinerary, FDR relayed his sarcastic reply through Early. "What do you want to do? Watch me take a bath or go with me to the toilet?" Beginning in the spring of 1944, FDR and his circle had a compelling new reason to keep the press at bay. His health had taken a turn for the worse, and Washington was pulsating with rumors that he did not have the strength to remain in office. His pallor was gray, his eyes sunken and glassy, his voice wan and raspy. He had a nasty hacking cough. His lips and fingernails had a sickly bluish tint. Asked how he felt, the president answered, "Like hell or rotten." In March 1944, a Navy cardiologist, Dr. Howard Bruin, had found severely elevated blood pressure and diagnosed an acute case of congestive heart failure. Given the treatment options available in the 1940s, the patient's chances of living through another 4-year presidential term were not good. The median survival rate after such a diagnosis was less than 2 years. Bruin later said that if his patient had been anyone other than the commander-in-chief of a nation at war, he would have insisted on retirement from office and immediate hospitalization. But the only doctor authorized to speak publicly about the president's health was his personal physician, the Surgeon General of the Navy, Vice Admiral Ross T. McIntyre, who told the press that FDR was in better health than at any time since he came into office in 1933. McIntyre's jaunty reassurances were a medical masquerade that would continue until and beyond the president's death the following year. Bruin later confessed that he and his colleagues had thrust aside medical ethics to answer a higher patriotic calling. FDR was the single most important person in the world. His role in leading the global Allied coalition was seen as indispensable. He was the linchpin of plans and negotiations to create a stable post-war order. Axis propaganda had made a fetish out of physical virility and strength, and had tried to make the wheelchair-bound Roosevelt a symbol of Western democratic decrepitude. His domestic political adversaries had spread rumors that he was in poor health, and would pounce on any evidence that the rumors were true. For all of these reasons, Dr. Bruin's diagnosis was treated as a state secret, and reporters and photographers were rarely permitted into FDR's presence. On the presidential special, the 3 wire service correspondents, whom the president cheerfully denounced as cutthroats, vultures, or ghouls, were not permitted within 3 cars of Pullman number 1. Usually they could be found in the club car, killing time at the bar, or the card tables. After a brief stop in the Hudson Valley where the Roosevelts spent the day at their home in Hyde Park, they were back aboard the presidential special by evening on the 14th. That night, the train traveled the entire length of the New York Central Railroad. At noon the following day, it came to rest at the 55th Street Coach Yard in Chicago, where it would remain for 2 hours while Roosevelt met with Robert Hannigan, chairman of the Democratic National Committee. A majority of the party was determined to be rid of the sitting Vice President, Henry Wallace, and Roosevelt bowed to their wishes. The story of how Senator Harry S. Truman landed on the Democratic ticket has been recounted elsewhere and need not be repeated here. Suffice it to say that it was an odd result, surprising even to the president's inner circle. After a short meeting with Hannigan, FDR signed a letter agreeing to either of two prospective running mates: Supreme Court Justice William O. Douglas or Truman. The original letter named the two men in that order, Douglas or Truman. But at the last moment before the train pulled out of Chicago, Hannigan emerged from the president's private compartment and asked FDR's secretary, Grace Tully, to retype the letter with the order of names reversed. FDR thus effectively chose his successor in a seemingly spontaneous seat-of-the-pants exchange with the DNC chairman, even though his doctors had reason to doubt that he could survive another term in office. This historically momentous stopover in Chicago lasted all of 2 hours. Before nightfall, the presidential special was on its way again, bound for Topeka, Kansas, and points west on the Rock City Railroad. For the next 3 days, the train meandered through the Great Plains and the desert regions of the Southwest. Its speed rarely exceeded 35 miles per hour, partly because Roosevelt found the ride more comfortable at that imperial pace, but also because he wanted to deliver his speech accepting the party's nomination from a naval base in San Diego, and the exact timing of his nomination was uncertain. At that speed, the train's batteries would not recharge, so it stopped often at local sidings to plug into charging stations. FDR was sleeping well each night, a vital consideration for his health. Travel had always done wonders for his spirits. He was invigorated by the peaceful ritual of watching the country roll past while identifying towns and other landmarks on a map he kept in his lap. He impressed his staff and companions by citing esoteric details of local history, and seemed to possess an encyclopedic recall of his past electoral performance in each local voting precinct. Police and local troops maintained a heavy presence along the route, guarding all trestles, junctions, bridges, and tunnels. Where highways ran parallel to the tracks, Army jeeps and trucks motored along in company. Naturally curious, the soldiers stared into the windows of the president's car, hoping to catch a glimpse of the Commander-in-Chief, the First Lady, or Fala, their famous little black Scottish terrier. Advance notice of the train's approach spread by word of mouth to the stations ahead. On the sweltering afternoon of July 16th, at the train station in El Reno, Oklahoma, Eleanor Roosevelt was seen walking Fala on a leash up and down the platform. Word spread quickly through the town, and a crowd of about 500 curiosity seekers converged on the station. More were arriving when the train departed an hour later. Besides the First Lady and Admiral Leahy, the presidential entourage included a long list of military aides, a medical team including McIntyre, Bruin, and 2 other doctors, the speechwriter Sam Rosenman, WWII Chief Elmer Davis, Major General Pa Watson, Rear Admiral Wilson Brown, and Grace Tully. There was the usual large wartime detail of Secret Service agents, Navy porters, railroad employees, and the 3 ghouls of the wire services. Near the front of the train, behind the locomotive and the baggage car, was a windowless communications car manned by the Army Signal Corps, an intricate warren of cables, tubes, electrical panels, and decoding machines. From here, the signalman maintained constant secure contact with the White House map room through shortwave and radio teletype. Lieutenant William Rigdon, a junior naval aide, spent much of the transcontinental journey walking the 15 cars between the communications car and the president's private car, a journey of nearly a quarter of a mile. He carried messages through a series of roomette cars, upper and lower berth Pullman cars, the club car, the dining car, and more roomette cars, and finally past the armed plainclothesmen who guarded the president's car, always the last on the train. At 2 o'clock in the morning on July 19th, the presidential special pulled up to a siding at the Marine Corps base in San Diego. The party would spend 3 days here at the nation's great West Coast naval bastion, touring local military facilities. The Roosevelts visited their son James and his family, who were living across the bay in Coronado. FDR and his retinue reviewed amphibious training exercises of 2 Marine regimental combat teams of the 5th Marine Division in Oceanside, California, 40 miles north of San Diego. This was a highly realistic live-fire practice landing, including lots of heavy armor and advanced landing craft. It was a valuable education, both for the president and his senior military aides. The Pacific Island hopping campaign was a new kind of war, and large-scale amphibious maneuvers of the kind they saw in Oceanside had been unknown in peacetime. Leahy was particularly impressed with the close coordination of naval fire and air support with the landing teams. On July 20th, the Democratic Convention in Chicago nominated the president for a fourth term. With the train sitting at the Marine Corps Railroad siding, Roosevelt gave a 15-minute acceptance speech, which was broadcast to the convention by radio. Afterwards, he reread some of the highlights for the newsreel cameraman. At a little before 9 o'clock, Eleanor Roosevelt bid the party goodbye and left to catch a military flight back to Washington. The president, Leahy, and Fala transferred into a car for the short drive to the Broadway Pier, where the heavy cruiser Baltimore was berthed. The ship's crew had not been forewarned that President Roosevelt would be a passenger, but some had guessed the truth when wheelchair ramps were constructed in the corridors around the captain's quarters. Roosevelt moved into the captain's cabin, Leahy into the flag officer's cabin. The president, being mindful of the old seaman's superstition against beginning a sea voyage on a Friday, the ship waited until midnight to cast free her lines. 5 destroyers followed the darkened cruiser as she headed down the long mine-swept ship channel to the open sea. The formation set a base course of 243 degrees with cruising speed of 22 knots and vanished into the offing. In March 1944, the Joint Chiefs had ordered MacArthur and Nimitz to cooperate in seizing Palau, a group of Japanese-held islands in southern Micronesia, with a deadline of September 15th, and Mindanao, the big southern island of the Philippines, with a deadline of November 15th. But the chiefs remained undecided about the major moves to follow in early 1945. As always, the Philippines were the cynosure of MacArthur's war, and he continued to press Washington to endorse his preferred southern line of attack. He wanted to concentrate all available U.S. forces, including the Pacific Fleet, to liberate the northern island of Luzon, including the capital city of Manila, before undertaking any further amphibious invasions to the north. Admiral King and most of the internal JCS planners preferred to bypass Luzon and aim their next major thrust at the island of Formosa, Taiwan. A March 12th dispatch to the 2 Pacific Theater commanders had laid bare the disagreement, directing both headquarters to prepare contingency plans for occupation of Formosa, target date 15 February 1945, or occupation of Luzon should such operations prove necessary prior to the move on Formosa, target date 15 February 1945. As the Baltimore carried the president to Hawaii, invasion forces were in the process of seizing the Mariana Islands of Saipan, Guam, and Tinian. In the Battle of the Philippine Sea, June 19th to 20th, 1944, a naval air battle west of the Marianas, the Japanese had lost about 300 aircraft and 3 aircraft carriers. With its sea links to the southern resource areas under increasing assault, the economic and military foundations of the Japanese imperialist project were beginning to crumble. Although the regime in Tokyo was not prepared to face facts, the loss of the Marianas and the destruction of its carrier air power marked Japan's irreversible strategic defeat in the Pacific War. The final phase of the campaign had begun, and the supreme question loomed: how to force the Japanese leadership to admit defeat and to accept the terms of peace offered. Unconditional surrender? The Americans knew they could take either path at this fork in the road, Luzon or Formosa, and be sure of victory. It was a proverbial high-class problem, but it presented war planners with many-sided strategic and technical complexities, and it had produced a confounding array of opinions both in Washington and in the Pacific. In other words, it was a close call. In early 1943, the planning arm of the JCS had circulated a strategic plan for the defeat of Japan. This document envisioned a vital role for China in the last stage of the Pacific War, as a base for bombing raids against Japan and as a source of infantry manpower to destroy the Japanese armies in Asia and, if necessary, the Japanese home islands. To carry it off, the Allies would need to land on the coast of mainland China, and the island of Formosa seemed to offer the key that would unlock the continent's front door. This China-centric vision of the Pacific Endgame created momentum in Washington for the Navy's preferred Central Pacific line of attack, which ran through Micronesia, the Marianas, and Formosa. The most influential in-house JCS planning body was the Joint Strategic Survey Committee, JSSC, a panel of gray eminences who reported directly to the chiefs. For much of the war, the JSSC was chaired by Lieutenant General Stanley D. Embick of the Army, who had graduated from West Point in 1899. The four principals of the JCS continued to show a certain degree of deference to the venerable old warriors on the JSSC, who offered advice unfettered by service rivalries or institutional biases. In November 1943, the JSSC had rendered a unanimous and unequivocal judgment that the Central Pacific Offensive was more important than MacArthur's South Pacific Campaign, because it offered the shorter route to Japan, and therefore, the key to the early defeat of Japan lies in all-out operations through the Central Pacific, with supporting operations on the northern and southern flanks, using all forces, naval, air, and ground, that can be maintained and employed profitably in these areas. MacArthur's impassioned dissent and his demands for a shift in emphasis to the southern route and the Philippines had consistently failed to move the JSSC. Each new study tended to reinforce the panel's past conclusions: that MacArthur's South Pacific campaign had become redundant, that the dispersal of effort in the Pacific risked prolonging the war, and that Japan's evident weakness invited a more direct assault upon the enemy's inner ring of defenses. In the committee's considered judgment, that pointed to Formosa. To his perpetual vexation, MacArthur could never rely on George Marshall to protect the parochial interests of his SWPA theater or to assign priority to his preferred route of attack through the South Pacific and the Philippines. The previous year, he had expressed himself in remarkably bald terms to his deputy, General Richard Sutherland, who was on his way to Washington. Emphasize to Marshall that he can control the situation through his allocation of the air and ground forces which are necessary for operations in Pacific. Without these Army resources, the Navy will be helpless. If he will send here the air and ground reinforcements instead of sending men to the Navy areas, he can accomplish the desired purpose by indirection. It is not known how much of that appeal was conveyed by Sutherland to Marshall, but the Army Chief of Staff was never temperamentally inclined to act by indirection, defined by Webster's as a lack of straightforwardness or openness. Marshall was not blind to the service rivalries in the Pacific, but he never saw the campaign as a zero-sum struggle between the Army and Navy or between MacArthur and Nimitz, and he was always willing to consider the merits of a more direct route of attack on the Japanese homeland. As for leaving the Navy helpless, a mere glance at a map of the Pacific was enough to grasp the likely consequences. In June 1944, spurred by the JSSC's forceful arguments, Marshall urged MacArthur to let go of outmoded assumptions and to re-examine the entire Pacific chessboard with a fresh perspective. Given signs of Japanese weakness, was it not time to speed the tempo of the campaign? The strategy of bypassing strongly held islands had been a hallmark of MacArthur's successful South Pacific offensive. Why not apply the same logic to Luzon? If the Allies would eventually require a port on the coast of mainland China, perhaps it was better to take Formosa sooner rather than later. Marshall was even considering a bolder proposal then circulating among the JSC planners: a surprise landing on Kyushu, the southern island of Japan. In either case, Marshall told the SWPA commander, "We must be careful not to allow our personal feeling and Philippine political considerations to override our great objective, which is the early conclusion of the war with Japan." In my view, bypassing is in no way synonymous with abandonment. On the contrary, by the defeat of Japan at the earliest practicable moment, the liberation of the Philippines will be effected in the most expeditious and complete manner possible. But MacArthur disagreed entirely, arguing that liberating Luzon was necessary, both for strategic reasons and because we have a great national obligation to discharge. MacArthur's desire to liberate the Philippines was genuine, honorable, and deeply felt. But in the interest of a full accounting of this history, the following facts should be weighed in the balance. On February 13, 1942, in the command bunker on Corregidor, Philippine President Manuel Quezon signed an order transferring from Philippine Commonwealth Treasury funds the sums of $500,000 to MacArthur, $75,000 to Sutherland, and lesser amounts to two other senior officers on MacArthur's staff. The payments were described as compensation for past services in the U.S. military mission to the Philippines. The current-day equivalent of the sum paid to MacArthur was a cool $8 million. Because the Commonwealth Treasury funds were on deposit in New York, in accounts partly controlled by the U.S. government, the payments required the approval of Interior Secretary Harold Ickes. Marshall and Stimson knew what was happening and did not raise objections, or at any rate, did not act to stop the transactions. It is likely, based on the surviving paper trail, that President Roosevelt was informed. Later, after his escape to the United States, Quezon visited General Eisenhower in Washington and offered him an honorarium, the sum is not known, to compensate his past services in the Philippines. Eisenhower declined the offer, tactfully explaining that the danger of misapprehension or misunderstanding might operate to destroy whatever usefulness I may have to the Allied cause in the current war. The future European theater commander judged that the offer was improper under the circumstances and would be exposed to public scrutiny in the long run. He was right on both counts. Behind closed doors in the summer of 1944, Admiral King bluntly questioned MacArthur's competence as a military strategist. In his estimation, the SWPA commander had little knowledge of, or curiosity about, recent advances in amphibious warfare, which had lately proven its capacity to cross long ocean distances to seize strongly fortified enemy islands. MacArthur's past predictions of disaster in the Central Pacific had been discredited, but he continued to offer similarly dire prophecies about the Formosa operation. King had championed the South Pacific counteroffensive in 1942. Indeed, he had touched it off with his Guadalcanal operation, which had been opposed by MacArthur. But the southern line of attack, in King's view, had been justified only in the early part of the war, when the United States was not yet strong enough to fight across the heart of the Pacific. Now that Australia was secure and Allied forces had smashed through the Bismarck's barrier, it was time to wind down the southern offensive. Mindanao was the logical terminus for MacArthur's campaign. In one of King's regular off-the-record press briefings in Alexandria, he told the reporters that recapturing the Philippines was sentimentally desirable but eccentric, and would likely delay victory in the Pacific by 3 to 6 months. To Rear Admiral Daniel E. Barbie, MacArthur's amphibious fleet commander, King acidly remarked that MacArthur seemed more interested in making good his promise to return to the Philippines than in winning the war. On July 13th, Admiral King flew into Pearl Harbor in his Coronado flag seaplane, trailing a large entourage of staff officers. After 2 long days of conferences at SINCPAC headquarters, King and Nimitz boarded a twin-tailed Lockheed Lodestar and went island-hopping through the Marshalls, with stops at Kwajalein and Eniwetok, and thence to Saipan on July 17th. At Eslido Airfield, where fierce combat had raged just 2 weeks earlier, they were met on the tarmac by a delegation of military brass, press correspondents, and photographers, including General Holland Howland Mad Smith, the commander of the 5th Amphibious Corps, VAC, and Admiral Raymond Spruance, commander of the 5th Fleet. The island had been declared secure a week earlier, but small unit fighting was still underway in the more remote areas, and Japanese stragglers and holdouts numbered in the hundreds, perhaps even the thousands. King, who had not personally seen much of the combat zones in the Pacific, was keen to tour the island. Smith was concerned about snipers, but King insisted, so Smith detached 3 companies of Marines to protect the 2 4-star admirals. King and Nimitz sat together in the back of a jeep and were driven in a long motorcade up the main road on the west coast, through the rubble-strewn ruins of the towns of Garapan, Tanapag, and Chalankanoa. Although the burial details had been working in shifts, the sickly sweet reek of rotting corpses was pervasive and inescapable. After a month on Saipan, Smith and his troops had ceased to notice it. That afternoon, King, Nimitz, and Spruance rode a launch out to the 5th Fleet flagship Indianapolis, which lay about a mile offshore. After a photo session under the ship's 8-inch guns, they went together to the flag mess for an early supper. Spruance sat at the head of the table with King on his right and Nimitz on his left, and about a dozen other officers sat down the length of the table in descending order of rank and seniority. As dessert was served, a great black cloud of flies swarmed into the compartment through the open portholes. They had bred in the decomposing flesh of Saipan's thousands of still unburied dead, and had wafted out to the fleet on the prevailing breeze. The flies had been a problem for weeks, but the swarm that infested the Indianapolis that evening was the worst the crew had seen. They lit upon the table, the food, and the faces and hands of the men. They were hideously engorged, some nearly an inch long. According to Carl Moore, Spruance's chief of staff, the creatures would not buzz away at a waving hand. If they landed on a man's nose, they had to be pushed or picked off, and they'd be in your food and under your spectacles and into your ears and all over the place, and you kept thinking that they'd all been eating dead Japs and coming out to the ship for a little fresh air. The mess stewards closed the portholes, but it was too late. Glasses were knocked over as disgusted officers tried to bat the insects away. Chairs scraped on deck as they stood and retreated from the scene, forsaking the decorum normally observed in the presence of 4-star visitors. At some point that day, King asked Spruance about his preparations for Operation Causeway, the prospective invasion of Formosa. The 5th Fleet chief answered frankly, "I don't like Formosa." Instead, he proposed to seize Iwo Jima and Okinawa, in that order. Iwo was on the flight line between the Marianas and Tokyo. Possessing it would blunt Japanese counterstrikes by air. Okinawa was smaller than Formosa and thus more manageable. The island was of ideal size for Allied purposes, said Spruance, small enough to conquer in a matter of weeks, but large enough to serve as a base of operations against the Japanese home islands. It was strategically located along sea routes linking Japan to its southern resource territories. Okinawa offered many potential landing sites, so the defenders would not be able to concentrate their firepower against any one beach. The island could serve either as a stepping stone to the China coast or a launch pad for an invasion of Kyushu. But Okinawa was just 330 miles from Kyushu, so the amphibious fleet could count on massive and sustained air attacks. The closest bases of Allied support would be more than 1,000 miles away. The carrier task forces would be obliged to provide air protection, remaining in the area for a period of several weeks without intermission. Considering these challenges, King asked Spruance, "Can you do it?" Spruance replied that it could be done, so long as the logistics forces perfected the technique of transferring ammunition at sea. That was the one remaining hurdle that the 5th Fleet had not yet solved. But Spruance was convinced that it could be solved, and as usual, he was right. Because he was the fleet commander who would oversee the invasion, Spruance's view carried exceptional heft. But he was hardly alone. Opposition to Causeway was coalescing among influential players in the fleet, the amphibious forces, and Nimitz's headquarters. Many doubted whether Formosa was worth the immense effort. The invasion would rival the scale of the D-Day landings in Normandy. And if it turned out to be absolutely necessary to take Formosa, they told King, they would first need the airfields of Luzon and the fleet base at Manila Bay, so bypassing the Philippines was not an option. On the plane back to Hawaii on July 19th, King got an earful from Robert Mick Carney, Admiral Halsey's chief of staff, who called Formosa a time waster. Instead, said Carney, The build-up should be on Luzon, and we should flatten Formosa and bypass it. King asked, "Do you want to make a London out of Manila?" "No, Admiral," said Kearny. "What I'm thinking of is making another England out of Luzon." In a last round of conferences at SINCPAC headquarters on July 20th, King sat patiently while the Pacific Fleet planners registered their various objections to Formosa. Admiral John H. Towers, the deputy SINCPAC, stressed that neither Guam nor Saipan offered sufficient port facilities to mount an invasion force large enough to take the big Chinese island. That was even more true now that the Army Air Forces intended to base at least 12 B-29 air groups in the Marianas. The contemplated preparations for Operation Causeway, Towers warned, would probably require a cutback in the VLR B-29 program. That in turn would arouse the ire of General Henry Hap Arnold and the USAAF. In the face of these objections, King remained stubbornly committed to Causeway. But he did not attempt to use the power of his towering rank to suppress dissent among his colleagues. Contrary to his characterization in much of the historical literature, the CNO was not a caudillo. He insisted on a full airing of views and considered the counter-arguments in good faith. As Nimitz was wrapping up the talks, King turned to Kearny and asked him to repeat his objections to Formosa once more for the record, to be certain that they were entered into the conference minutes. One can scarcely imagine Douglas MacArthur soliciting the contrary views of a subordinate in such a setting. King had not been invited to remain in Hawaii for the president's visit. Indeed, he and Marshall had been specifically excluded from the proceedings. It was explained that FDR and Leahy wanted to hear the uninhibited views of the two Pacific Theater commanders, and that they were already fully acquainted with the views of the Joint Chiefs. But King resented being barred from this important Pacific Command summit. In his post-war memoir, he noted that Roosevelt had kicked off his re-election campaign immediately prior to the conference, and concluded that the president now wanted to show the voters that he was commander-in-chief. In King's absence, Nimitz would have to make the case for Causeway. King was concerned, with good reason, that Nimitz's heart was not really in the fight. The SINCPAC shared the misgivings expressed by his colleagues in the headquarters and in the fleet. Landing troops on the big Chinese island would not be wise, he warned King on July 24th, unless Japanese air power on nearby Luzon was first neutralized. Inability effectively to reduce or contain enemy air forces on Whitewash, Luzon, would render success of Causeway doubtful. Furthermore, Nimitz added, it might become necessary to occupy all of Formosa, rather than just the northern and southern coasts. If that proved true, he would need more of everything. More troops, more air groups, more shipping, and more naval power. And if the scale of the Formosa operation was to be expanded, the Americans would need larger and more proximate naval and air bases, which in turn pointed back to Luzon. King did not insist that the SINCPAC parrot his views on Formosa. He knew that FDR and Leahy expected the Pacific Fleet Chief to speak for himself. "I tried not to press him too much," said King, "because I was trained to let people think for themselves." But King feared that Nimitz would be overmatched against two of the shrewdest and most adroit arguers available. Nimitz was a good, sound man, but he wasn't even in the same class to be pitted with General MacArthur in that way, and of course Mr. Roosevelt was a past master. On July 24th, 2 days before the president's scheduled arrival in Pearl Harbor, King and his party boarded the Lockheed and took off for the mainland. They flew east over the Baltimore and her escorts, inbound for Oahu in the opposite direction. During her passage to Oahu, the Baltimore observed wartime cruising conditions, which meant constant zigzagging to foil enemy submarines and darkening the ship between dusk and dawn. The weather was cool with moderate swell and light breezes. Navy fighters and patrol planes were often seen patrolling overhead. The president spent most of the voyage in his cabin, sleeping and reading, replenishing his strength for the punishing schedule that lay ahead. He was briefed each day by Admiral Leahy. Most afternoons, he and Leahy sat for an hour or two on the flag bridge, taking in the sun and salt air. A movie was screened each evening in Leahy's cabin. Fala, as usual, was everyone's friend. Members of the crew slipped him snacks and snipped away locks of his hair as souvenirs, until the captain told them to desist. It would not do the Baltimore's reputation any good if the president's dog arrived in Hawaii overweight and looking as if he had the mange. Bill Leahy was a dignified figure with dark, watchful eyes crowned by shaggy eyebrows, a furrowed brow, and a bald pate. He was discreet, formal, and precise in speech and manner. Even while in uniform, he projected the bearing of a statesman or diplomat. Yet he had risen to serve as Chief of Naval Operations, CNO, the highest rank in the Navy, before his retirement from the service in 1939. FDR had thereafter named him Governor of Puerto Rico, then Ambassador to Vichy France. In 1942, the President had given serious consideration to making Leahy the Supreme Commander in the Pacific, with authority over both MacArthur and Nimitz. Instead, he was returned to active duty as a four-star admiral and named Military Chief of Staff to the President, in which capacity he also served as one of 4 members of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Leahy was the senior American military officer of the Second World War, as determined by rank and date of original commission. He was the first admiral or general in the nation's history to receive a 5th star. His influence shaped every major military and foreign policy decision of the war. But Leahy was also one of Franklin D. Roosevelt's oldest and most trusted friends, a member of his loyal inner circle who worked in the East Wing of the White House and spent most of his waking hours at the president's side. His role as the president's constant daily companion had recently expanded, because the White House aide Harry Hopkins, who had functioned as Leahy's civilian counterpart and was likewise personally close to FDR, had been sidelined by terminal stomach cancer. Before the National Security Act of 1947, the JCS had no statutory charter and no official chairman. There was no formal nominating process, and Senate confirmation was not required. Leahy's role is sometimes described as a precursor to that of chairman of the JCS, for he did not possess the formal powers of a modern-day chairman. It appears that Leahy was simply added to the committee by the unanimous concurrence of FDR and his service chiefs. In recognition of his seniority, the other chiefs acclaimed him as their de facto chairman. These decisions were spontaneous and ad hoc. It is worth dwelling for a moment on these dry particulars, because they illuminate the persistent confusion in the historical literature about Leahy's role in the war. The admiral is alternately named as White House Chief of Staff or Chairman of the Joint Chiefs. Both jobs exist to this day, but they are vastly different, and a single individual would never occupy them simultaneously. So what was Leahy exactly? Was he a mere staffer? A dependable loyalist? A sophisticated message runner? FDR's best friend? Or was he really the almighty chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff? The answer seems to be that Bill Leahy was all of these things. He was the president's alter ego, especially in the last year of FDR's life. But he was also deeply respected by his fellow Joint Chiefs as a strategist, a former CNO, and a global statesman. The JCS made policy by consensus rather than by majority vote. At the very least, therefore, Leahy was one of 4 equal voices in this powerful quartet. When and if the chiefs failed to muddle through to a unanimous decision, their deadlock would be appealed to the commander-in-chief, to whom Leahy was the principal link. Most exchanges between FDR and Leahy occurred behind closed doors, in face-to-face meetings that produced no written record. Consequently, it is not always evident how their minds interacted. The conundrum is exacerbated by Leahy's innate modesty and reserve. He was shy of publicity and seemingly indifferent to his place in history. In the scholarly and biographical literature, he tends to vanish into FDR's shadow. No doubt he would have been pleased. On the morning of July 26th, lookouts sighted Molokai, a brown lump of land about 50 miles off the port bow. An aerial escort of 18 Navy planes droned in from the west and circled low over the Baltimore. The weather was fair, the sea smooth, the breezes light and variable. Diamond Head, a rugged headland, rose from the sea ahead and marched to eastward, gradually uncovering the long white arc of Waikiki Beach and the city of Honolulu. Oahu's steep green mountains soared majestically over the scene. Off the Pearl Harbor entrance channel, the Baltimore lay to, while the tugboat delivered the harbor pilot and a welcoming party of military brass and civilians, including Admiral Nimitz, Lieutenant General Robert C. Richardson, Jr., commander of Army forces in Nimitz's theater, and Hawaii's territorial governor, Ingram M. Steinbach. As the Baltimore crept into the crowded anchorage, it was clear that Pearl Harbor had been turned out to welcome the commander-in-chief. The sky overhead was darkened by hundreds of Navy carrier planes flying in wingtip formation. Warships in the harbor were dressed, that is, festooned with pennants on lines that ran from the bow up to the masthead and aft to the stern. The crews were manning rails, dressed in white uniforms, standing to attention, spaced at 6 to 8 foot intervals and facing outward with hands clasped behind their backs. There had been no formal announcement of the president's visit, but rumors and speculation had circulated widely. Since secrecy was evidently a lost cause, the presidential flag was hauled up the Baltimore's main. At 3:00 p.m., a harbor tug nudged the Baltimore into her berth against a concrete seawall, just astern of the renowned aircraft carrier Enterprise. On the pier, a party of about 24 admirals and generals waited by the gangway. The admirals wore dress whites, the Marine generals wore green, the Army generals wore khaki. Rarely, if ever, had so much brass been concentrated in one place. Behind them, corralled behind barricades, was an immense crowd of military personnel and civilian workers, numbering perhaps 20,000. The officers mounted the gangway and were received on deck without honors. The ritual had been suspended because it would have caused excessive delays in the afternoon schedule. The delegation was escorted up to the bridge deck veranda, where FDR and Leahy had been chatting with Nimitz and Richardson. Introductions, handshakes, and small talk followed. Meanwhile, on the weather deck, Navy photographers and a film crew were setting up equipment for a photo shoot scheduled for 4 o'clock. General MacArthur's absence was conspicuous. His plane had arrived an hour earlier at nearby Hickam Field. Nimitz's deputy, Admiral Towers, had met the plane before coming aboard the Baltimore. But MacArthur had declined to accompany Towers directly to the Navy Yard, choosing instead to go to General Richardson's house at Fort Shafter, where he would lodge during the conference. That bordered upon a breach of protocol. On the Baltimore's bridge, Towers discreetly relayed to Nimitz and Richardson the message given by MacArthur, to convey to the President that he was at General Richardson's quarters awaiting further instructions as to when he should pay his respects. This message was passed to Leahy and the President. The party waited about 20 minutes, the awkwardness growing palpable. Then FDR turned to General Richardson and asked, "Will you get hold of him?" Richardson agreed and left the ship to fetch the missing SWPA commander. According to his pilot, Welton Dusty Rhodes, MacArthur had barely slept during the 28-hour flight from Australia. His aircraft, a new Douglas C-54 Skymaster, was fitted with a comfortable cot, but MacArthur did not use it. He was tense and irritable, but showed no sign of fatigue. He paced indefatigably up and down the aisle for hours at a time. During a refueling stop in New Caledonia, MacArthur noted that it was the first time since the start of the war that he had set foot on soil outside his command area. That was true, but only because he had declined all previous invitations to planning conferences in Noumea or Pearl Harbor. While the C-54 was flying through inky darkness, Rhodes left the cockpit in the care of his co-pilot and went back to the main cabin to sit with the general, who started one of his characteristic monologues, to which I was not expected to reply. MacArthur told the pilot that he had no idea why he was being summoned to meet the president, but the possible results of the pending conference could run the gamut, all the way from his being removed from his command, to his commands being reduced in order to provide a holding action in New Guinea, to his being given the green light, together with men and equipment, to mount an assault on the Philippines. Assuming that Roosevelt intended to use him as a prop for his re-election campaign, MacArthur grumbled that he would be dragooned into posing for publicity pictures and said he hoped that, Since he had been ordered to make this long trip and suffered some indignities thereon, the purpose would be more useful than that. After a second fueling stop at Canton Island before dawn, the plane took off for the final leg into Hickam Field. It arrived over Oahu at 2:30 p.m., just as the Baltimore was in the offing. The whole regal scene opened up in a panorama beneath them. Rhodes noted that they could see the sky literally filled with aircraft that had just become airborne and were maneuvering and assembling to fly a review for the president, approaching in the cruiser off Diamond Head. On the tarmac at Hickam Field, Admiral Towers met the plane and proposed that they go immediately to the Navy Yard to greet the Commander-in-Chief. MacArthur refused, noting that he had traveled a long way and wanted to wash up and change into a clean uniform. He told Towers, "I am going to my quarters. When the President wants me later, he may send for me." Then he walked briskly to a waiting automobile, which took him to Fort Shafter. MacArthur's tardy arrival on board the Baltimore is one of the most familiar scenes of the Pacific War. Sam Rosenman, a longtime FDR aide and speechwriter, recalled that MacArthur's arrival was heralded by a chorus of sirens, and there raced onto the dock and screeched to a stop a motorcycle escort and the longest open car I have ever seen. In the front was a chauffeur in khaki, and in the back one lone figure, MacArthur. There were no aides or attendants. The car traveled some distance around the open space and stopped at the gangplank. Every other flag and general officer involved in the ceremony was turned out in immaculate dress uniform. MacArthur, in the heat of a Hawaiian summer afternoon, wore his famous brown leather flight jacket over khaki. The corncob pipe was not in evidence on this occasion, but he wore his familiar aviator sunglasses and his battered Philippine field marshal's cap with a mass of scrambled eggs, gold braid above the visor. He stood out from his fellows, as he always arranged it, said a naval officer who watched the scene from the patio of a nearby officers' club. He was truly a caricature of a caricature, but being the ranking officer and popular old hero that he was, he could get away with it. When the immense crowd behind the barriers caught sight of him, they sent up a roaring ovation. MacArthur waved, climbed the Baltimore's gangway, and then paused a moment to let the multitude have another good look at him. Then he stepped aboard the ship to the whistle of the boatswain's pipe, returned the salute of the officer of the deck, OOD, and went up to meet the President. On the bridge deck, FDR took MacArthur's hand and greeted him as Douglas. The general would later say that he was annoyed to be addressed in that familiar manner. Having been away from Washington for so long, MacArthur may have forgotten that the President generally called everyone by their first name, including all of his military chiefs, while expecting to be addressed in turn as Mr. President. But if MacArthur was offended, he seems to have concealed it well. The bridge was crowded with eyewitnesses, but none noted any sign of strain. Moreover, he reciprocated by addressing the President as Franklin. Roosevelt did not flinch at this effrontery, and they remained Douglas and Franklin for the remainder of the conference. Eyeing MacArthur's careworn leather jacket, Admiral Leahy asked, "Douglas, why don't you wear the right kind of clothes when you come up here to see us?" "Well," replied MacArthur, "you haven't been where I came from, and it's cold up there in the sky." The reply was a non sequitur, since the general had already returned to his quarters for the stated purpose of bathing and changing into a fresh uniform. But Leahy's remark was friendly badinage, and MacArthur took it in that spirit. According to Rosenman, it was FDR who kidded MacArthur about the jacket, observing that, "It's darn hot today," to which the SWPA chief replied, "Well, I've just landed from Australia. It's pretty cold there." Rosenman's version has been more widely cited, but Leahy's is more credible. He was an old friend of MacArthur's, for whom such teasing would come naturally. He was a fellow officer senior to MacArthur, and thus more likely to call attention to his uniform. The self-effacing Leahy claimed the words as his own, whereas Rosenman's account was probably an innocent mistake. He witnessed the exchange, but later misremembered who had spoken. The photo shoot was now running about 30 minutes behind schedule, so the party moved down to the Baltimore's weather deck, where Navy photographers and camera crews had set up their equipment. It was customary for cameramen to wait for FDR to be situated before taking pictures or rolling film. But in this case, a brief 16mm film clip captured an image of FDR being pushed in his wheelchair. The footage is believed to be the only such surviving motion picture image. MacArthur was seated to FDR's right, Nimitz to his left, and Leahy to Nimitz's left. The four men posed for a round of photos. Then Leahy withdrew and the president was filmed and photographed with the two Pacific Theater commanders. In the silent film footage, FDR chats amiably into MacArthur's left ear, while the general stares impassively back into the camera's lens. For a moment he appears deeply uncomfortable, as if he would rather be anywhere else. But then Roosevelt says something that appears to amuse MacArthur, and the general turns to respond with a warm grin. At that moment, a terrier-shaped dark silhouette ambles into the frame from MacArthur's right, passes under their chairs, and continues out of the frame a few feet to Nimitz's left. When it was the turn of Governor Steinbach to be photographed with the president, MacArthur and Nimitz vacated their chairs. A subsequent film clip caught MacArthur off to one side, chatting with General Richardson. MacArthur uses a handkerchief to mop sweat from his face and neck. He appears uncomfortably hot, but the leather flight jacket stays on. Every great actor knows the value of his wardrobe. As the photographers and film crews finished their work, the officers began to leave the ship. FDR was wheeled onto a small wooden platform ringed with rails. The entire platform was lifted from the Baltimore's deck by one of the ship's cranes and slowly lowered to the pier. A naval officer who watched the process imagined that the crane operator must have been sweating blood. A Marine Guard and brass band rendered honors as Roosevelt was helped into the back of the red convertible touring car. In his diary, Leahy described being accompanied off the base by a large police escort and driving to Honolulu through lines of soldiers and a cheering populace. The presidential party was quartered on Waikiki Beach in a cream-colored stucco villa surrounded by soaring palm trees. The palatial mansion had once belonged to Chris Holmes, heir to the Fleischmann yeast fortune. During the war, it was leased to the military to provide lodging for VIPs and visiting brass. Security was heavy. A company of Marines guarded the walls and gate. Patrol boats hovered offshore. The coming 3-day schedule would be long and exhausting, and the doctors insisted that the president go to bed early. After a private dinner with aides, he slept 9 hours to the music of surf crashing on the nearby beach. MacArthur and Richardson dined at the latter's Fort Shafter residence, and afterward retired to their bedrooms. At 11:45 p.m., however, MacArthur sent word to Richardson, who was already in bed, that he would like to continue their conversation. "We sat up and talked until about 4 o'clock in the morning," Richardson recorded in his diary. "He did most of the talking as I was dead tired." It is worth pausing to note that based upon the contemporaneous diary entries of Rhodes and Richardson, it appears that MacArthur went 2 consecutive nights with little sleep on the eve of the most important command conference of the war. Referring to his recent misadventure in presidential politics, the SWPA commander protested that he had been the subject of such vigorous attacks when he had nothing in God's world to gain now, that he was not at all ambitious and only wanted to do his duty. MacArthur ranged over personal territory, speaking sadly of his first marriage, doomed to failure, and sounded melancholy when he reflected that all he had left was his present wife, a little southern gal, and his little boy. Presumably, MacArthur must have slept at least a few hours before returning to the Holmes Villa on Thursday morning. From there, he would accompany the President, Leahy, and Nimitz on a long day of inspection tours around Oahu. The party climbed into a large black hardtop sedan, Leahy in front, Nimitz wedged between Roosevelt and MacArthur in back, and departed at 11:15. Their route took them west, through the Marine Corps Air Station at Eva, the naval installations around Barber's Point, and the ammunition depot at WWII. They passed a prisoner of war enclosure where Japanese prisoners stared curiously through the wire. At the supply depots, they drove down long, narrow alleys between walls of crates stacked 30 or 40 feet high. The crates were filled with ammunition, provisions, and every conceivable commodity, all awaiting transshipment to new advanced bases in the Western Pacific. Oahu had become the ultimate showcase of the phenomenal power and scale of the American military juggernaut. The president was surprised by how much the island had developed since his previous visit in 1934. It seemed scarcely possible, he later told reporters, that any place could change as much as the island of Oahu has. A decade earlier, vacant or cultivated land had been abundant even on the plains surrounding Pearl Harbor and Honolulu. Now, newly built military bases and residential districts abutted one another directly, separated only by chain-link fences. Escorted by a long motorcade of jeeps and motorcycles stretching to about a quarter of a mile, the car carrying the president and his 3 companions drove up the sparsely populated WWII coast through green cane fields and native wildflowers. Even here, on the most isolated rural roads of the West Oahu backcountry, they encountered sentries who stood to attention by the roadside, their hands raised to their helmets in salute. At midday, the motorcade climbed a steep, winding blacktop road to Kolekole Pass, high in the Waianae Mountains, where they took in a magnificent vista of Pearl Harbor and the many air bases spread out on the plain to the southeast. Here they were met by General Richardson in the red Packard touring car, and the cameras were turned off as FDR was carried by Mike Riley, head of the Secret Service detail, from one vehicle to the other. The afternoon's itinerary would take them to Schofield Barracks, Oahu's largest Army base. FDR's visit was supposed to have been a secret, but the news had spread widely by word of mouth. The route into Schofield was lined with soldiers, and just behind them, crowded 3 or 4 deep, a host of cheering civilians. It seemed as if the entire population of Oahu not only knew that the president was on the island, but had somehow learned the route of his motorcade, and had turned out with the enthusiasm of spectators at a ticker tape parade. Families brought picnic baskets and folding beach chairs. Young children perched on their fathers' shoulders. School-age boys and girls climbed banyan trees and sat in the branches where they could see over the heads of those in front. Hawaii was a melting pot of many Asian and Pacific races and ethnicities, as well as haole, whites, and various others, but all equally craned their necks for a glimpse of the long red car with the twin American flags mounted on the front fenders, and the man in the back seat wearing a rumpled cream-colored linen suit and Panama hat. Riley called the visit the worst-kept secret I have ever known, and half expected one of the warplanes patrolling overhead to skywrite, "Welcome, Franklin D. Roosevelt." He did not like the open touring car, observing that it would pass within 30 or 40 feet of thousands of spectators. Seated among the uniformed officers in the car, Roosevelt was easily identified even from a distance. Japanese Americans represented Hawaii's single largest ethnic group, with a population of nearly 150,000. Even if the overwhelming majority were loyal, and by 1944 it was abundantly clear that this was so, it would take just one assassin to lob a grenade from the roadside, killing at a stroke both Pacific Theater commanders, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, and the President of the United States. The burly Riley stood on the Packard's running board, leaned protectively over FDR, and kept his eye on the crowd. But there was no sign of trouble, and Japanese Americans appeared to cheer as ardently as their fellow citizens. Despite all that had passed between them, Roosevelt and MacArthur seemed pleased to be in each other's company. Each must have enjoyed the heady novelty of spending the day with the only other American whose national stature and popularity was on a par with his own. The impression is reinforced by the comments of eyewitnesses and by the film footage. Rigdon wrote that FDR was particularly fond of General MacArthur and seemed genuinely glad to see him again, for the first time in 7 years. Dr. McIntyre had often heard FDR talk about MacArthur with sincere admiration, referring to him as a friend and military genius. On MacArthur's part, he recorded in his memoir that they talked of everything but the war, of our old carefree days when life was simpler and gentler, of many things that had disappeared in the mists of time. Not having seen the president in many years, MacArthur was taken aback by his diminished appearance. He predicted accurately that FDR would not survive another term in office. But after watching the president lifted like a child and carried from wheelchair to car and back again, the general marveled at the spiritual strength Roosevelt obviously possessed in order to retain his mental acumen and wit in the face of evident physical deterioration. In the silent motion picture footage, the two men appear to evince sincere fondness for one another. Seated in the back of the car on the parade ground at Schofield, they seem lost in private conversation, their faces close together, each grinning broadly, like a pair of mischievous boys cooking up a prank. At some unrecorded quip of the president's, both erupt into full-throated laughter. Perhaps that was the moment, one can only speculate, when MacArthur asked about the upcoming election, and FDR replied, with deadpan earnestness, that he had not given the matter a single moment's thought. "I threw back my head and laughed," MacArthur later told Eichelberger. He looked at me and then broke into a laugh himself and said, "If the war in Germany ends before the election, I will not be re-elected." At some point in the day, MacArthur remarked that FDR was the overwhelming favorite of U.S. troops in Australia, which was certainly true. Roosevelt told MacArthur that he, MacArthur, would have made a good president if all had gone differently. Now that Dewey was the Republican nominee, it cost the president nothing to pay his rival this compliment. It is reasonable to infer that the feelings on both sides were mixed. Perhaps they were politicians merely playing to the cameras. But they may also have been genuinely stirred by the awareness that they were making history in the heart of America's great Pacific stronghold amidst the acclamations of thousands in a summit of warlords who knew that they would soon be masters of the Pacific. Entering the front gate to Schofield at 12:35 p.m., the motorcade passed through seemingly endless files of tanks and other armored vehicles, through hangars and down the long plane-lined taxiways of Wheeler Field, and past the post hospital, where Japanese-American soldiers wounded in Italy saluted from the third-floor windows. The route was lined by soldiers standing to attention, their hands fixed to their helmets in salute. The 7th Infantry Division, 14,000 strong, was drawn up in ranks on the Schofield parade ground. The red touring car drove up onto a wooden platform specially constructed for the purpose, and the president gave a short speech without leaving the vehicle. Fumbling with the microphone, he asked a technician to assist, but the device was already live, so FDR's befuddled queries were broadcast to thousands of men standing in ranks. MacArthur, Nimitz, and Leahy, still seated in the car with the president, wore their best poker faces. The day's public schedule concluded at 4:30 p.m., and all returned to their respective quarters. But MacArthur and Nimitz were back at the Holmes Villa on Waikiki for dinner that evening. They were joined by Bill Halsey, who was preparing to take command of the fleet the following month, and Wilson Brown, who was, like Halsey, a veteran carrier task force commander. The six dined in the mansion's grand dining room, attended by Filipino mess stewards. After dinner, Halsey and Brown departed, and the remaining four discussed the war in a casual way for about 2 hours. At midnight they adjourned, but the formal conference had been scheduled for the following morning, Friday, July 28th, in the same location. So after an overnight intermission, MacArthur, Nimitz, Leahy, and the President reconvened in the mansion's airy parlor, this time with a band of Army and Navy photographers and a motion picture crew. The Pacific Fleet intelligence staff had prepared the room with large wall maps of the Philippines and the Western Pacific. The session began with a 15-minute posed photo session in which FDR and Leahy looked on as Nimitz and MacArthur took turns holding a bamboo pointer up to the map. Flashbulbs popped, and the film crew moved around in the background trying different angles. The four men were patient while the cameramen did their work, cooperating willingly in posing for the scene. All were public figures well accustomed to the ritual. When it was Nimitz's turn with the pointer, he moved it from Saipan to Guam to Tokyo to the lower part of Japan's inland sea. But when MacArthur took it, he held it unmoving on the island of Luzon, his supreme objective in the Philippines. No minutes were kept of this historic debate at Waikiki. Once the film crew and photographers had finished their work and cleared the room, no staff were invited to remain. Accordingly, scholars and historians have been obliged to rely upon first- and second-hand recollections of the four participants. The record is thin. FDR gave a thumbnail synopsis to the historian Samuel Eliot Morison several months after the fact. Leahy recorded a brief summary in his diary and set out the issues in a memorandum to his fellow Joint Chiefs. Nimitz did not leave any direct account, although his views can be gleaned from cables he sent to King immediately before and after the conference. MacArthur was the only one of the four to leave a detailed first-hand account of the conference. He reconstructed the entire scene, quoting himself at length in his 1964 autobiography, Reminiscences. This book was published 19 years after FDR's death, 5 years after Leahy's death, and 2 years before Nimitz's death, when the latter was in his dotage. The dialogue in the scene appears to have been reconstructed entirely from memory. As a summary of the strategic issues under discussion, MacArthur's account is plausible, but it is characteristically self-serving, and some of its important particulars are at odds with other accounts subsequently given by MacArthur in private conversations. A few examples may suffice. MacArthur told Bob Eichelberger 6 weeks later, and Red Blake years later, that he was summoned to Hawaii without being informed of the purpose of his visit, and did not learn that the president was there until he arrived. To Blake, he further maintained that George Marshall had deliberately withheld the information from him, so that he would walk into such a trap. In fact, as we have seen, MacArthur knew that the president would be at the forthcoming rendezvous and spent much of his flight from Australia ranting to his staff and flight crew about it. In a yarn he told to a military secretary after the war, MacArthur maintained that FDR had invited him to Washington for the conference, but I made him cross over to Hawaii. That was as far as I was going to leave my work. That, too, was flim-flam. MacArthur did not learn of the president's trip until after it had been scheduled. In the account he gave to Blake, the conference took place on board the battleship Missouri in Pearl Harbor and was attended by Roosevelt's civilian political aides, including Sam Rosenman and Elmer Davis. But the newly launched Mighty Mo was not in the Pacific at that time, and no civilians or staff took part in the formal strategy discussions. In presenting the case for a unified Pacific Theater command, MacArthur piously vowed that if FDR desired a Navy man as Supreme Commander, I would have willingly accepted the inevitable, as a military victory necessitated such a decision. And although he was the senior ranking officer in the Pacific, I would be willing to accept a subordinate position to accomplish the general good. Privately to General Richardson, he confided that he would never serve under the Navy. MacArthur even appears to contradict himself in the relevant passages of his memoir. He credits FDR for being entirely neutral in handling the discussion, but 4 paragraphs later quotes the president as saying that invading Luzon would demand heavier losses than we can stand. One could go on, but with diminishing returns. MacArthur was a serial confabulator, and his account of the July 1944 summit should be filtered skeptically, especially with respect to certain self-serving assertions for which no corroborating evidence can be found. Alas, his version has been quoted freely and at length in biographies and histories of the Pacific War, often without a word of caution. It is not hard to see why. MacArthur gives us a scene endowed with tension and drama. It soars majestically over the dreary intricacies of Pacific military planning. It casts MacArthur in the role of protagonist, facing down a united front of opposition. And in the end, the hero prevails, by dint of genius and force of personality, over the Navy and his rival in the White House. But MacArthur's account does not do justice to Roosevelt, who was a seasoned military strategist in his own right, nor to Nimitz, who was already on record as being inclined to agree with MacArthur that Luzon should precede Formosa, nor to Leahy, who was looking past these intermediate operations to the ultimate problem. How was Japan to be conquered without a bloody invasion? The brief account FDR gave to Morison encapsulates MacArthur's views. After dinner on the 27th, Roosevelt looked up at a wall map of the Philippines, pointed to the southern island of Mindanao, and asked, "Douglas, where do we go from here?" MacArthur replied, "Lady, Mr. President," and then Luzon. Morrison added a cautionary footnote, noting that the president mistakenly placed the scene on the Baltimore rather than at the villa in Waikiki. But any doubt that FDR might have fudged the exact wording of the exchange was dispelled in 2015, when the personal diary of General Richardson was provided to the author. After being debriefed by MacArthur later the same night, Richardson made this entry. The president opened a conference after dinner by pointing to Mindanao and saying to General MacArthur, "Now, Douglas, where do we go from here?" That was the fuse that touched off the discussion, and MacArthur then elaborated his point of view and the strategy which he thought should be employed, all of which culminates in the taking of Luzon prior to any action against Formosa, China, or Japan. MacArthur's case for invading Luzon, which he had been refining for 2.5 years, was grounded in conventional principles of logistics and air power. He championed an orthodox, by-the-numbers amphibious drive, with each new thrust covered by land-based air power and a fleet train staging from relatively nearby harbors. He maintained that the island-dominated geography of southern Oceania offered better prospects than regions to the north, where islands were separated by thousands of miles and could be bombed only by aircraft carrier task forces. In MacArthur's theater, unlike in Nimitz's, land, sea, and ground-based air forces could advance together, coordinated for mutual support. Moreover, he argued, Luzon offered a wealth of potential landing beaches so that the enemy could not concentrate forces against the initial landing. He had learned this lesson the hard way in December 1941, and terrain suitable for large-scale maneuvers, thus offering the hope of limiting casualties in ground fighting. MacArthur could draw upon intelligence and support from friendly guerrillas on Luzon and other Philippine islands, whereas Formosa had been a Japanese colony since the 19th century, and much of its population was presumably hostile. Once in possession of Philippine airfields, American air power would quickly win supremacy over the South China Sea and could prey upon the shipping lanes linking Japan to its oil supply in the East Indies. In MacArthur's recreation of the scene, written from memory 2 decades later, he hurled these thunderbolts in an uninterrupted monologue, apparently holding the others in thrall. But in Leahy's account, committed to his diary shortly after the event, FDR was the maestro, addressing pertinent questions to both theater commanders and probing expertly for the bottom line. Roosevelt was at his best as he tactfully steered the discussion from one point to another and narrowed down the area of disagreement between MacArthur and Nimitz. The president questioned MacArthur closely about enemy troop strength in the Philippines and tried to nail down his casualty projections. According to the account given by MacArthur to Richardson, FDR asked, "How many Japs are there in the Philippine Islands?" "About 100,000, MacArthur replied, scattered all over the archipelago. FDR said that he had been informed that there were many more. "I am in command there," said MacArthur, "and I would like to ask you where you got your information." The president did not reply directly, but gave his opinion that to capture Luzon would be very bloody. In this version of the exchange, Roosevelt was obviously concerned about casualties, but there is no suggestion that he was leaning against the Luzon operation. He may only have been echoing what he had heard in his recent briefings with General Marshall, whose War Department intelligence staff believed there were at least 176,000 Japanese troops in the archipelago. On that point, as it turned out, the president's doubts were well-founded, because even the War Department's estimates were low. At least 250,000 Japanese troops were in the Philippines in July 1944, and those numbers were swelling as new troopship convoys arrived from China, Manchuria, Burma, and Formosa. MacArthur's G2 intelligence staff consistently underestimated enemy troop strength in the archipelago by wondrous margins. The shortfall was especially striking in January 1945, as the invasion of Luzon began. MacArthur's intelligence chief, General Charles A. Willoughby, said there were 152,500 Japanese troops on the island. General Walter Kruger's subordinate 6th Army G2 staff put the number at 234,500. The actual number was at least 270,000. Did FDR arrive in Hawaii with a prior inclination to bypass Luzon? According to the recap given by MacArthur to Richardson just hours after the exchange, FDR had expressed his concern that the operation would be very bloody. But 20 years later, in MacArthur's best-selling and oft-cited memoir, FDR is made to say, "But Douglas, to take Luzon would require heavier losses than we can stand," emphasis added. The discrepancy invites close scrutiny. The implication that FDR was leaning against taking Luzon is not corroborated elsewhere in the historical record. The president had previously backed many invasions and operations bound to incur heavy casualties, including the Normandy invasion 7 weeks earlier. For Roosevelt to suggest that the nation could not stand heavy troop losses, given the carnage occurring elsewhere in the world, would seem out of character. Questioning the general closely about his casualty projections was simply due diligence. The president asked similar questions of Nimitz about Formosa. In any event, MacArthur responded to the president's query with a sermon against unwarranted and excessive bloodshed in Nimitz's theater. This was a debating tactic that he had employed since November 1943, when the Marine Corps lost 1,000 men killed in action on Tarawa Atoll, the first step in the Central Pacific Offensive. The cudgels had been taken up by his allies in Congress and the American media, notably in the newspapers of William Randolph Hearst, where MacArthur was often praised for keeping his battlefield casualties in check. In his memoir, MacArthur maintains that he told Roosevelt, "Mr. President, my losses would not be heavy, any more than they have been in the past. The days of the frontal attack should be over. Modern infantry weapons are too deadly, and frontal assault is only for mediocre commanders. Good commanders do not turn in heavy losses." According to Richardson's diary, MacArthur also predicted that a Formosa operation would be at least as bloody as Luzon, and added that there had been less bloodshed in his area in all the campaigns, that there were less dead than in any other theater. Nimitz suffered these jibes with his customary German-Texan equanimity, letting them pass without rebuttal. But the implied criticism must have rankled, especially since his forces were suffering heavy combat losses in the Marianas at that very moment, and Douglas C-54 flying ambulances filled with wounded soldiers and Marines were landing on Oahu each passing hour. Later, in a post-war analysis, Nimitz granted that the butcher's bill had generally been higher in the Central Pacific than in the South, but called it a common fallacy to assume that the Japanese would have acted as they did, even had the Allies acted otherwise than as they did. Operations north of the equator had diverted enemy forces from the South, and if they had not done so, the Southwest Pacific forces would have met far greater resistance in the New Guinea area. Had he been inclined to bicker, Nimitz might also have pointed out that MacArthur had argued long and hard in favor of attacking Rabaul, the strongest Japanese position in his theater, until being ordered by the JCS to bypass it. And he could have added that a direct comparison of casualty figures in the two theaters was beside the point. What mattered was the cost in American casualties relative to the inherent strategic value of captured territory, and the seizure of islands north of the equator closer to Japan offered a more decisive contribution to victory. On the morning of July 28th, Nimitz took the floor and presented Admiral King's case to bypass Luzon in favor of Formosa. No doubt he made a competent presentation, but it seems to have been largely pro forma. Under FDR's close questioning, Nimitz did not disguise his reservations. Both Leahy and MacArthur noted that he was not wholly committed to Causeway. Nimitz offered two specific concessions to the case for Luzon. First, he acknowledged that he could support the Luzon operation with existing forces, whereas he would likely need reinforcements to take Formosa. And second, as recorded by Leahy in his diary, he admits that developments may indicate a necessity for the occupation of the Manila area. With that, Luzon was comfortably ahead of Formosa on points, even before taking into account the moral, political, and psychological dimensions of the issue. But MacArthur's knockout argument, which he had been rehearsing since departing Corregidor in March 1942, was that liberating 17 million loyal Christian Filipinos was an American responsibility, tantamount to a blood oath. I argued that it was not only a moral obligation to release this friendly possession from the enemy now that it had become possible, but that to fail to do so would not be understandable to the Oriental mind. I felt that to sacrifice the Philippines a second time could not be condoned or forgiven. Bypassing Luzon, said MacArthur, would vindicate Japanese propaganda, which had always maintained that white men would not spill their blood for Asians. Luzon was home to about 7,000 American prisoners of war and thousands more Allied civilian internees. With each passing month, hundreds died in the camps, and bypassing the island would require a cold-blooded decision to let many more perish in abysmal captivity. As for the notion that bypassing Luzon might spare the island needless bloodshed and destruction, MacArthur was unmoved. We had been thrown out of Luzon at the point of a bayonet, and we should regain our prestige by throwing the Japanese out at the point of a bayonet. MacArthur's March 1942 declaration, "I shall return to the Philippines," was one of the most famous public utterances of the war. But FDR's promises had been every bit as explicit, and the SWPA chief was not going to let him forget it. During the crisis of early 1942, as Japanese forces overran the Philippines, President Quezon had considered giving himself up to the enemy and suing for peace. MacArthur had half endorsed this proposal on the grounds that it might alleviate the Filipino people's suffering. But FDR had rejected it categorically. In a letter to President Quezon, he had pledged, "Whatever happens to the present American garrison, we shall not relax our efforts until the forces which we are now marshaling outside the Philippine Islands return to the Philippines and drive the last remnant of the invaders from your soil." The wording of that oath would seem to leave little room for maneuver. When Admiral King subsequently learned that MacArthur had strayed from the straight and narrow path of debating military strategy, he cried foul. He seemed to believe that the broader moral or foreign policy elements of the decision lay wholly outside any military officer's professional ambit. In post-war notes, he complained that MacArthur had started in talking not of the military problem in the Pacific, but about the poor Philippines whom the United States had promised to free from the Japanese. But here King diminished himself. If ever a commander had earned the right to petition for a decision on such grounds, MacArthur was that man. Since December 1941, and even since the Spanish-American War, one might say, American honor, prestige, and credibility had been at stake in the Philippines. Since the administration of Theodore Roosevelt, the chief aim of U.S. policy had been to assist the Filipino people in constructing a functioning democracy capable of repelling aggressors. The Philippines had been promised independence by 1946, and that commitment remained in force. For FDR, the successful decolonization of the Philippines was to set a righteous example for the world, and especially for the British. In this terrible global war, no major strategic decision could be separated from its long-term political or foreign policy consequences. In both Europe and the Pacific, the campaign against the Axis had entered its endgame, and a new post-war order was struggling to be born. According to another anecdote that has become familiar through frequent repetition, MacArthur took FDR aside and bluntly warned that bypassing the Philippines would imperil the president's hopes of re-election. This hearsay can be traced to Courtney Whitney, a lawyer and reservist Army officer who served under MacArthur during and after the war. In 1956, a dozen years after the Hawaii Conference, Whitney published a MacArthur hagiography rife with myths and invented dialogue. In one passage, he has MacArthur tell FDR, "Mr. President, if your decision be to bypass the Philippines and leave its millions of wards of the United States and thousands of American internees and prisoners of war to continue to languish in their agony and despair, I dare to say that the American people would be so aroused that they would register the most complete resentment against you at the polls this fall." This prolix tongue-lashing would have been, at the very least, a breach of protocol. Considering MacArthur's recent caper in party politics, it might even have been interpreted as a threat. Lacking corroboration, Whitney's anecdote is best understood as a fabulist's retelling of a story he had heard from another fabulist. Others have gone even further, speculating that a clandestine bargain might have been struck in Hawaii, with the understanding that FDR would greenlight the Luzon operation in return for MacArthur's pledge to supply favorable headlines before the election. Proponents of this theoretical secret handshake admit that they can find no shred of evidence to support it. Whatever the truth, there seems little doubt that MacArthur gave Roosevelt an earful. According to Dr. McIntyre, the president told him, "Give me an aspirin. In fact, give me another aspirin to take in the morning. In all my life, nobody has ever talked to me the way MacArthur did." After lunch on the 28th, Roosevelt, Leahy, and Nimitz accompanied MacArthur to Hickam Field, where his C-54 was fueled and ready to take off. It seems that whatever was said in the car, MacArthur concluded that he had won his case. Leahy told him as they parted, "I'll go along with you, Douglas." As MacArthur strode across the tarmac toward his waiting plane, the pilot, Dusty Rhodes, fell into step beside him. He asked the boss whether the conference had been a success. MacArthur glanced around to be sure no one was in earshot, then replied in a low voice, "Yes, everything. We are going on." "To the Philippines?" asked Rhodes. "Yes. It will not be announced for a few days yet, but we are on our way." 9 hours later, when the Skymaster touched down on the airfield at Tarawa for a refueling stop, Rhodes entered the exchange into his diary. He noted that MacArthur was in a euphoric mood, like a child with new toys. With MacArthur on his way back to Australia, one might have expected FDR to retreat to his bed at the villa on Waikiki or to his cabin on the Baltimore. But he had another day and a half remaining in Hawaii, and he was determined to see as much of Oahu as time would permit. For a man with terminal heart disease, FDR was exhibiting seemingly phenomenal powers of recuperation. This had been his pattern in the past: intervals of deep rest, as on the Baltimore during her passage from the mainland, followed by torrents of astonishing vitality. Throughout this period of hectic activity, Dr. Bruin observed in his clinical notes, the president moved without obvious fatigue or difficulty of any kind. That impression is confirmed in the film footage. He appears gaunt and frail with large dark bags under his eyes, yet he somehow remains cheerful and animated while greeting scores of high-ranking officers, civilian VIPs, and servicemen. On Friday afternoon, the presidential motorcade drove up and over the rugged Ko'olau Range to the east, to a jungle combat training program in the wild country around Kahana Bay on the island's windward coast. FDR remained seated in the back of the red touring car, hat pushed back on his forehead, and watched an hour-long live firing demonstration through binoculars. Green-clad infantrymen crawled under wire, then rose and advanced across a field in a line abreast, firing machine guns and flamethrowers from the hip. The finale was a coordinated practice assault on a plywood mock-up of a Japanese village. Then the motorcade headed south on the coast road, stopped at the Naval Air Station at Kaneohe Bay, and returned to Waikiki, as the White House Daily Log noted, by way of Kailua, the amphibious base at Waimanalo, Coco Head, the Coast Guard base at Wailupi, and Diamond Head. The last day of the president's visit was largely devoted to visiting wounded servicemen recently returned from combat in the Marianas. The motorcade rolled into downtown Honolulu, where the narrow streets were flanked by packed crowds of spectators held back by National Guardsmen. The president's car pulled to a stop outside the Army's 147th General Hospital, where doctors and nurses were drawn up in ranks on the front steps. Patients stood on crutches or sat in wheelchairs, and a camera caught one earnest serviceman saluting the president with an arm wrapped in a plaster cast. After an hour touring the wards, FDR was back in the car and off to Naval Air Station Honolulu, now the Honolulu International Airport, and then to Hickam Field, where one of the big 4-engine Douglas flying ambulances had just touched down and taxied to a stop. As stretchers were lowered from the plane, patients were carried directly to the side of the president's vehicle. To their astonishment, wounded men just evacuated from Guam suddenly found themselves face to face with Franklin Delano Roosevelt. The presidential daily log noted, "What a surprise and cheer those boys showed on unexpectedly facing FDR." Among servicemen in the Pacific, there had been a pervasive feeling that the folks back home had forgotten them. The struggle against Nazi Germany had dominated print, radio, and newsreel reporting, and that was doubly true during that summer of 1944, when Allied forces were pouring into France and driving toward Paris. Since the start of the war, they had seen FDR touring military bases and war plants in every corner of the mainland United States, and they had seen him in exotic international locations such as Morocco, Egypt, and Persia. Until now, perhaps, they had not expected to see the President of the United States in the Pacific. His visit told them that they were not forgotten. The point deserves emphasis, because FDR's trip to Hawaii has often been framed as a publicity stunt to boost his re-election campaign. At the Navy Yard, long rows of sailors stood along the route, saluting in unison as the motorcade hove into view. Men drawn up in ranks were under orders to gaze dead ahead, but as the president's car swept past, many could not resist stepping forward, wide-eyed and gaping, to try for a better look. Thousands of civilian yard workers were gathered 3 or 4 deep along the route. More were hanging out of the second and third-story windows of administrative buildings. The motorcade drove into and through several cavernous workshops, then paused briefly at the submarine piers where submarine crews stood to attention and saluted in unison. Stopping abreast of the battleship Maryland, then in dry dock, the president received a short briefing on the ongoing repairs to her hull, which had been damaged 5 weeks earlier by an aerial torpedo off the coast of Saipan. The last stop of the day's inspection tour was the new WWII Naval Hospital, which sat atop a hill east of Pearl Harbor. The motorcade pulled up shortly after 3 o'clock to find an expectant crowd gathered on the front steps. The staff and about 50 ambulatory and wheelchair patients were drawn up in ranks to greet the president, and the upper-story windows were crowded with more doctors, nurses, and patients who seemed eager to see the spectacle. A row of men standing on crutches saluted together in unison. The president was to speak directly from the back seat of the open touring car, as he had been doing these past 3 days, and the communications team stepped forward to set up 2 microphones. One was for the public address system, the president was told, and the other for the motion picture crew. As at Schofield 2 days earlier, FDR's befuddled queries were broadcast through the loudspeakers. Which is which, that one or this one? The crowd tittered, the nurses appeared especially entertained. Nimitz, seated next to FDR, smiled tolerantly. "I never can get accustomed to these new contraptions," the president told his audience. "I'm doing it twice, once for the movies and once for you good people." Judging by the 3 minutes of rambling, unscripted remarks that followed, FDR had not given a single moment's thought to what he might say. He chatted with the assembly in a relaxed conversational tone. He was glad to see them, he said. He had brought greetings, at least in theory, from their families at home. He mentioned his personal role, together with that of Dr. McIntyre, in conceiving and designing the WWII hospital. He lauded the great gains that had been made since the First World War in caring for battlefield casualties, assuring his audience that the whole country is very, very proud. Whatever the state of his health, the president's voice was strong, and its familiar velvet tone was intact. Smiling warmly, he tossed his head and put the microphone down. The crowd's applause seemed wholehearted. As always, the cameras were turned off before Mike Riley lifted the president from the car and transferred him into his wheelchair. The photographers and film crews were not permitted to follow the president as he toured the 5,000-bed hospital, but several witnesses recorded their impressions. The wards were filled with young men who had been maimed in the fighting on Saipan and Guam. Many had lost limbs or the use of limbs, or had suffered other grievous wounds from which they would never fully recover. To them, The handicapped Roosevelt embodied the possibility of a successful and fulfilling life. Dr. McIntyre recalled that the president wheeled through every ward, stopping at bedsides for chats, maybe a pat on the back, his voice as warmly affectionate as though the broken soldiers and sailors were his own sons. Always there was a kindling of new light in dull, despairing eyes. In one ward, McIntyre went ahead and was talking to a Marine who did not seem to have a whole bone left in his body. His face, ravaged by pain, was set in lines of utter dejection. But when he looked around and saw who was approaching, the youngster's mouth flew open in the widest and most delighted grin I have ever seen. "Gee," he exclaimed, "the president!" So it was down the whole long line of beds in every ward. Not one of us but actually felt, the wave of hope that swept the hospital as shattered men saw before them not merely the President of the United States, but another human being, one struck down as they themselves were stricken, who had triumphed over physical disability by force of will and invincibility of spirit. McIntyre, Leahy, and Rosenman each individually attested that they were deeply moved by the scene at IAEA. So indeed was the president. "I never saw Roosevelt with tears in his eyes," Rosenman recalled. That day as he was wheeled out of the hospital, he was close to them. The party was due to sail from Pearl Harbor on the Baltimore that evening, but one last chore awaited the president. The three ghouls of the wire associations had not been invited on the various inspection tours. They had not been permitted anywhere near the president, and had been complaining about it with rising vehemence to Nimitz's press officer, Waldo Drake. At last, Steve Early, from his office in Washington, agreed to schedule a press conference. It took place on the manicured lawn of the Holmes Villa on Waikiki Beach, with FDR seated on a wicker garden couch and the journalists drawn up in a semicircle. The three wire service men were joined by about 24 war correspondents accredited by Pacific Fleet Headquarters. The coconuts on the palm trees that towered overhead had been removed, lest one should fall and strike the president. In the film footage, Roosevelt appears physically exhausted. His shoulders are visibly slumped, and his head sags as he speaks. But he offers a genial smile as he greets the reporters and shakes several hands. Leahy and Nimitz stand at the end of the couch, the latter with his arms folded over his chest. Both admirals appear to listen with intense interest. FDR began off the cuff, speaking of his admiration for the military personnel and civilians of Oahu, who had recovered so dramatically from the carnage of December 7, 1941. He called the conference with MacArthur and Nimitz one of the most important we have held in some time. Seeing General MacArthur again after an interval of 7 years had been personally gratifying. It had been essential to hear his and Nimitz's first-hand views in advance of the big strategic decisions that lay ahead. So valuable was the conference, said FDR, that it would have been awfully hard to get along without it. Questions followed, but the president gave the newsmen little of substance. Was another major offensive being planned in the Pacific? Yes, he replied, but that could be deduced from the pattern of the war up to that point, so it should not be considered news. Was there to be any new emphasis or speed-up in the Pacific offensive? Neither one nor the other. Would General MacArthur liberate the Philippines as he had pledged to do? We are going to get the Philippines back, and without question General MacArthur will take a part in it. Whether he goes direct or not, I can't say. The remaining half of the press conference was devoted to the Allied doctrine of unconditional surrender. A reporter, not identified, asked, "Are we going to make that our goal out here in the Pacific?" Defining unconditional surrender had been a recurring nuisance since FDR had first articulated the controversial formula, suddenly and rashly it seemed to many, at a press conference in Casablanca in January 1943. Although the doctrine had been discussed in Allied conferences, British Prime Minister Winston Churchill had not agreed to it before the President blurted it out to an audience of international newsmen. The President's public statement made it a fait accompli, however. and Churchill was left with no choice but to affirm British support. FDR was determined to avoid a reprise of the peace that followed the First World War, when a German stab-in-the-back myth ignited the rise of the Nazi Party. But many Allied military and civilian leaders privately believed that broadcasting a demand for unconditional surrender was a costly blunder, that the Axis nations would seize upon the announcement as evidence that the Allies intended to destroy and enslave them, thus reinforcing the determination of their military forces and civilians to fight to the last ditch. Some historians of the Third Reich have concluded that FDR's announcement undercut anti-Hitler plots within the German army and may have prolonged the European war. Apart from the immediate boost it provided to Nazi and Japanese domestic propaganda, the unconditional surrender formulation was troublesome because it was ambiguous. It was easier to define it in the abstract than to explain how it would be applied in practice. Efforts to clarify it only tended to raise more questions. Whatever answers were given in public could be and were seized upon and distorted by the Axis propaganda mills. FDR drew his inspiration from an apocryphal version of the meeting between Ulysses S. Grant and Robert E. Lee at Appomattox Courthouse, Virginia, at the close of the American Civil War. Because the formula would assume great importance in the last phase of the Pacific War, it is worth quoting FDR's response to the journalist's question in full. Back in 1865, he told the newsmen, Lee was driven into a corner back of Richmond at Appomattox Courthouse. His army was practically starving, had had no sleep for 2 or 3 days. His arms were practically expended. So he went under a flag of truce to Grant. Lee had come to Grant thinking about his men. He asked Grant for his terms of surrender. Grant said unconditional surrender. Lee said he couldn't do that. He had to get some things. Just for example, he had no food for more than 1 meal for his army. Grant said, "That is pretty tough." Lee then said, "My cavalry horses don't belong to us. They belong to our officers and they need them back home." Grant said, "Unconditional surrender." Lee then said, "All right, I surrender," and tendered his sword to Grant. Grant said, "Bob, put it back. Now, do you unconditionally surrender?" Lee said, "Yes." Then Grant said, "You are my prisoners now. Do you need food for your men?" Lee said, "Yes. I haven't got more than enough for 1 meal more." Then Grant said, "Now about those horses that belong to the Confederate officers. Why do you want them?" Lee said, "We need them for the spring plowing." Grant said, "Tell your officers to take the animals home and do the spring plowing." There you have unconditional surrender. I have given you no new term. We are human beings, normal thinking human beings. That is what we mean by unconditional surrender. As Civil War history, the account was badly mistaken. Twice during his earlier campaigns in the West, but not at Appomattox, Grant had demanded the unconditional surrender of a rebel force. In each case, Fort Donelson and Vicksburg, Grant subsequently engaged in face-to-face negotiations with the opposing commander and agreed to a surrender with conditions. At Appomattox, Grant did not insist that Lee surrender unconditionally, even as a formality, and he readily agreed to put the Confederate general's conditions into the surrender document. But the factual errors did not matter so much as the themes Roosevelt intended to emphasize in this parable of Grant and Lee. He was determined that the Axis powers should recognize that they had been utterly and permanently defeated. No doubts or ambivalence on this score could be permitted to intrude into the proceedings, either at the time of surrender or in the long lens of history. Therefore, it was necessary to insist upon the formality of an unconditional surrender. Behind that formality, however, lay the implied promise of a magnanimous peace. It might even be said that the lesson of FDR's parable was that if the Germans and Japanese would first agree to surrender unconditionally, they could anticipate that all reasonable requests would subsequently be granted. But what requests were reasonable? And how could the defeated nations know in advance without appearing to bargain. Therein lay the intractable problem with the unconditional surrender formulation. It was, in a sense, a paradox. In plain terms, it stated that the victors would treat the vanquished as they chose, without regard to their wishes or interests. But its tacit meaning, according to FDR, was very nearly the opposite. A reporter at Waikiki laid his finger on the problem when he asked a follow-up question. Would the Allies, like General Grant, offer to feed the defeated Axis armies? FDR dodged the question. Rather curtly, it seems from the transcript. But such questions would continue to be asked, and the answers would continue to flummox Allied leaders. Every attempt to clarify the formula only prompted more questions, and that irksome cycle would continue even after FDR's death, literally until the last week of the Second World War. As the Baltimore put to sea that evening from Pearl Harbor, Admiral Leahy collected his thoughts and committed them to his diary. General MacArthur, he observed, seems to be chiefly interested in retaking the Philippines, and had not yet given much thought to the endgame in the Pacific. But both MacArthur and Nimitz had expressed agreement in principle that Japan can be forced to accept our terms of surrender by the use of sea and air power without an invasion of the Japanese homeland. In the long run, Leahy believed, this consensus of the two theater commanders that an invasion of Japan should be avoided was to have greater significance than the immediate question of whether to strike first at Luzon or Formosa. The potential use of atomic bombs had not yet entered the calculation. FDR and Leahy were among the handful of Allied leaders who were fully briefed on the Manhattan Project. MacArthur and Nimitz knew nothing of it, and would not be informed until the following year. In the summer of 1944, it was not yet clear whether the bomb could be built at all, or whether it would be ready in time for the war's final act. Admiral Leahy, who had once been a naval explosives specialist, doubted that it would work. Still, he was absolutely sure that the war could be and must be won by some combination of a sea blockade and aerial bombardment, followed by a truce and a peaceful occupation of Japan by Allied forces. But if the Pacific War was to end with a bloodless surrender, someone in Tokyo would have to speak for the Japanese regime. Who was that to be? A prime minister? A general? Or was it to be Hirohito, the putatively divine Showa emperor? With victory in sight, the old Japan hands in the Allied governments were debating a critical unknown. What exactly was Hirohito's status? Was he a figurehead, a puppet controlled by the military? Or did he wield real power? Could he play the part of Lee to FDR's Grant? The answers bore heavily on strategic and diplomatic choices that Allied leaders would have to confront well before the end of the Pacific Campaign. FDR and his representatives had repeatedly asked Joseph Stalin for assurances that the Soviet Union would join the war against Japan after the defeat of Nazi Germany. In mid-1944, this was the American government's single greatest objective in its diplomacy with Moscow. But would the Red Army really be needed against Japan? That obviously depended on the relative durations of the Pacific and European campaigns. But even putting that dimension of the problem aside, another vital uncertainty loomed ahead. In the event that the regime in Tokyo did surrender, would Japan's vast overseas armies, in Manchuria, Korea, China, and elsewhere, also lay down arms? Or would they fight to the last man, as they had done in every battle of the war? Many Allied military commanders stated flatly that no Japanese ground force would ever willingly surrender, even if the government in Tokyo gave up, and predicted that they would have to be eradicated root and branch in whatever territory they occupied. If that was the case, the Americans badly wanted the Soviets to invade Manchuria and destroy Japan's million-man Kwantung Army. Likewise, they wanted the nationalist forces of Chiang Kai-shek to do most of the fighting and the dying in China. On the other hand, if Hirohito could be persuaded to order his far-flung armies to capitulate, and if those armies would obey the distant man-god's command, the Pacific War might be won more quickly and with less bloodletting than the pessimists anticipated. In that case, the Russians might not be needed in the war against Japan, which meant that the Americans need not horse trade with Stalin for his commitment, which would alter the balance of power in the complicated global struggle that was not yet called the Cold War. These various and perplexing considerations would come to bear on vital decisions in the year to come. The Baltimore and her escorting destroyers headed north from Oahu, and once safely beyond the offing, far enough so that they could not be observed from land, they set a base course of 353 degrees at speed 22 knots. FDR retreated to his cabin and was rarely seen in the following week, sleeping long hours and seeming to do little work. Their destination was the Aleutian Islands, where the president would inspect the region's naval and air bases. At home, where the sound and fury of the election campaign was at full blast, Republicans and opposition newspapers had charged that FDR, his entourage, and his dog were on a Pacific pleasure cruise at the taxpayers' expense. In his diary, Admiral Leahy wrote that the Hawaii Conference had been justifiable and necessary, but he was skeptical of the value of this Alaskan side jaunt. As a former chief of naval operations, he was sensitive to the insinuation that American warships had been deployed solely for the president's comfort or recreation, especially in wartime. But there is no evidence that he shared these misgivings with his friend and boss. On August 9th, with the ship engulfed in pea-soup fog in Alaska's Inside Passage, FDR wrote a warm personal note of thanks to MacArthur, declaring that, "To see you again gave me a particular happiness." Regarding the Philippines, the president wrote, "As soon as I get back, I will push on that plan, for I am convinced that on the whole it is logical and can be done. Some day there will be a flag raising in Manila, and without question I want you to do it." On the strength of this letter and a second Dear Douglas the following month, many scholars and biographers have asserted categorically that the president granted MacArthur's wish to liberate the Philippines. But the facts are more nuanced and the story more convoluted. The ultimate decision to send MacArthur back to Luzon was not confirmed until the end of September, more than 2 months after the Honolulu Conference. In the interim, it seemed entirely possible to all concerned that Luzon might be bypassed, at least momentarily, in favor of an all-out assault on Formosa. On August 1st, 2 days out of Pearl Harbor, news had arrived on the Baltimore that President Quezon of the Philippines had died in a hospital in Saranac Lake, New York. Both MacArthur and Roosevelt had made many promises to Quezon and his countrymen. MacArthur's had been more public, but FDR's were no less clear and binding. In the long run, both men knew FDR's promises would be laid bare in the historical record. In MacArthur's mind, a decision to bypass Luzon would constitute a disgraceful betrayal, and he would do his utmost to convince posterity to censure FDR. It is fair to infer that Roosevelt, as a keen student of history, perceived this latent threat to his posthumous reputation. In writing to pledge support for a flag raising in Manila, FDR knew that his secretary, Grace Tully, would deposit a carbon copy of the letter into his outgoing correspondence file, which would eventually find its way, under the heading MacArthur, into his presidential library at Hyde Park, where it would serve as a flashing neon billboard for future historians. But what exactly did Roosevelt promise MacArthur? Just as in his earlier letters to Quezon, the president chose his words carefully, and they should be parsed carefully, not only for what they say, but for what they do not say. I will push on that plan. As Commander-in-Chief, FDR possessed the undisputed constitutional authority to order MacArthur into Luzon, either before or instead of the contemplated Formosa invasion, regardless of what the Joint Chiefs advised. But he held that power in abeyance. Someday there will be a flag raising in Manila. The president said nothing of timing, and such a pledge could even be fulfilled in a post-war ceremony. To the correspondents in Waikiki, he had said, "We are going to get the Philippines back, and without question General MacArthur will take a part in it. Whether he goes direct or not, I can't say." The newspapers were barred from printing that statement, but it seemed to leave the door open to all options under consideration. His slapdash conflation of the Philippines with the main northern island of Luzon was shrewdly ambiguous. In fact, the JCS had already authorized in March 1944 the capture of Mindanao, the big island at the southern end of the archipelago, so MacArthur had already received orders to liberate a major portion of the Philippines. It is not known precisely what FDR and Leahy said to MacArthur on their last day together in Hawaii, but the SWPA chief told his C-54 pilot that he had received 3 specific verbal commitments. His troops would be brought up to full strength with fresh replacements from the United States, his 5th Air Force would be reinforced with new fighters and bombers, and the Pacific Fleet's carrier task forces would be deployed to support his amphibious landings in the Philippines, wherever and whenever they might occur. He was in an ebullient mood during the flight from Oahu to Brisbane. One can only imagine his outrage then, upon arriving at his SWPA headquarters to find a new cable from Washington confirming an intention to bypass Luzon and land troops in Formosa at the earliest practicable date. The message had been sent by the planning staff of the JCS and was dated July 27th, the same day FDR and MacArthur had first met in Hawaii. The Washington planners warned that some Westpac air, ground, and surface forces would be necessary in Causeway, operation against Formosa, and added that those assets would not be returned to MacArthur afterward, but retained by Nimitz for post-Causeway operations. MacArthur should plan for the eventual complete reoccupation of Luzon and the rest of the Philippines. But here was a twist of the knife. These operations would be conducted without the direct support of the Pacific Fleet. It was a planning-level message, meaning that it did not have the imprimatur of the 4 JCS principles. But it directly contradicted the conclusions MacArthur had taken away from Hawaii, and he must have wondered if he had been bamboozled. He wrote directly to General Marshall, expressing his strongest non-concurrence with the assumptions of the JCS planners, and insisted that liberating all of the Philippines was essential from the highest point of view of national policy. Condemning the proposed invasion of Formosa as a course fraught with the gravest danger of disaster, he noted that President Roosevelt had already stated that the Philippines would be recovered. Worse yet, MacArthur wrote, the bypass proposal carried a more sinister implication. It would impose a complete sea blockade on the Philippines, leading to a famine that might starve millions of innocent Filipinos, as well as Allied prisoners and internees, and such an outcome would exceed in brutality anything that has been perpetrated by our enemies. But this Jeremiad made little impression on the planners in Washington. They were under instructions to consider purely military factors. Political or foreign policy arguments lay outside their scope of authority. The in-house JCS planning apparatus has received negligible attention in most histories, and none at all in most FDR and MacArthur biographies, but it held great sway over strategic decisions in the Pacific. The subject is somewhat dismal, requiring the researcher to descend into a labyrinth of committee memoranda and planning studies. Much of the relevant material was not declassified until the 1970s, when some of the most widely read histories of the war had already been published. For that reason, the point needs emphasis. Whatever passed between Roosevelt and MacArthur in Hawaii, the gears of the JCS planning machine continued to turn in Washington, and influential voices, especially on the JSSC, continued to argue that the Pacific Campaign should be consolidated on the northern line of attack. To MacArthur's disgust and frustration, this remained the governing assumption even after the Hawaii Conference. Those internal mechanisms of the JCS would have been irrelevant if FDR had peremptorily overruled his military chiefs, as he had done at least a dozen times before. The Constitution gave him the power to put his finger down on a map and tell his generals and admirals to attack. Most dramatically, the President had decided in favor of Operation Torch, the November 1942 invasion of North Africa, over the unanimous resistance of his service chiefs. But most such presidential overrulings had occurred in the first year of the war, and a lot had changed between 1942 and 1944. The in-house planning and study committees of the JCS organization had barely existed in 1942. By 1944, they were fully staffed up and included some of the best strategic minds in the armed forces. In the later stages of the war, FDR allotted more of his time and attention to post-war planning and diplomacy, and less to the brass tacks of strategy and military operations. He trusted Leahy to act as his agent on the JCS, and although Leahy backed MacArthur's Luzon first policy, he did not move to preempt the ongoing planning and preparations for Causeway. At a special meeting of the JCS on August 22nd, the Admiral argued that Luzon would be less costly in life and resources and not more costly in time than the alternatives, but he did not say that Formosa should be ruled out, and did not press for an immediate decision. That was hardly a resounding endorsement of MacArthur's position. Assuming that Leahy and Roosevelt were in harmony, as they generally were, it appears that the President chose to allow the JCS planning process to continue without his interference. Samuel Eliot Morrison, who was in direct touch with several of the principals, concluded of the Honolulu Conference, "Actually, no firm decision was made. That was for the JCS, but an agreement was reached on major strategy. The JCS do not seem to have been particularly impressed by this top-level accord, since they continued to argue the questions Luzon, Formosa, or what for months afterward." Out in the Pacific, meanwhile, the naval and ground commanders to whom it would fall to execute Causeway remained skeptical of the operation. The more they studied Formosa, the less they liked it. Admiral Forrest Sherman, the 47-year-old wunderkind who served as Nimitz's deputy chief of staff, in 1949 he would become the youngest CNO in the Navy's history, told colleagues that it was ridiculous to propose an amphibious landing on Formosa while leaving Luzon with all its airfields and available supplies and everything on the flank. Sherman said he intended to sabotage Causeway by writing a draft operations plan that was so obviously bad that they would cancel the idea. Richmond Kelly Turner, the Pacific Fleet's leading amphibious specialist to whom it would fall to command the amphibious fleet in the operation, threw his influence against Causeway on similar grounds. Each new draft of the Army's Causeway plan called for more troops. The Joint Chiefs planners had assumed that American forces could seize and defend a handful of strategic ports on the coast, but the Pacific commanders concluded that they would probably have to conquer and garrison the entire island. Formosa was a large, rugged landmass populated by people who might be loyal to the Japanese, so the job would be long and bloody. On August 18, 1944, Nimitz estimated that the operation would require 505,000 Army troops, 154,000 Marines, and 61,000 Navy shore personnel. Those were huge numbers, and delivering them would be difficult, especially as it became clear that the war in Europe would last into 1945. Causeway would be comparable in size to the Normandy invasion, Overlord, but instead of staging it across the English Channel, the fleet and amphibious forces would have to leap from the Marianas across 1,000 miles of open ocean. The Herculean shipping and logistics effort would divert scarce resources from other priorities, such as the development of B-29 bases on Saipan and Guam. Admiral Towers called King's attention to this problem, noting that the Army Air Force would fight any change in the scheduled airfield development program. Thus, by late August 1944, the Formosa operation had earned another powerful enemy on the JCS, General Henry Hap Arnold of the Army Air Forces, who foresaw that the Marianas, rather than China, would serve as the major launch pad for strategic bombing of the Japanese homeland. Most importantly, perhaps, Admiral Spruance remained implacably opposed to the Formosa operation, and was determined to substitute his preferred Iwo Jima-Okinawa 1-2 punch. Upon returning to Pearl Harbor in August 1944, Spruance began building a case against Causeway. Like Sherman, he assumed that the disadvantages of Formosa were so obvious that the plan would be canceled, and told his staff to pay no attention to it. At a planning conference in early September, General Simon Bolivar Buckner of the Army was briefing Nimitz and the SINCPAC staff on his preparations for Causeway. Spruance apparently concluded that Buckner's presentation was a waste of time. He stood up, begged pardon to interrupt, walked to the back of Nimitz's office, pulled down a wall chart of the Western Pacific, and began speaking. The other officers turned their chairs toward Spruance, leaving Buckner seething with indignation, and listened as the Admiral laid out his grand vision for the final phase of the Pacific War. Marine Major General Graves B. Erskine said it was one of the most professional off-the-cuff estimates of the situation for an operation that I think I've ever heard. Spruance demolished the assumptions underlying the Causeway operation, arguing that Okinawa was a better target in every respect. Okinawa could not be taken before the following spring. Another 6 months was needed to build up the necessary fleet, air, and logistics capabilities, but he anticipated that he could do it by March or April 1945. That timetable would leave ample time for MacArthur to secure the Philippines, including Luzon. Formosa could be safely bypassed. Spruance was a reserved figure who did not normally speak so forcefully to Nimitz, especially in the presence of others. By deviating from his usual phlegmatic style, he must have made a powerful impression. Nimitz trusted Spruance more than any other officer in his chain of command, and since it would fall to him to execute the operation, his opinion was uniquely influential. Even then, Causeway died a lingering death. On September 9, 1944, the JCS ordered MacArthur and Nimitz to cooperate in seizing the island of Leyte in the central Philippines with a target date of December 20th. But the chiefs directed that planning should continue for subsequent landings on both Luzon and Formosa, and a firm decision as to whether Luzon will be occupied before Formosa will be made later. In a meeting at his Brisbane headquarters 3 days later, MacArthur told General Eichelberger, "At the present time, all I have won out on is the agreement that we will go up to and including Leyte. The question of whether or not the route will be by Luzon or Formosa has not yet been settled in Washington." Upon his return from Hawaii 6 weeks earlier, MacArthur had led his staff to believe that he had secured a presidential decision to liberate all of the Philippines. Evidently, he had not understood that FDR intended to leave the matter in the hands of the JCS. That week, MacArthur received another letter from the President, written from the Allied Octagon Conference in Quebec. FDR told him that, "The situation is just as we left it at Hawaii, though there seems to be some efforts to do bypassing which you would not like. I still have the situation in hand." The elusive phrasing again begged the question, if FDR had already decided for MacArthur, why didn't the President simply issue orders for the invasion of Luzon? Meanwhile, events in the Pacific were quickly rendering past planning assumptions obsolete. In mid-September, the Third Fleet's carrier airstrikes in the Philippines revealed that enemy air strength throughout the region was surprisingly weak. On September 12th, an American fighter was shot down near the island of Cebu. The pilot ditched his plane at sea, got ashore, and was told by local natives that there were only about 15,000 Japanese troops on Cebu and none on Leyte. Admiral Halsey radioed this intelligence to Nimitz, recommending that American forces be landed on Leyte as soon as possible. Nimitz passed the message up the chain to Admiral King and the JCS, who were in Quebec with FDR. By the end of the day on September 16th, the chiefs had moved the landing date for Leyte up by a full 2 months, to October 20th, 1944. 5 days later, in a long cable to the JCS, MacArthur laid out his overall vision for the future course of the Pacific War. From Leyte, he proposed to jump directly to Luzon, landing 4 amphibious divisions at Lingayen Gulf by December 20th. This operation would require support by the full resources of the United States Pacific Fleet, but once ashore on Luzon, MacArthur would recover Manila and its bay by the end of February. This will permit of the launching of contemplated operations to the northward on the schedule now projected with the great advantage of Luzon bases and land-based air support. The Formosa operation will then be unnecessary, and particularly with a prior attack on Iwo Jima, a direct move may be made on Kyushu. MacArthur's vision had obvious merit. His proposed chronology of operations could be achieved with forces already in the Pacific, and did not call for redeployments from Europe. It would keep MacArthur and Nimitz's forces continuously engaged against the enemy, while avoiding the one operation, Formosa, that virtually no one in the theater liked. Subsequent events would show that it matched up closely to the actual course of the war, omitting only the invasion of Okinawa. Even MacArthur's projected dates were close to the mark. In the end, he landed in Lingayen Gulf on January 9, 1945, and secured Manila in early March. Thus it can be said that in mid-September 1944, MacArthur and Spruance, who did not know one another and had scarcely any direct contact, had together provided a final blueprint to win the Pacific War. Now it remained only for Admiral King to admit defeat. He was due to meet Nimitz in San Francisco at the end of September at one of their periodic Cominch-Singpac conferences. Causeway's opponents in Pearl Harbor prepared their chief for the upcoming rendezvous. General Buckner, the prospective ground commander for Causeway, signed a letter stating that service troops allocated to the operation were far short of the forces required, and added that the Army could take Okinawa with existing resources. Forrest Sherman prepared a paper recommending that MacArthur's recommendations for the Philippines and Spruance's for Iwo Jima and Okinawa be approved by the JCS. After taking about 3 minutes to skim it, Spruance handed it back to Sherman and said, "I wouldn't change a word of it." In San Francisco, Spruance recalled, King continued to argue the case for Causeway, but finally gave in and said he would recommend Luzon, Iwo Jima, Okinawa to the Joint Chiefs of Staff in Washington, which he did. On October 3rd, the JCS issued new directives sending MacArthur into Luzon in December 1944, the Marines into Iwo Jima in January 1945, and a large combined Navy-Army-Marine force into Okinawa in March 1945. That fixed the sequence of major operations for the last year of the Pacific War. Up to this point, Ernest J. King had been accustomed to getting his way in the Pacific. In April 1942, he had bargained successfully with General Marshall for a dual theater command, with the northern half of the Pacific under naval authority. He had stood up to the British who had wanted to demote the Pacific Campaign to a defensive holding operation pending the defeat of Germany. He had championed an early invasion of Guadalcanal over the objections of the South Pacific commanders who would carry it out. Against MacArthur's ardent opposition, King had won JCS approval to seize the Gilberts in 1943, the Marshalls in early 1944, and the Marianas in mid-1944. He had crushed MacArthur's hopes of obtaining command of the Pacific Fleet and dominion over the entire Pacific theater. But in arguing for an invasion of Formosa, King had finally met his match. Later, reflecting on the triumph of Mao Zedong's communists in the Chinese Civil War in 1949, King regretted that neither he nor anyone else had offered an effective rebuttal to MacArthur's political arguments for Luzon. China was the most populous nation in the world, with the potential to become the dominant power in Asia. China's political future was of vital interest to the United States and the world. That was not necessarily true of the Philippines. If it was fair game for MacArthur to argue for Luzon by referring to the highest point of view of national policy, an even stronger case might have been made for Formosa on the same grounds. Could the course of Asian history have been diverted by a different strategy in the last phase of the Pacific War? Posterity can only speculate. Alas, wrote King, the chance was fumbled away, because little was said about the other basic idea of arranging to help the Chinese help themselves. It seemed to me that Mr. Roosevelt was fated to decide for the poor Philippines, although in the long view he was misled by the short view. Chapter 2. In early 1942, as the United States was in the throes of war mobilization, Alexander P. de Seversky published a manifesto entitled Victory Through Air Power. Seversky's argument that strategic bombing would do most of the work of winning the Second World War appealed to Americans who dreaded the specter of another bloody ground campaign in Europe. The book topped the bestseller lists and sold 5 million copies. The following year, Walt Disney adapted it into an animated documentary feature film, and the same creative team that had made Dumbo and Bambi turned their talents to rendering hand-drawn Technicolor scenes of burning and desolated Axis cities. Seversky was a true believer and an evangelist. He was also a leading aircraft manufacturer, an entrepreneur who had sold thousands of airplanes to the U.S. Army Air Forces, USAAF, and hoped to sell tens of thousands more before the war was won. His book earned him plenty of goodwill with his clients, who adopted it as their secular Bible. But the Seversky Corporation had done no business with the Navy, a fact that may explain the author's comments on aircraft carriers. Shipborne aviation is necessarily helpless against the enemy's land-based aviation, and the bases themselves are extremely vulnerable. Navies have been disqualified for what used to be one of their primary jobs, to take the offensive initiative against enemy shores. By 1944, that portion of Seversky's argument had been debunked by the exploits of Task Force 58, the main carrier striking force of the Pacific Fleet. Nothing like it had ever been seen on the high seas, nothing like it has existed since 1945, and it is unlikely that a fighting fleet will ever again be built on such a scale. The mighty armada typically comprised 12 to 16 aircraft carriers with a screen of battleships, cruisers, and destroyers. Its great size rendered it omnipotent in whatever part of the ocean it occupied. Task Force 58 could put more than 1,000 warplanes into the air in 30 minutes, send them to attack an enemy 200 miles away, and recover them safely when they returned. The planes attacked with bombs, torpedoes, rockets, incendiary 50 caliber machine gun fire, and napalm. They punched craters in runways, killed pilots and mechanics in their beds, strafed and bombed parked planes, and turned airfield hangars and machine shops into smoking rubble. Vice Admiral Mark Mitscher, commander of Task Force 58, told a colleague, "There are just so many Jap planes on any island. We'll go in and take it on the chin. We'll swap punches with them. I know I'll have losses, but I'm stronger than they are. I don't give a damn now if they do spot me. I can go anywhere and nobody can stop me. If I go in and destroy all their aircraft, their damned island is no good to them anyhow." The standard American carrier fighter of this era was the Grumman F-6F Hellcat, a machine that weighed 9,000 pounds unloaded and was powered by a muscular 2,000 horsepower Pratt & Whitney engine. The Hellcat outflew and outfought its chief adversary, the much lighter Mitsubishi Zero. It matched the Zero's climbing speed below 14,000 feet and climbed faster at higher altitudes. In level flight or a dive, it was much faster. "I was amazed at how much power the engine produced," said a veteran pilot who had flown the previous generation F-4F Wildcat. "It seemed like the airplane just leaped off the ground. The takeoff roll was so short compared to the Wildcats. And once airborne, the Hellcat seemed to want to climb and climb and climb." Its 650 caliber machine guns could literally tear the Zero wing from wing. With steel armor plating and self-sealing fuel tanks, the brawny Grumman could stand up to considerable punishment in air combat. Often the Hellcats recovered safely on their carriers with wings and fuselage thoroughly perforated by bullets and shell fragments. On a typical strike day, reveille sounded at 3 o'clock a.m. A bugler played flight patterns through the ship's loudspeakers, and the bosun's mates shouted, "Reveille, reveille, reveille! All hands, up all bunks!" Throughout the ship was heard the dogging down of hatches and the slamming of doors, and hundreds of pairs of feet scampered across steel decks. On the hangar deck, in a hot, stifling cavity reeking of fuel and oil, ordnance gangs carted bombs and torpedoes to the underbellies of the bombers. Planes were coaxed into the elevators and brought up to the flight deck. Wooden chocks were placed in front of the wheels. The planes were gassed up and their bombs were fused. As launch time approached, a voice on the loudspeaker commanded, "Pilots, Man planes. The airmen swarmed up the ladders from their squadron ready rooms, festooned with gear and parachutes, goggles pushed up on their foreheads. Hooded deck crewmen led them through the maze of parked planes, each to their assigned machine. They climbed onto the wings, slid down into their cockpits, and buckled their shoulder straps. In the pre-dawn darkness, the cockpit was a black hole, with only the instrument gauges dimly lit, and the pilot felt blindly for the stick and pedals. At the order, "Start planes," the cartridge fired and the engine sputtered, coughed, backfired, and roared to life. The propeller turned, missed, and then dissolved into a blurred disk. The engine settled into a throaty, throbbing purr, and blue clouds of exhaust wafted down the deck. The carrier heeled sharply as the ship turned into the wind. The red and white fox flag went up at the yardarm, signaling the start of flight operations. With the actual wind added to the apparent wind created by the ship's forward momentum, a powerful gust swept aft along the flight deck. Flight deck crewmen armed with light wands braced themselves, taking care not to be blown into the propellers. They coaxed each plane forward to its takeoff spot. The wand twirled. The pilot pushed the throttle forward while standing on the brakes, causing the engine to ascend to a savage, quaking roar. He checked the magnetos, the fuel mixture, and the propeller pitch. He glanced at the engine instruments and confirmed that oil temperature and pressure were good. He ran the engine up to 2,700 RPM and watched his manifold pressure. Tongues of blue flame licked out of the exhaust pipes and threw a faint glow over the engine cowling. The flight deck officer, satisfied with the sound of the engine, lowered his wand and pointed down at the deck. The pilot lifted his feet from the brakes and was immediately shoved into his backrest. The dark shape of the carrier's island flashed by on his right. The tail lifted from the deck, then the wheels, and the Hellcat was airborne and climbing. The pilot pulled a hydraulic lever to raise the landing gear and banked left, keeping an eye on the needle and ball to avoid dropping into the dark sea below. Strikes commenced with a fighter sweep comprising dozens or even hundreds of Hellcats, intended to clear the skies of enemy planes ahead of the arrival of the SB-2C Helldiver dive bombers and TBM Avenger torpedo planes. The outbound fighters performed a group grope, a running rendezvous into formation. The eagle-eyed pilots studied the faint blue exhaust flames that were the only visible trace of the planes ahead. Formation flying in darkness required constant adjustments to airspeed, course, and altitude, and sustained concentration to fight off the vertigo and disorientation that could easily lead to crashes. They put on their masks and climbed to altitude, 20,000 or 30,000 feet. Soon the cockpits were as cold as meat lockers. They clapped their gloved hands and danced in their seats to keep warm. They relaxed a bit as dawn broke and they could see the horizon and the planes around them. Since the first days of their training, they had been told to keep their heads on a swivel, and they continually shifted gaze, scanning the sky for enemy aircraft, ahead, above, below, to the left, to the right, ahead again, and repeat. As they approached the target, they lowered their noses and picked up speed to fly through anti-aircraft bursts. If there were enemy planes in the sky, they were usually at lower altitude. David McCampbell, one of the most prolific F-6F aces of the Second World War, noted that they almost always spotted their Japanese adversaries beneath them, which allowed for diving attacks. The Hellcats peeled off the formation, zoomed down, and would shoot a plane or two. We'd make an attack, pull up, keep our altitude advantage and speed, and go down again. We repeated this over and over. In 1944, the Hellcat was the best carrier fighter in the Pacific, but it was also versatile enough to be employed as a bomber. Experiments soon proved that the F-6F could carry and deliver bombs almost as effectively as a purpose-built dive bomber. But unlike a dive bomber, once relieved of its bomb, the Hellcat could defeat any rival in air-to-air combat. The plane was sometimes armed with 6 HVARs, high-velocity aerial rockets, nicknamed the Holy Moses, which proved more effective than bombs against certain ground targets. Each HVAR carried a 5-inch shell as its warhead, matching the destructive power of a 5-inch naval gun, and so a Hellcat firing 6 rockets in one salvo packed a punch equivalent to a destroyer's full broadside. In time, another rocket was introduced, the 10-foot-long Tiny Tim, which matched the destructive power of a shell fired from a 12-inch naval gun. These air-to-ground weapons grew increasingly effective in the later stages of the war, as the aviators gained more experience with them. As the campaign moved into the western Pacific, F-6Fs increasingly struck Japanese ground fortifications with napalm bombs. Napalm was a simple incendiary composed of gasoline thickened by a gelatinous chemical. It tended to cling to whatever surface it landed upon, a pillbox, an anti-aircraft battery, a parked aircraft, human skin, and burned intensely until the fuel was exhausted. A napalm blaze atop a concrete bunker would drive the occupants out into the open, where they could be cut down by strafing Hellcats that followed close behind the napalm-armed leader. The versatility of the F-6F made it the most valuable aircraft in the carrier task forces, and commanders lobbied for a higher proportion of Hellcats on the carriers. In turn, that led to shrinking bomber squadrons. By war's end, a typical Essex-class complement of 96 planes included a dozen SB-2Cs, a dozen TBMs, and 72 Hellcats. A long-accepted tactical catechism, reiterated by Seversky in his bestseller, had held that aircraft carriers were no match for shore-based air power. Like many old orthodoxies, this one had been unseated by convergent advances in radar, anti-aircraft gunnery, and communications technologies. The task forces could now confidently fight off even the heaviest air attacks, and commanders like Mitscher were increasingly emboldened to hover in the offing near an enemy-held island. According to Arleigh Burke, Mitscher's long-serving chief of staff, operations were gradually evolving from the hit-and-run tactic to stay-and-slug-it-out tactic. The stay-and-slug-it-out business meant that we had to get rid of the enemy air permanently. Aerial counterstrikes on the task force were inevitable, but much improved radar systems could see inbound enemy planes when they were 100 miles out, with accurate readings of altitude, speed, and heading. IFF, Identification Friend or Foe technology, could now reliably discern friendly and enemy planes on the radar screens. All these data were channeled into the Combat Information Center, CIC, on each carrier, from which a fighter director officer, FDO, and his assistants radioed the orbiting Hellcats and directed them to intercept the approaching threat. In the later stages of the Pacific War, the CICs and the defending fighters routinely performed near-flawless interceptions. Often, the crews of the ships did not even lay eyes on a hostile plane. If an intruder managed to run the gauntlet of defending Hellcats and penetrated into the heart of the task force, it flew into a storm of anti-aircraft fire. The screening battleships and cruisers bristled with anti-aircraft weapons, ranging from the powerful long-ranged 5-inch .38 caliber guns to the newer 40mm quad Bofors batteries, to the last-ditch 20mm Oerlikons that were aimed and fired by a single man strapped into the gun. Anti-aircraft shells became much more lethal with the introduction of the VT, variable time, or proximity fuse, which used a miniaturized Doppler radar to detect the target aircraft and detonate in close proximity. In the carrier duels of 1942, ships had relied on aggressive high-speed maneuvering to dodge air attacks, the snake dance as it was called. But in 1944, when task forces were larger and the risk of collisions greater, new tactical doctrines placed less emphasis on the helms and more on the guns. It was thought better to stay on course and let the gunners wrap the ships in a protective screen of deadly flak. Task Force 58 was built for speed. It could lace up its 7-league boots and travel thousands of miles in any direction before the enemy suspected it was on the move. The big Essex-class fleet carriers, CVs, and the smaller Independence-class light carriers, CVLs, could carve a track through the ocean rollers for days without dipping below 23 knots, and could ring up more than 30 knots for combat. During the Yorktown's shakedown cruise in 1943, she achieved a peak speed of 34.9 knots, a breathtaking pace, the fastest of any carrier in history up to that time. The fast carriers were escorted by new Iowa-class fast battleships, 45,000-ton Leviathans that had no trouble keeping the pace. There were no lame horses in Mitcher's cavalry. All older and slower classes had been banished to the amphibious or logistics fleets. Task Force 58's speed lent it mobility and range, a vital consideration in the Pacific's blue immensities. It was a great nomadic air base, racing headlong from one part of the ocean to another, crossing and recrossing the equator, climbing up and down the latitudes. One day, sailors wore wool hats, fur-lined gloves, and heavy watch coats. A day or two later, they sweated through their dungarees and stripped to the waist under the pitiless equatorial sun. The great fleet plunged deep into enemy waters, remaining incognito by practicing strict radio silence. It hid itself in weather fronts and chased north behind tropical storms. It snuck over horizons in darkness, undetected, and attacked with complete surprise and overwhelming force. Perhaps it would stay and fight for a while, or perhaps it would vanish back into the interminable ocean wastes, from which it might suddenly reemerge 1,000 miles away to devastate another enemy target. The Japanese could only guess. They cruised in circular formation, with 3 or 4 carriers at the center and the screening ships arrayed in concentric rings by descending order of size. In a typical setup, 2 heavy and 2 light carriers would cruise in a staggered formation at the center. Battleships were close aboard to starboard and port, with cruisers at the cardinal points. On the outer rings were the destroyers, the versatile little tin cans that performed variously as radar pickets, message runners, anti-aircraft platforms, pilot rescue guards, and submarine hunters. As a tactic to confuse and thwart enemy submarines, the fleet followed a zigzagging course, making sudden radical turns at precisely scheduled intervals. All ships turned together, their white wakes carving synchronous arcs through the sea. In a minute and a half, they could execute a 90-degree turn and steady on a new course. The finely choreographed maneuver required deft seamanship on every ship, down to the humblest destroyer or auxiliary vessel. Conning officers kept their ships on station with slight corrections to course and speed, always with a wary eye on the vessels ahead, to either side, and astern. In daylight, these turns could be executed by seaman's eye. But on a dark night, or in thick weather when visibility was cut to 0, the only way of discerning the position of neighboring ships was by watching the circular scopes in the radar shacks. A radius line swept around the scope, like the long hand of an analog clock, leaving a trail of fading light green snow and darker green blips. While the ship was turning, it was a matter of watching those adjacent blips and sending constant steering and speed corrections to the bridge, in order to prevent them creeping toward the center of the screen. In such conditions, the radar shack was a pressure cooker. At night, with portholes and hatches sealed to prevent light from leaking out, it was a sweltering, airless cavity. Cigarette smoke hung heavily in the air, and men sweated through their uniforms. On the night before a strike, when the task force sprinted through darkness at 30 knots, radar scope operators could not afford to pull their eyes away from the scopes, even for a moment. Many struggled to keep their wits together. A sailor on the destroyer Dale recalled a barely averted calamity on such a night. When another destroyer executed an unexpected turn, a high-speed collision seemed inevitable, and the Dale's conning officer ordered both engines astern 1/3 to take the way off the ship. Her propellers bit deep into the water. Her hull quaked and shuddered as if coming apart at the rivets. Her stern dug into her wake, and she reared up out of the sea like a bucking bronco. The other ship crossed her bow, with 300 feet to spare. Because Task Force 58 was so big, and because it grew steadily as newly commissioned ships arrived in the Pacific, it was too unwieldy to operate in a single circular formation. The force was cleaved into component task groups, each a small circular fleet in itself. Each task group sailed as a unit and operated semi-independently under the local command of a rear admiral. It could break away to refuel or conduct air operations, or it might be dispatched by Admiral Mitcher to raid a target several hundred miles away. It was also possible to form a conventional surface warship force consisting of battleships and cruisers of the several task groups, which could then be sent ahead to engage Japanese warships in a conventional naval gunnery battle or to bombard enemy shore fortifications. Usually, however, the task groups, varying from 3 to 5 in number, remained at full strength in adjacent positions, spaced at a distance of 15 to 20 miles, so that they could provide mutual support. When this great fleet of fleets operated as a unit, it could not be seen all at once by any one pair of eyes, even from an airplane high above it. From the bridge of a carrier in one of the circular formations, a witness could look in every direction and see gray steel ships of various sizes and classes stretching to the horizon and beyond. The rectangular silhouettes of the carriers at the center of a neighboring task group might be visible in the far distance, or perhaps only their superstructures would be peeking over the horizon. Search planes flew wedge-shaped patterns to a radius of 200 or 250 miles, allowing the fleet to see over the horizons to either side. On a clear day, it would miss nothing in a 500-mile-wide swath of blue ocean. At night, the mighty turbines stirred up microbes for miles in every direction, and the sea was lit by a greenish phosphorescent glow, bright enough to read a newspaper by, as some claimed. The anti-aircraft gunners were always at their weapons, eyes peeled for hostile planes, steel helmets pushed back on their heads, and life vests cinched up around their necks. Now and again a blinker light flashed silently as one ship messaged another. The fleet's unprecedented mobility was multiplied by its capacity to remain at sea for weeks or even months at a time. Supporting and resupplying Task Force 58 was the job of the Pacific Fleet Logistics Command, which operated on a previously undreamed-of scale. Like war correspondents before them, historians have never had much success in making logistics interesting for readers. But logistics was the drivetrain that propelled overwhelming military force into the far precincts of the Western Pacific, a basic prerequisite for Allied victory. Logistics, as naval professionals constantly reminded war correspondents during the war and historians afterward, was the bedrock foundation of the entire Pacific campaign. By the spring of 1944, the war had moved a long way west of Hawaii, and Pearl Harbor was too distant to serve as the Pacific Fleet's main operating base. The fleet was obliged to shelter in secluded mid-Pacific atolls, thousands of miles from any proper naval shore establishment. Eniwetok, Kwajalein, and Majuro in the Marshall Islands were huge oblong rings of low-lying coral sand, the remnants of prehistoric volcanoes. They enclosed shallow lagoons large enough to accommodate hundreds of ships at anchor. Rising 10 or 15 feet above sea level, the long, narrow islets functioned as natural breakwaters, shielding the fleet against the Pacific's long swells. But they lacked enough landmass to block gale-force winds, so the lagoons were rough in a storm, and vessels often tore loose of their moorings and ran aground on a lee beach. The islands supplied little in the way of food, fresh water, or raw materials except coral rock, which could be crushed and made into high-grade concrete for airfields, roads, and piers. But little new construction was needed ashore, because floating logistics supplied the basic needs of an advanced fleet base. An ungainly flotilla of oil-streaked transports, tankers, and auxiliary ships swung on rusty anchors in the roadsteads, ready to provide all essential repair and supply services to the fighting fleet. All but the most critical battle damage could be repaired in floating mobile dry docks. An umbilical cord of shipping linked these outposts to Pearl Harbor and the west coast of North America. The peripatetic fleet train included cargo ships, commercial tankers, troop ships, fleet oilers, ammunition ships, hospital ships, mine layers, mine sweepers, refrigeration ships, submarine tenders, floatplane tenders, and escort or jeep carriers, CVEs. They came heavily laden with fuel, ammunition, provisions, spare parts, replacement aircraft, and newly trained relief personnel. Task Force 58's awesome range and mobility owed much to the strategic proximity of these Micronesian anchorages, but perhaps even more to the practice known as underway replenishment. The fleet refueled at sea, reprovisioned at sea, and eventually even loaded ammunition at sea. In April 1944, the At-Sea Logistics Service Group set up shop in Eniwetok, the westernmost atoll in American hands, comprising 34 25,000-ton fleet oilers, 11 escort carriers, 19 destroyers, and 26 destroyer escorts. A column of a dozen or more oilers departed Eniwetok regularly, escorted by destroyers, to rendezvous with Task Force 58. A destroyerman recalled coming over the horizon to find a row of oilers ready to service the fleet, arrayed in a line abreast, like toll gates on a bridge. A fetid stench of brown bunker oil could be picked up a mile downwind. In 1942, refueling in rough seas had been the bane of carrier operations, often causing costly delays. But now, after more than 2 years of wartime experience and training, the crews had become considerably more adept. The vessel to be fueled crept up alongside the oiler from astern and steadied on a parallel course at 9 or 10 knots, with a 30-foot gap between the ships. Hawsers and phone lines were thrown across, hoses were hauled back and fastened to intake valves, the pumps were switched on, and oil began to flow. In a rolling swell, both ships pitched heavily, and the hoses were jerked here and there, always threatening to tear free. Hauling a hose from one ship to another is like hauling a boa constrictor out of a tree, a witness wrote. It writhes and clings and jerks with live resistance, and even after it has been made fast to the intake pipe, it struggles to break away. Helmsmen in both vessels made constant corrections to remain on precisely parallel courses. The two bows acted as a funnel, sending wild seas surging down the gap between them. When the refueling ship's tanks were full, she cast free the hoses and gradually increased her speed to pull away, and another ship crept up from astern. The procedure was repeated until the entire fleet had drunk its fill. Between fall 1943 and spring 1944, Task Force 58 grew steadily as newly commissioned fast carriers and screening ships arrived from the United States. The burgeoning force demonstrated the possibilities of unprecedented tactical mobility, roaming far and wide throughout the Central and Southern Pacific and attacking Japanese targets across a 5,000-mile front. Carrier fighters and bombers provided air cover for every major amphibious invasion of the period, including those in both Nimitz's and MacArthur's theaters, sometimes striking targets north and south of the equator in the same week. In November 1943, a single task group detoured south to hit Rabaul on New Britain, while the rest of the force covered the invasions of Tarawa and Macon in the Gilbert Islands. Then the reunited carrier force stormed into the heart of the Marshall Islands and launched a series of punishing airstrikes, culminating in the Flintlock landings of February 1944. Later that month saw Task Force 58's boldest gambit to date, Operation Hailstone, a surprise attack on Truk Atoll, the largest Japanese naval base outside the home islands. In a 2-day raid, the American carrier planes destroyed 249 Japanese aircraft, most on the ground, and sank about 200,000 tons of shipping. While returning north, the force struck opportunistically at Guam and Rota in the Marianas, then veered south again to hit targets in the Palau Islands, which lay a full 1,200 miles west of Truk and only 575 miles east of the Philippines. In April, elements of Task Force 58 again dipped below the equator to support General MacArthur's move into Hollandia on the North New Guinea coast, striking and neutralizing Japanese airfields throughout the region. While returning north, almost as if on a whim, the force made a westward detour and poured another 2 days' worth of abuse down on Truk and the Palaus. Admiral Spruance, the big boss afloat, was a reticent figure, phlegmatic and somewhat shy. He was of average height, always fit and trim, dressed in pressed khakis and well-shined shoes. His close-cropped blonde hair was flecked with gray. His eyes were pale blue. He had the bronzed skin of a man who spent long hours under the sun. He was 57 years old, but could have passed for 47. Some thought him a dead ringer for the late humorist Will Rogers. At the beginning of the war, Spruance had been an anonymous rear admiral commanding a cruiser division in Admiral Halsey's carrier task force. In June 1942, two momentous developments sent his career up a steep upward trajectory. First, he was lifted to temporary command of Task Force 16, centered around the Enterprise and the Hornet, when Halsey was laid low by a skin disorder. In that role, Spruance fought the Battle of Midway, June 4th through 6th, 1942, and was credited for the immortal victory. Immediately afterward, he was recalled to shore duty as Nimitz's Chief of Staff, a powerful job that he would hold for more than a year. During this period, from June 1942 to July 1943, he lived in a small, austere bedroom on the second floor of Nimitz's house on Makalapa Hill in Pearl Harbor. The two admirals grew close, professionally and personally, and when Spruance's tenure at Pacific Fleet Headquarters drew to a close, Nimitz selected him as commander of the Fifth Fleet, the biggest and most important seagoing command in the U.S. Navy. By a wide margin, it was the largest fleet command in the history of any navy. Nimitz trusted Spruance to act as his surrogate, to render the same decisions that he, Nimitz, would make if he had been commanding the fleet at sea. As a SINCPAC staff officer remarked, "The Admiral thinks it's all right to send Raymond out now. He's got him to the point where they think and talk just alike." Though he stood above Admiral Mitscher in the chain of command, Spruance was usually content to let his Task Force 58 chief exercise tactical command of the fleet. His humble flagship Indianapolis sailed as part of the circular defensive screening formation in Mitscher's Task Group 58-3, centered on the Essex-class heavy carrier Lexington, CV-16. For days at a time, when Task Force 58 was steaming at high speed across the Pacific expanses, Spruance did little or no work, rendered no important decisions, and did not communicate at all with Mitscher, though their two flagships were only a quarter of a mile apart. The Fifth Fleet Chief of Staff, Charles Carl Moore, later gave a frank account of the boss's eccentric personality and working habits. Spruance did not fit the conventional mold of a wartime fleet commander. He was aloof, introverted, and monkish. He often described the Pacific War as interesting. A physical fitness zealot, Spruance said that he could not think clearly or get a decent night's sleep unless he walked at least 5 miles a day. On an average day at sea, Spruance paced for 3 to 4 hours around the forecastle of the Indianapolis, while dressed in a garish Hawaiian floral print bathing suit, no shirt, white socks, and his regulation black leather shoes. Spruance paid little attention to administrative details, preferring to let his subordinates worry about them. When Moore tried to engage Spruance about some pending matter, and the Admiral did not think it merited his attention, he brusquely refused to reply. He walked off the flag bridge and returned to his customary deck circuit, or barricaded himself in his cabin with a paperback book. "He never gets ruffled or excited, never gets exasperated with me when I get disagreeable," Moore told his wife in a letter of early 1944. "When he doesn't want to do business, he just pretends not to hear and goes to bed or walks off and doesn't answer." Spruance was deadly serious about his sleep. He aimed for 8 or 9 hours a night and was often in bed by 8 o'clock. Even when the Indianapolis was roaring into enemy waters at 30 knots and his shipmates were tense and restless, the Admiral slept soundly. One night, Moore shook him awake to give him the news that a strange plane had been picked up on radar. "Well," Spruance asked without rising from his bunk, "is there anything I can do about it?" "No," Moore replied. Then why wake me up? You know I don't like to be awakened in the middle of the night. He turned over and fell back asleep. The Fifth Fleet staff enjoyed telling stories about their chief's compulsive daily rituals, which he practiced with devout attention to detail. Spruance began each day with a cold shower. He did not speak a word until he had drunk his morning cup of coffee, but he turned up his nose at the Navy Joe that sat in Pyrex carafes in the mess. He insisted on fresh coffee brewed with premium Hawaiian Kona beans. Not trusting the mess stewards to do the job properly, the Admiral made his own coffee, grinding the beans with his personal hand-crank grinder and then brewing it in a percolator at the table. He drank 3 small cups at breakfast, but no more for the rest of the day. He was a disciplined and abstemious eater. He had a few pieces of toast, grapefruit if we had it, said his flag lieutenant Charles F. Barber. Lunch was a bowl of soup and an ample salad. I often warned guests before lunch that was all they would get. Dinner was hearty, as Spruance had normally worked up an appetite by trekking around the ship. He ate beef and raw sliced onions, which he believed were good for his health. Spruance insisted upon neatness and cleanliness, especially in his personal space. Once he rebuked Moore for putting his feet up on a chair in the flag cabin. "The deck is perfectly clean," Moore replied. "It's just as clean as the chairs are." Spruance made a show of brushing off the seat before sitting down, remarking, "I don't want my trousers to get all dirty sitting where you had your feet." In private conversations, the Admiral faulted his old friend Bill Halsey for talking too freely to newspaper reporters. Believing that Halsey had allowed himself to be exploited by the press, Spruance was determined not to repeat the same mistake. Upon first taking command of the Fifth Fleet in the fall of 1943, he had refused to allow war correspondents on board the Indianapolis. But his tenure as fleet commander coincided with a renewed push in Washington to upgrade the Navy's public relations. Under-Secretary Jim Forrestal, in particular, was pressuring all major naval commands to improve the quality, quantity, and timeliness of press coverage. The Pearl Harbor-based press corps took an increasing interest in the enigmatic 4-star admiral. Interview requests poured in. "He refused to see any war correspondence at all," said Moore, "until I succeeded in making him believe it was his duty." When finally cornered by the newsmen, Spruance was cool and matter-of-fact. He dwelled on the minutiae of logistics, a subject that did not much interest them. He did not speak in soundbites. He gave them nothing that they might have used to sketch his personality or style of leadership. Some reporters used their imaginations to fill the void. A January 1944 issue of Collier's Weekly depicted Spruance as a hard-driving workaholic. "When Admiral Spruance isn't walking, he's driving. Driving himself, his subordinates, his ships, and the enemy. He's a demon for work." Moore teased the Admiral by repeating the phrase on the bridge of the Indianapolis. "A demon for work." Years later, in a post-war interview, Moore burst out laughing as he reread the Collier's story. "The laziest man you've ever seen. He hated to work. He hated to write anything. He was no driver. You can see he didn't drive me. He tried to keep me from working, and the same thing with everybody else. He didn't drive his ships. He did drive the enemy when it came to that point, but this fellow gives the impression that you've got a tough, hard-boiled driving man here, which he wasn't at all." In June 1944, while the Fifth Fleet was spearheading the invasion of the Marianas, Spruance's bronzed face appeared on the cover of Time magazine under the headline, "The Mechanical Man." Time depicted him as a cold, calculating mechanical man, more technician than warrior. When the magazine was delivered to the flag bridge of the Indianapolis, Spruance tried to hide it. The subterfuge failed, as Moore found another copy and read excerpts aloud over the ship's public address system. Later, in a more reflective mood, Moore wrote his wife, who was, like himself, a dear old friend of Raymond Spruance, and concluded that Time had simply fabricated an identity for the Fifth Fleet commander. "If they had come to me, I could have given them a much better picture of him. but I think it is just as well that the public and the thousands of men in this fleet look on him as time had pictured him. He has the fine military qualities time credits him with, but he is shy and diffident rather than hard-boiled. If Spruance deliberately tried to avoid work, as he freely admitted in at least one post-war letter, he achieved the singular feat of turning his indolence into a virtue. His insistence upon delegating authority down the line of command tended to bring out the best in subordinates. He kept his mind clear of details in order to focus on the big picture. He refused to consider minor issues because he was storing up his mental energy for the major ones. His daily 5-mile deck hikes kept him healthy and fit. The physical exercise helped him sleep soundly at night, even while under the strain of prolonged operations in enemy waters. As others in the fleet grew exhausted and edgy, Spruance remained fresh and well-rested. He told his wife in a letter from sea, "If I don't exercise, I don't feel as well, and I get nervous and mentally depressed. I am in tip-top condition and intend to stay that way in order to do my job, which, after all, is an important one." The wisdom of this philosophy was apparent as the new seakeeping capabilities lengthened the duration of the fleet's blue water cruises. Military and medical authorities were confronting the rising costs of command fatigue. More than ever before, seagoing commanders were rated according to their mental and physical stamina. When a visitor went aboard the Indianapolis in the summer of 1944, he noted that the Fifth Fleet staff officers were dog-tired and showed it. They seemed overdue for a long leave on dry land. But Spruance, who was older than any man on his staff, appeared rested, healthy, and alert. A colleague had remarked to Spruance at the outset of the Marianas campaign, "Every commander must be a gambler." If that was so, Spruance retorted, he intended to be a gambler of the professional variety, because he wanted all the odds I could get stacked in my favor. He did not believe in running unnecessary risks, especially at this late stage of the Pacific War, when American forces enjoyed a large and growing margin of superiority. Above all, he intended to protect the beachhead on Saipan and the vulnerable amphibious fleet that lay offshore. When a powerful Japanese fleet approached on the night of June 18, 1944, Admiral Mitscher asked permission to take Task Force 58 west to intercept it. Wary of the risk, however remote, of an end-run attack on the beachhead, Spruance denied the request. On the morning of June 19th, the Japanese carriers launched 3 large airstrikes against the Fifth Fleet. In a day-long aerial battle nicknamed the Great Marianas Turkey Shoot, F-6F Hellcats met and slaughtered the attackers, sending more than 300 Japanese aircraft down in flames. But Task Force 58 was too far east to launch a counterattack on the Japanese fleet. After a 24-hour stern chase, Mitscher's carrier airmen finally managed to sink 2 enemy fleet oilers and an aircraft carrier on the night of June 20th, but the greater part of the Japanese fleet survived to fight another day. Following this 2-day Battle of the Philippine Sea, Spruance's conservative tactics came under harsh scrutiny. Critics charged that he had forgotten or ignored the cardinal principle of carrier warfare: to strike first. In this case, according to the naval aviators, it had been doubly important to move west on the night of June 18th, because the prevailing trade winds in those waters blew from the east, and the carriers would therefore be obliged to steam east throughout the daylight hours to conduct flight operations. By tethering Task Force 58 to Saipan, Spruance had made the calculated decision to allow the Japanese to strike the first aerial blow, while simultaneously placing his carriers out of range for a counterstrike. In the admittedly short history of carrier warfare, the decision was unprecedented. To Spruance's critics, his tactics had seemed not only wrong, but obviously wrong, and therefore unpardonable. Arleigh Burke, Mitscher's chief of staff, later recalled that he and his colleagues were heartbroken by the decision. The Americans had grasped the chance to wipe out the entire striking arm of the Japanese Navy, and let it slip through their fingers. The debate exposed a rift in the ranks of the U.S. Navy between traditional naval line officers who had served chiefly in battleships and other surface warships, black shoes, and an insurgent cadre of professional naval aviators, brown shoes. The brown shoes argued that a black shoe like Spruance was not qualified to command the fast carrier task force because he lacked an innate feeling for the new capabilities of carrier aviation. The controversy was freighted with biases and warped by personal ambitions, but it was remarkably virulent. A rising cohort of brown shoe captains and rear admirals insisted that Spruance must go, and they were willing to test the limits of propriety or even mutiny in aiming criticism against their chief. Spruance's performance in the battle was endorsed by King and Nimitz when they visited the Marianas the following month, silencing chatter that he might be ousted from his job. But the hullabaloo continued to reverberate noisily in Pearl Harbor and Washington. August 1944 brought an important command transition. Admiral Halsey, who had held a sub-theater command, COMSOPAC, in the South Pacific since October 1942, was brought north to relieve Spruance. The changeover would occur at the conclusion of the Marianas campaign. Spruance and his staff would take a well-deserved leave in the States, and then return to Pearl Harbor to plan future operations. Halsey would command the fleet until January 1945, and then be relieved in turn by Spruance. The cycle would repeat every 5 to 6 months until the end of the war. One admiral and his staff would be at sea while the other was ashore, planning the next round of invasions and carrier strikes. Somewhat confusingly, the 5th Fleet would be designated the 3rd Fleet when Halsey commanded it, and Task Force 58 would become Task Force 38. Upon Spruance's return, they would again become the 5th Fleet and Task Force 58. The numbers would change, but the two fleets were one and the same. This ruse was intended to dupe the Japanese into believing that two independent fleets were roaming the Pacific. There is evidence that it succeeded, at least at first. Japanese commercial radio broadcasts sometimes referred to both the 5th and the 3rd Fleets, speculating on their respective locations and missions. The two-platoon command scheme offered clear advantages. Spruance might possess exceptional stamina, but he and his team could not be expected to remain at sea indefinitely without a breather. The war had moved so far to the west that it was no longer practicable for the fleet to return to Pearl Harbor after each successive operation. When the Americans penetrated into the inner perimeter of Japan's empire, it was thought essential to keep the Pacific Fleet continuously engaged against the enemy. The air assault would be unremitting, with one strike following close upon another. But it was also necessary that fleet commanders and their staffs be directly engaged in planning new operations. As a practical matter, one team would need to be working in a shore-based headquarters while the other was at sea. Some had doubts about the wisdom of this rotating fleet command. Two analogies lent themselves to describing the new arrangement, and both gained wide currency at the time and in post-war accounts. The first was, 2 drivers, 1 team of horses. The second was the inescapable football metaphor, 2 backfields, 1 offensive line. In either case, the horses or the linemen had reason to be concerned, because no provision was made for their rest. According to Rear Admiral Arthur Radford, who commanded one of the carrier task groups in 1945, the horses sometimes wondered whether the returning drivers, rested from their earlier exertions, really were aware of the nerve-wracking day-in, day-out months at sea put in by the single crews of the ships. There was also the sensitive question of whether Halsey's team was ready. Spruance and his outfit had grown into the job during a year of hard-earned experience. Halsey and his close-knit staff had been in a shore-based headquarters in Noumea, New Caledonia, for nearly 2 years. Halsey had not commanded at sea since the comparative dark age of 1942. Far-reaching technological and doctrinal changes had occurred in the intervening period. He and his squad would have a great deal to learn, but naval combat was a hard and unforgiving school. While commanding in the South Pacific, Halsey had made a name for himself as a charismatic, swaggering, limelight-loving warrior, the Navy's answer to George S. Patton. His nickname among the rank and file, quickly adopted by the newspapers, was the Bull. He was obliging with reporters and always quick with a quotable line. His bloody-minded tirades against the Japanese had been received with enthusiasm, not only by Allied servicemen in the Pacific, but also civilians in the United States. Like many celebrities, he had a famous tagline. "The way to win this war," he said, "is to kill Japs, and kill more Japs." He signed off his messages, "Keep 'em dying." Referring to atrocities against American prisoners, he declared ominously, "They'll be properly repaid." He told the press he intended to ride the Emperor Hirohito's famous white horse through downtown Tokyo, and had addressed himself directly to the Emperor, declaring, "Your time is short." Halsey's tendency to speak first and think later had caused embarrassment in the past, most notably when he had rashly predicted that the Allies would achieve complete victory in the Pacific by the end of 1943. 3 months later, he had been forced to retract that sensational forecast, and the retraction was gleefully highlighted in the Japanese state-controlled news media. Halsey regretted that he had "made a monkey out of myself many times" in the newspapers, and pledged to learn from his past mistakes. But Spruance privately feared that Halsey's publicity had actually turned his head, and wondered, prophetically it turned out, whether his brassy colleague would feel pressured to live up to a glorified public image, rather than be guided by his best military judgment. A war correspondent who got to know Halsey's inner circle of staff officers in mid-1944 noted that the gang was always in high spirits. Halsey kept up a running banter. All the Halsey men seemed always to be having a hilarious time. Their leader set the tone. He was a profane, rowdy, fun-loving 4-star admiral who laughed at jokes at his own expense and fired provocative verbal salvos against the enemy. The staff, led by Robert Mick Carney, called itself the Dirty Tricks Department. They were intensely loyal to Halsey, and he reciprocated their loyalty. Naturally, they all wanted to come along with Admiral Bill on the next adventure, especially since the 3rd Fleet Command was a plum assignment for any ambitious officer, and Halsey did not want to break up his band. That undoubtedly played into his decision to take a large cohort of his SOPAC staff with him when he left Noumea for Pearl Harbor on June 16, 1944. As they moved into their temporary 3rd Fleet headquarters in the Navy Yard at Pearl Harbor, they numbered more than 100 officers and enlisted men, and more were due to arrive from the South Pacific before the intended command turnover in August. Few had served in the fleet since the arrival of the Essex-class fast carriers the previous year. Halsey's 3rd Fleet staff was nearly twice the size of Spruance's team, and it would have been even larger if Admiral Nimitz had not insisted on limiting its headcount. Personnel reshuffling was occurring at the task group level as well. Mitscher had been ruthless in purging weaker performers, forcing out 3 task group commanders since assuming leadership of Task Force 58 in January 1944. A new generation of recently promoted aviation admirals coveted those jobs, which were among the most prestigious in the Navy. Career ambitions, personal rivalries, and the ongoing brown shoe insurgency came into play as they jockeyed for the prized billets. Most of the new task group commanders had graduated the Naval Academy between 1916 and 1919. That made them considerably junior to the black shoe admirals who commanded the battleships and cruisers in the fleet. Vice Admiral Willis Ching Lee, who had administrative command of the battleships, had graduated in the class of 1908, just 2 years behind Spruance. He had a decade of seniority over the men running the several task groups, to whom Lee and his battleship skippers would have to answer. That sort of arrangement was virtually unknown in the pre-war period, but the Black Shoes had acknowledged the ascendancy of the aircraft carrier, and with a war to win, they did not stand on the niceties of the class year pecking order. Admiral King was determined to maintain control of top personnel assignments in the Pacific. His practice was to rotate officers from the fleet back to administrative and planning jobs in Washington, and to send others from the headquarters out to the fleet. The policy was sensible and just, but it meant that men who had been flying desks in Washington were suddenly thrust into important seagoing commands, even though they had no recent experience in the fleet. Given the breakneck pace of technological and doctrinal evolution, they would have much to learn and absorb. When the Fifth Fleet put into Eniwetok Atoll on August 10th, after more than 2 months of uninterrupted combat operations supporting the invasion of the Marianas, several newly appointed task group commanders flew in and relieved their predecessors. Vice Admiral John S. Slew McCain, who had most recently served as King's Deputy Chief of Naval Operations for Air, relieved Joseph Jocko Clark as commander of Task Group 58-1. His flagship was to be the Wasp. Frederick Ted Sherman relieved Alfred Montgomery in command of Task Group 58-3, hoisting his flag in the Essex. Gerald Bogan retained command of Task Group 58-2 with his flagship Bunker Hill. Ralph Davison rode in the Franklin as commander of Task Group 58-4. All were briefed on the impending fleet command turnover, which would occur midday on August 26th. Spruance would take the Indianapolis back to Pearl Harbor, and the battleship New Jersey would bring Halsey out to the Western Pacific by the first week of September. Sooner or later, Admiral Mitscher would also need a spell of rest. The fleet surgeon had noted the telltale signs of nervous exhaustion. Mitscher had lost about 15 pounds in 6 months, and since he had been scarcely bigger than a horse racing jockey to begin with, he could hardly afford it. But replacing Mitscher presented a dilemma. Several ambitious brown shoe admirals were angling for the job, both in Washington and in Pearl Harbor. Few naval aviators in the service possessed Mitscher's rank and seniority, and none had seagoing experience with the new carriers. Mitscher favored promoting one of the existing task group commanders into the role. He nominated Ted Sherman. But Sherman had begun the war as a captain, and promoting such a junior admiral into the exalted command would excite jealousy and resentment. King eventually selected John McCain for the job. McCain was a very senior vice admiral, having graduated Annapolis in 1906. He had been one of King's most trusted deputies in Washington. He had been the air commander in the South Pacific during the Guadalcanal campaign, and then ran the Aeronautics Bureau of the Navy Department. Like King and Halsey, he was a latecomer to aviation. All 3 officers had done their flight training when they were captains over the age of 50, solely in order to earn the qualification needed to command an aircraft carrier. The real brown shoes, who had come up through the ranks as flyers, did not regard these Johnny-come-latelys as genuine members of their guild. Many were perplexed and even unsettled by the news that McCain would take over Mitscher's role as commander of Task Force 38. Mitscher was slated to remain with the fleet until November, during which time McCain would undergo a 3-month break-in period in the subordinate role of a task group commander, one of 4 in Task Force 38. His predecessor in that job, Jocko Clark, would remain at sea in the Hornet, making the short flight from the Hornet to the Wasp to consult with the new boss whenever necessary. Makey Learny, a term derived from Pidgin English, was the Navy's nickname for this sort of on-the-job training arrangement. McCain would not inherit Mitscher's experienced staff, so he faced the difficult task of building a new team from scratch. But many of the officers possessing essential know-how were due for leave or already attached to other admirals, or both. Noting that he was senior to Mitscher by a margin of 4 years, McCain remarked to John Towers that he felt as if someone were trying to cut his throat. In any previous era of American naval history, a 4-year gap in seniority would have decided all such wrangles in McCain's favor. But under the pressure of a vast and bloody war, many old traditions were being set aside. Pragmatic solutions were the order of the day. After giving him a respectful hearing, Nimitz told him to do his best under the circumstances. While the fleet rested at Eniwetok, sailors and officers took liberty ashore. 2 different islets had been designated as recreation zones, one for officers and one for enlisted men. Beer was rationed, 2 cans per man, but there was plenty of black market liquor available as well, especially on the islet designated for officers' recreation. One day in mid-August, a group of well-oiled Hornet aviators was standing on the dock, waiting for a launch to take them back to their ship. Horseplay ensued. An ensign was shoved into the lagoon. He swam back to the beach and charged down the dock, intent on revenge. Dozens more went into the water. Before long, any man wearing a dry khaki uniform was a fair target. Even Commander Harold L. Hal Buell, the Hornets' air group leader, was seized by his feet and arms and swung into the lagoon. He did not mind. After all, he wrote, it was good, clean fun, and the water helped to shake off the effects of an afternoon of imbibing. Returning dripping wet to the dock, Buell glimpsed a small, white-haired man being pitched headlong into the lagoon. The victim was already airborne when Buell recognized him as Admiral McCain. Naval etiquette gave leeway in certain circumstances, but in general, drunken aviators were not permitted to lay hands on a 3-star admiral and heave him into the sea. Buell shouted a warning, but too late. He and several others dove after McCain immediately. As we got hold of him and helped him to his feet, he was gasping and wheezing and said, "Get my hat, boys, get my hat." The hat, a special version of a field fatigue hat with the gold band and scrambled eggs almost all green from salt air, was his lucky hat and well known among the fleet pilots. We retrieved the hat, got the Admiral back up on the dock, and expressed our deepest regrets for our conduct. He was a small man, almost fragile, and looked like a strong wind could blow him away. Dripping salt water, seaweed, and coral sand, he kept grinning as he shook hands with each of us while we continued making our apologies. He asked for a dry cigarette, lit up, and started telling us how good it was to be back with his fighting men. With blue eyes twinkling from a wrinkled face, dominated by both a nose and ears of heroic proportions, McCain looked for all the world like a leprechaun. As the boats began to arrive, one of the first was McCain's motor launch. Completely white, spotless, with brass gleaming and 3-star blue flag flying, it was a beautiful sight. The Admiral was now having fun with his boys and didn't want it to end. So he asked us to join him on the boat. He would take each of us to our ship. To the dismay of the spotless boat's crew, a dozen or more dirty, bedraggled pilots came aboard with the Admiral. We then wound our way through the mass of warships in the harbor, delivering each pilot to his ship. Task Force 38, as it was now redesignated, sortied from Eniwetok on August 28th. As always, the departure was a long and intricately choreographed procedure. Destroyers and cruisers went out through the deep water exit channel just before the carriers, and immediately commenced sonar ranging for enemy submarines. All ships dialed up high speed, the better to get away from the perilous approaches where Japanese submarines were known to lurk, and coalesced into a cruising formation without breaking the pace. Mitcher's force was at full strength, comprising 8 Essex-class carriers and 8 light carriers divided into 4 task groups, embarking more than 1,000 airplanes altogether. This cruise was to be the longest and most ambitious in the year-long history of the Fast Carrier Task Force. On a map of the Pacific, a 3,000-mile-long arc of island groups reached from Japan through the Bonins, the Marianas, the Carolines, and the Palaus, terminating in the southern Philippines. Having taken the Marianas, American forces would now extend control southward down that long arc. Task Force 38 would cover the impending Operation Stalemate amphibious landings on islands in the Caroline and Palau archipelagos. By November, if all went as planned, they would occupy or otherwise neutralize every important island in the chain from the Marianas in the north to Mindanao in the south. The forthcoming cruise would take the carriers to the front door of the Philippines, where they would reduce Japanese air power in the region ahead of MacArthur's planned invasion of Mindanao on November 15th. Photo reconnaissance flights had identified no fewer than 63 Japanese airfields in the Philippines, and according to the best intelligence estimates, they were supplied with about 650 aircraft of various types. Up the crescent between the Marianas and Japan were the little islands known as the Bonin and Volcano groups, called the Nanpo Shoto by the Japanese. The Americans had nicknamed them the Jimas. They had become a strategic hotspot since the Americans had landed in Saipan 10 weeks earlier. Iwo Jima was especially significant as a way station for enemy air reinforcements headed south. Jocko Clark's Task Group 58-1, which included the Essex-class flat-tops Hornet and Yorktown, launched 5 big carrier raids against the Bonins between June 15th and August 5th. Again and again, the American carrier planes returned to pulverize the airfields, ammunition dumps, anti-aircraft batteries, fuel tanks, and ground complexes. They had shot down nearly 100 planes over the Jimas and destroyed another 100 on the ground. They had dive-bombed Japanese shipping in the harbors, strafed fishing sampans offshore, and torpedoed Japanese convoys at sea. Although the rank and file of the fleet did not know it, Admiral Spruance was arguing strenuously for an invasion of Iwo Jima, and the relentless carrier raids were providing useful intelligence about the state of Japanese defenses on the island. Clark later said that he regarded those islands as my special property, and his aviators nicknamed them the Jocko Jimas. Upon returning to Eniwetok the previous month, they had drawn up stock certificates in an imaginary real estate investment company, the Jocko Jima Development Corporation, which advertised its business as the acquisition and development of exclusive sites in the Bonin Islands. Designated shareholders were presented with colorfully illustrated stock certificates, which entitled the owner to a share in choice locations of all types in Iwo, Chichi, Haha, and Mukojima, only 500 miles from downtown Tokyo. As president of the make-believe firm, Clark signed each certificate in his own hand. Share number 1 was issued to Admiral Mitscher. The certificates soon became prized collector's items and were traded, in some cases for real money, throughout the Pacific and as far afield as Washington. Now, as Task Force 38 went to sea again, the force divided into its component subunits. 3 groups turned south to strike assorted targets in the Caroline and Palau Islands, and 1, Task Group 38-4, under Ralph Davison, went north to call on the Bonins yet again. In a 3-day strike, Davison's airmen flew 633 sorties over the islands, returning with claims of 46 Japanese planes shot down or destroyed on the ground and 6 ships sunk. In his report to Halsey and Mitscher, Davison remarked, "Shares in the Jocko JRIC Development Corporation selling at new high after brisk turnover in airfield and industrial sites." Davison's carriers lost only 5 airplanes in the operation. One of the downed planes was a Grumman TBM Avenger, piloted by Lieutenant J.G. George H.W. Bush, a future president of the United States. His plane was hit and damaged by anti-aircraft fire over Chichijima. Bush parachuted into the ocean and was later rescued by a submarine, the Finback, but his 2 air crewmen and 6 other aviators from other downed planes were captured, tortured, and executed by Japanese military personnel on the island. 4 of the prisoners were partly eaten by Japanese officers in an episode of ritualistic cannibalism. These ghastly events and the war crimes trials of the perpetrators were documented by James Bradley in his 2003 book, Flyboys. Halsey and his staff had left Pearl Harbor in the New Jersey on August 24th. Halsey had brought an enormous staff with him, nearly 200 officers and sailors, amounting to about 10% of the ship's crew. The superstructure of the 45,000-ton battleship had been extensively reconfigured to serve as the fleet command center. 2 decks under the captain's bridge were occupied by Flag Country, which included a new flag plot retrofitted with state-of-the-art communications and radar technology, a spacious flag bridge with verandas to starboard and port, berthing compartments for officers and bluejackets, and a cavernous wardroom that doubled as a conference center. This region of the ship was considerably larger than the corresponding arrangements on Spruance's smaller flagship, Indianapolis. The newly updated wardrooms and mess facilities were sumptuous by Navy standards. Lieutenant Carl Solberg, an intelligence officer, recalled that the junior officers were pleasantly surprised by the quality of the meals served in their wardroom, on white linen tables. Fresh steaks and chops, tossed salads, and not just ice cream every evening, but baked Alaska every Sunday. Before falling in with Task Force 38, Halsey wanted to confer with MacArthur's leading naval and air commanders in Manus. During the 10-day passage from Hawaii, the New Jersey and her 3 escorting destroyers conducted daily anti-aircraft gunnery drills, with the gunners firing at target sleeves towed behind the battleship's float planes. The New Jersey's 16-inch guns were also fired in practice. To the satisfaction of the 3rd Fleet communications staff, the powerful concussions of the big weapons did not interfere with the workings of their equipment, a problem that had plagued previous flagships. Mick Carney put the flag plot staff through a series of high-pressure drills known as simulated battle problems. At this point, Halsey and his flagship were separated from Task Force 38 by thousands of miles, and Mitcher remained in tactical control of the carriers. But Halsey sent him frequent instructions from the towering radio antennae of the New Jersey. Even now, before the flagship had fallen in with the fleet, it was clear that Halsey would take a more hands-on approach than his predecessor. Halsey and his dirty tricks department had their own ideas about how to fight and win the Pacific campaign, and they did not hesitate to propose major revisions to existing plans. During the interim period before taking command of the fleet, Halsey had argued that most of Operation Stalemate was unnecessary. In his view, the remote equatorial archipelagos of the Carolines and Palaus were prime candidates to be bypassed, and he recommended transferring the troops slated for those landings to MacArthur's control for use in an accelerated invasion of the Philippines. Nimitz had countered by ordering the bypass of one major stalemate objective, Babel Tuop in the Palaus, and agreed to consider bypassing Yap in the Carolines. But the Cinque Pack was firm that invasions in the western Palaus, Peleliu, and Angar would proceed as planned. Halsey's staff also proposed a major redeployment of the Pacific Submarine Force, aimed at shifting its targeting priority from Japanese merchant vessels and tankers to Japanese warships. This gambit was firmly rejected by the Pacific Submarine Force commander, Admiral Charles A. Lockwood. In Pearl Harbor, there was a feeling that Halsey and his 3rd Fleet staff were spending too much time and energy trying to revise the basic blueprint for winning the Pacific War. Nimitz's deputy, Forrest Sherman, sat down with Mick Carney in mid-August and delivered a blunt message. The 3rd Fleet's job was to execute operations planned by the Joint Chiefs and the Pacific Fleet headquarters. It was made very clear to us that we were not to concern ourselves with strategic planning, recalled Carney. That this was a function of the Cinque Pacific headquarters, taking its directives from Admiral King and the Joint Chiefs of Staff. This was specifically not the business of the tactical fleet commanders. Now this was driven home to us very, very clearly and very, very forcefully. Even while at sea, however, Halsey continued to indulge what Lieutenant Solberg called his penchant for improvisation, frequently radioing bold suggestions to Nimitz, most of which the Cinque Pack rejected. During the same period, Nimitz gently reprimanded Halsey on several occasions for exceeding his authority or failing to comply with prior orders. The 5th to 3rd Fleet transition, it is fair to say, got off to a rocky start. On September 8th, the New Jersey fell in with Task Force 38 north of the Caroline Islands. Halsey and several senior staff officers transferred via Highline to Mitcher's flagship, the Lexington. According to the 3rd Fleet War Diary, the crew of the New Jersey was thrilled to see 4 stars go over the side at sea. In a long conference in Flag Country on the Lexington, they refined their plans to strike the Philippines. A week's worth of carrier airstrikes on Yap, Palau, and Mindanao had revealed that Japanese air power in the region was surprisingly feeble. Over many targets, the carrier airmen had encountered little or no resistance. They had blown craters in airfields, demolished buildings, storage dumps, and defensive structures, and attacked whatever enemy shipping and small craft they found in the harbors. The full strength of 3 task groups tore into the Palau Group for 3 consecutive days from September 6th to 8th, reporting extensive damage to ground installations, ammunition and supply dumps, the radio stations, barracks, buildings, and warehouses on Peleliu, Angar, Nagesebus, and Babel Tuap. Moving west to hit Mindanao on September 9th, Task Force 38 expected a much hotter reception, but again encountered only weak and scattered Japanese resistance. Attacking planes were met by only a handful of defending Japanese fighters, all of which were quickly shot down. The carrier airmen claimed about 60 Japanese planes damaged or destroyed on the ground. They bombed and strafed shipping and small craft in Davao Gulf and Sarangani Bay, returning with claims of about 40 vessels sunk or set afire. Only a dozen U.S. planes were lost in these strikes, 8 to flak, 4 to accidents. One F-6F fighter was lost when it made a low-altitude run over a river barge. The plane's .50 caliber incendiary strafing fire set off a cache of ammunition on the barge, which exploded and engulfed the aircraft. At their post-flight debriefing sessions with the air intelligence officers on the carriers, aviators complained that they were not finding enough worthwhile targets. In aerial photos taken during and after the raids, many of the Mindanao airfields appeared deserted, and the ground facilities were primitive and minimal. The 3rd Fleet War Diary generously gave credit to General Kenny's 5th Air Force B-24s for their previous bombing runs over the island. Evidence that the 5th Air Force had already done a thorough job of reducing Japanese installations on Mindanao was found, and that carrier strikes on this area were not wholly needed. The carriers and their screening ships now moved east over the horizon to rendezvous with a squadron of fleet oilers. The ships topped off fuel and collected their incoming mail. Conferring by low-frequency short-range radio, Halsey and Mitchell agreed that further aerial attacks on Mindanao would be a waste of time. Intelligence analysts on Halsey's staff were boldly speculating that Japanese air power might be verging on complete collapse. A strategic estimate published on September 9th considered the possibility that the Japanese fleet might sortie against the American fleet in a suicidal naval banzai charge. The analysts speculated that Japanese leaders might even deliberately seek complete destruction of their own fleet, reasoning that an early defeat would permit greater salvage from the wreck of the empire than a defeat of the fleet when we were ready to land troops in the homeland. This was an extraordinary theory. That a faction within the Japanese Naval Command had already concluded that defeat was inevitable and was attempting to force the Tokyo regime to an early surrender. The supposition was wrong, but the stunning lack of enemy resistance in the southern Philippines seemed so bizarre and incomprehensible that even far-fetched speculation was given a fair hearing. Halsey called off the Mindanao strikes and took most of the fleet north to the central Philippines, where it would hit targets on the islands of Leyte, Cebu, and Negros. Davison's Task Group 38-4 remained in the Palau area several hundred miles to the east in order to provide air support for the pending amphibious landings on Peleliu and Angar. 3rd Fleet air and intelligence analysts were giving serious consideration to an even more audacious gambit: a surprise carrier airstrike on Manila and the big Japanese air complexes on central Luzon. Halsey wanted to destroy bulk fuel storage tank farms near Manila, a blow that he believed might hobble Japanese fleet units passing through the area. After a high-speed overnight northbound run, 3 task groups arrived in the waters off Leyte Gulf at dawn on September 12th. The sea was mild with light breezes. As the first light came up, sailors on the decks of the ships could see the green mountains of Samar on the northwest horizon. 8 flight decks launched more than 350 fighters and bombers. They flew away to the west, gradually joining up in a big V of V pattern as they climbed to altitude. They were still climbing as they flew over Leyte, where an American soldier who had escaped capture in 1942 was awakened by the drone of engines overhead. "I got a case of goose pimples I had been saving for 3 years," he later wrote. "Yeah, guess my biggest thrill came right then." Filipino villagers and guerrillas cheered savagely for the attacking planes. People dragged American flags out of mothballs and waved them and hollered, "Kill the Japs, kill the Japs." That was the best thing they could shout. It was what they wanted most in life. Hal Buell, the Hornet Air Group leader, was among the first over Cebu Airfield, one of their principal objectives. From altitude, he could see dozens of Japanese aircraft parked along the taxiways and aprons. Dust was kicking up from the ground and men could be seen running among the planes. The Japanese appeared to be rushing to scramble their interceptors. F-6F Hellcats flew low over the field and strafed parked and taxiing enemy planes before they could take flight. Buell, flying an SB-2C Helldiver, pushed over into his dive and aimed for the end of the runway. 2 Japanese Zeros were taking off in a wing-to-wing formation. Selecting an aiming point between them, Buell released his entire bomb load, consisting of one 1,000-pound bomb and 2 250-pounders. The bombs struck among the 2 fighters just as they were leaving the ground. The leader veered right into the jungle in a flaming arc. The other exploded at the end of the runway. Rookie F-6F pilot Bill Davis, who flew with the Lexington's VF-16, made his first kill over Cebu that morning. A Zero banked sharply away to the left as Davis dove from above. He lined the target up in his sights and pressed the trigger. A quick burst was enough to tear the Zero to pieces. "I was aware of someone screaming over the radio," Davis recalled. "I listened for a moment, but it had stopped. Then I realized that screaming had been me. As I had fired my guns at the Zero, I had automatically screamed at the top of my lungs. That scream had come from somewhere deep in my brain, from the primordial lizard part of my brain." On a second strike that day, Davis flew low over an oil refinery on an island near Cebu City. Almost on a lark, he fired into the heart of the complex. Assuming that a few .50 caliber rounds would do minimal damage to the big complex of tanks, towers, and pipelines, Davis was startled when an explosion rocked his aircraft. He instinctively banked away and pulled up. Corkscrewing back to altitude, I could see the entire refinery going up in flames. Explosions erupted all over the island as the refinery went up in a gigantic fireball. Upon returning to the Lexington, Davis told the story of what he had done. One of his fellow pilots grimaced. "That refinery was the property of Texaco Oil Company," he said, "and I hoped it would survive the war. I own stock in Texaco." The American flyers would remember the September 12th raid as the Cebu Barbecue. More than 1,200 sorties were flown that day. It was the most one-sided aerial slaughter since the Marianas turkey shoot 2 months earlier. Masatake Okumiya, a senior Japanese air commander, had ordered about 150 Zero fighters from Luzon to Mindanao to reinforce the airfields that had been battered in the raids of the previous week. They staged through Cebu on their way south, and most were on the ground that morning when the armada of American carrier planes came over the eastern horizon. Okumiya happened to be on a transport aircraft inbound for Cebu just as the airstrike began. The pilot banked sharply away to avoid the attacking Hellcats, giving Okumiya a bird's-eye perspective of the dive bombers plunging from the sky, and the fighter planes as they screamed back and forth over the field, their wing guns spitting tracers into the parked Zeros. Within minutes, Cebu became utter confusion. The American pilots were remarkably accurate, and the flames and black smoke boiling from the burning Zeros reminded me of a crematorium. Ours. Okumiya said the Third Fleet airstrikes of this period dealt a crippling blow against his effort to establish a fighter line capable of repelling an invasion of the Philippines. Even after discounting the exaggerated claims of their returning pilots, the Third Fleet air intelligence officers reckoned that the strikes had destroyed 75 enemy planes in the air and another 123 on the ground. At least 5 ships had been sunk, another 7 damaged. The sampans and small craft strafed, burned, or sunk were too many to count, probably at least 40 or 50. Ground installations at the airfields had been flattened or gutted. The carriers and their screening ships had braced for aerial counterstrikes from Japanese airfields in the Philippines, but no more than a handful of enemy planes had appeared on radar, and all had quickly turned away rather than challenge the orbiting Hellcats of the Combat Air Patrol. Halsey reported to Nimitz on September 14th, "Enemy's non-aggressive attitude unbelievable and fantastic. No airborne opposition and only meager AA encountered. No shipping left to sink. This area is wide open." One of the few American planes lost was piloted by Ensign Thomas C. Tiller of the Hornet, whose Hellcat was struck and badly damaged over Leyte Gulf. Tiller made an emergency water landing and inflated his rubber raft. Local Filipino tribesmen paddled out to him in an outrigger and took him ashore. They treated him well, gave him food and shelter, and made contact with local pro-American guerrillas who managed to radio the American fleet offshore. Tiller was picked up by a float plane from the cruiser Wichita and returned to the Hornet, where he debriefed Admiral Jocko Clark. The natives on Leyte had given Tiller some remarkable intelligence. There were no Japanese troops on Leyte, they said, and no air bases on the island except bare dirt or grass strips. The enemy garrison on neighboring Cebu numbered only about 15,000 troops. American intelligence estimates had been badly mistaken. An amphibious landing on Leyte would meet little or no opposition, if it could be executed quickly. Clark passed Tiller's information on to Halsey and Mitscher. For more than 2 months, Halsey had been pressing Nimitz to cancel interim operations in favor of an accelerated invasion of Mindanao in the southern Philippines. Now he considered an even bolder proposal. Perhaps MacArthur should bypass Mindanao and strike directly at Leyte, as soon as the invasion force could be mounted. Kearny and others on the Third Fleet staff agreed. Still, Halsey hesitated. He sat in a corner of the New Jersey's bridge and mulled it over. Nimitz had rebuffed most of his prior suggestions, and he knew that such a recommendation, in addition to being none of my business, would upset a great many apple carts, possibly all the way up to Mr. Roosevelt and Mr. Churchill. Finally, he decided to go ahead. The urgent dispatch was addressed to Nimitz, with MacArthur and King as co-addressees. Halsey renewed his proposal to cancel the pending amphibious landings in Yap and the Palaus, as they did not offer opportunity for destruction of enemy forces commensurate with delay and effort involved in stalemate. The forces slated for those operations should be transferred to MacArthur's command, where they could be deployed in seizing Leyte immediately and cheaply without any intermediate operations. Nimitz responded by suspending the landing on Yap, and he told King that he was willing to endorse an earlier landing on Leyte if MacArthur responded favorably. But Nimitz continued to insist that American forces must take the islands in the southern part of the Palau Group. Noting that invasion fleets were already underway for Peleliu and Angar, the SINCPAC ruled that these forces will be sailed as planned. In a separate cable to King later that day, Nimitz wrote that possession of those islands was of course essential, and it would not be feasible to reorientate the plans for the employment of the Palau attack and occupation forces as rapidly as Halsey's 130-230 appears to visualize. However, and here Nimitz raised a tantalizing possibility, if MacArthur resisted the proposal to accelerate the Leyte operation, it may be feasible to take Iwo Jima in mid-October using the Yap force. Am preparing plans along these lines for use if required. The foregoing represents concepts which may or may not eventuate, but which are submitted now to keep you fully informed of possibilities. Peleliu was a bloody island fight that was, in retrospect, probably unnecessary. Iwo Jima was an even bloodier island fight that might have been less so if it had occurred earlier, before the Japanese had time to reinforce the island and dig a network of underground fortifications. If Nimitz had been willing to cancel the landing on Peleliu as Halsey had suggested, and had authorized a surprise assault on Iwo Jima in October using the same troops, the two decisions in combination might have saved thousands of American lives. MacArthur was at sea on the cruiser Nashville with the Morotai invasion force. Due to radio silence requirements, he could not immediately reply. But he was jubilant about the prospect of an accelerated invasion of the Philippines. And as soon as the beachhead at Morotai was secure, he flew back to his headquarters in Hollandia and drafted his affirmative reply to Halsey's proposal, stating, "I am prepared to initiate at once the execution of King II, Leyte, with target date of October 20. The Joint Chiefs were in Quebec with Roosevelt, Churchill, and the British military chiefs. MacArthur's message arrived on the evening of September 15th, when they were dining with their British counterparts. Excusing themselves, the four chiefs stepped out of the dining hall and into a nearby conference room to discuss it. None dissented. If Halsey, Nimitz, and MacArthur were all in agreement, they did not feel the need to give it much thought. 90 minutes after receiving MacArthur's cable, the new orders were on their way back to the Pacific. The Joint Chiefs of Staff authorized MacArthur to execute Leyte Operation target date 20 October. MacArthur and Nimitz arranged necessary coordination. Inform Joint Chiefs of Staff of your plans. The American military leadership of the Second World War had resolved to spurn the creeping inertia that would lock them into existing plans and operations. In principle, they were ready and willing at all times to throw out their plans and adopt new ones, to move quickly to exploit changing circumstances. Adhering to this principle required steady pressure from the top of the command ladder, because large organizations tended to resist or even sabotage sudden changes in direction. The Trans-Pacific Campaign was the largest and most complex multi-service amphibious war in history. Major changes in planned operations required a corresponding run of smaller changes across geographically far-flung units. In retrospect, then, it was remarkable that such momentous shifts in strategy could be, and often were, decided in the 11th hour. The overnight decision to bypass Mindanao and hit Leyte in October 1944 was the most dramatic and far-reaching of all such changes. The Dirty Tricks Department had earned the right to congratulate itself, as it did in its War Diary entry of September 14th. The Third Fleet suggestion had been approved, and the Pacific War advanced 3 months. FDR indulged in a spot of well-deserved boasting in his State of the Union address the following January when he told Congress, "Within the space of 24 hours, a major change of plans was accomplished which involved Army and Navy forces from 2 different theaters of operations, a change which hastened the liberation of the Philippines and the final day of victory, a change which saved lives, which would have been expended in the capture of islands which are now neutralized far behind our lines." But Nimitz nixed Halsey's urgent appeal to cancel the invasion of Peleliu, a sun-scorched patch of mangrove swamps and limestone badlands at the southern end of the Palaus. Peleliu hosted the most important Japanese airfield in the region, although most of its ground installations were destroyed by aerial and naval bombardment before American forces landed on the island. Initially, the SINCPAC noted that the invasion forces earmarked for Peleliu were either at sea or had nearly finished combat loading, which seems a rather threadbare rationale. Nimitz was not the sort of man to let inter-service or inter-theater rivalries influence a decision when the lives of his troops were on the line. Nevertheless, a full accounting of this history must include the following facts. The main force slated to take Peleliu was the storied 1st Marine Division of Guadalcanal fame. The SINCPAC staff had quarreled heatedly with MacArthur's staff over control of that division. Halsey's proposal would require returning it to MacArthur's command. Without the Palau operation, there would be no major amphibious invasions in Nimitz's theater until 1945, and Nimitz would be obliged to transfer much of his idled amphibious shipping, landing craft, and troops to MacArthur for deployment in the Philippines campaign. More than any major commander in the Pacific, Admiral Nimitz had preached the virtues of nimble and opportunistic decision-making. He had championed bold bypass maneuvers in the past, most notably during the Flintlock operation the previous winter, when he had insisted upon bypassing the Eastern Marshals Atolls over the opposition of his naval and ground commanders. In this instance, however, he insisted on taking Peleliu without providing a convincing justification for his decision. Samuel Eliot Morison, one of Nimitz's greatest admirers, was gently critical on this score. Until the end of his life, Nimitz continued to insist that the Palau landings had been indispensable, just as, for example, Spruance never conceded that the invasion of Tarawa in November 1943 had been unnecessary. In each case, time and experience showed that bypassing the islands could have been accomplished without loss of momentum in the broader offensive. This axiom generally held true throughout the Pacific War, that each time American commanders considered and debated the option to bypass an island, and finally decided to go ahead and take it, their decision would seem tragically mistaken in hindsight. But they were naturally loath to admit error, either to historians or to themselves, because the blood spilled in those sands could never be unspilled, and no one wanted to hear that young men had died for a mistake. Chapter 3. The Old Breed, also known as the 1st Marine Division, 1st Mar Div, was back in the vicinity of Guadalcanal, the island they had invaded, defended, and made famous 2 years earlier. Now they were stationed on Pavuvu, a 50-square-mile blotch of fetid green jungle that lay 30 miles west of Guadalcanal. They had been sent to this island for rest and training after their most recent campaign, a landing at Cape Gloucester on New Britain. The Guadalcanal veterans, who comprised about a third of the division in September 1944, reminisced about their 1943 sojourn in the paradise of Melbourne, Australia, with its fine weather and complacent women, and wondered why they could not go back. The others, replacements who had joined after Guadalcanal and before Cape Gloucester, or freshly trained boots who had just shipped in from the States, listened to the stories and cursed their bad luck for being sent instead to this god-forsaken boondock. From the day the Old Breed stepped onto the little wooden pier at Pavuvu, they reviled the place. Living conditions were primeval. The main road inland was little more than a muddy footpath, which led into a clearing between symmetric rows of soaring palms, the last remnants of an abandoned British coconut plantation. There they were told to pitch camp. Rummaging around in the underbrush, they found their tents, cots, and blankets piled on the ground, rain-soaked and filthy. Since no one had harvested the plantation in 2.5 years, the ground was covered with layers of fallen, rotting coconuts and palm fronds. Clearing the campground was a labor of the damned. The accumulated debris emitted a putrid stench that grew stronger as they excavated the layers. Rotten coconuts fell apart and spilled foul-smelling juice on the handlers. As they dug, they exposed nests of corpulent rats. Resolving to drive the creatures from their camp, the Marines attacked with flamethrowers. Burning rodents scurried in every direction, and the tart scent of burning rat hair blended with the earthy reek of decomposing coconuts. Before they could begin training in earnest, the Marines could look forward to weeks of pick and shovel work in the stultifying heat and humidity. They dug drainage ditches and latrines. They built wooden boardwalks through mangrove swamps. They cleared and widened the old roadways by hacking at the jungle with machetes. In many areas, the ground was too soft and wet to accommodate the weight of trucks, so they carted in crushed coral rock and poured it into the roadbeds. Each afternoon, with clock-like regularity, came a short, heavy tropical downpour. Since the island had no shower facilities, the Marines stripped off their fatigues and ran soap over their bodies. They hurried, hoping to be clean and rinsed before the rain let up. Without a proper mess hall, they ate sea rations heated over sterno canisters. They slept in 6-man pyramid tents, in a camp lit by makeshift torches made of empty ammunition cans and gasoline. Each night, an army of land crabs invaded and occupied the camp. The Marines soon learned to shake the little bluish-black crustaceans out of their boots before putting them on each morning. Every few days, a private recalled, "We reached the point of rage over these filthy things and chased them out from under boxes, sea bags, and cots. We killed them with sticks, bayonets, and entrenching tools." After the action was over, we had to shovel them up and bury them, or a nauseating stench developed rapidly in the hot, humid air. They trained as best they could on Pavuvu, within the limitations of time, geography, and equipment shortages. Each morning they did calisthenics and ran a 3-mile track around the island. After clearing a rifle range, they practiced marksmanship and refreshed their skills in the use of field weapons, including the Browning automatic rifle, BAR, the carbine, the Thompson submachine gun, the bazooka, the flamethrower, and the new 60mm shoulder mortar. Because the island was small and covered in dense undergrowth, there was little room to maneuver, and field exercises were necessarily done at the company level. But there were 15,000 Marines on the island, more than 100 companies. Troops marching in column were constantly running into one another, and one had to stand aside to let the other pass. At first, there were scarcely any amphibious landing vehicles available to the division, and no tracked LVTs, Amtraks. An urgent call went out to nearby islands to borrow any type of landing craft, including the Army DUKWs or Ducks and ordinary Higgins boats, LCVPs. Small-scale amphibious exercises followed, with individual companies landing in live firing drills on one of Pavuvu's beaches. The rifle squads landed first, followed closely by machine gunners, bazooka gunners, and mortar squads. The sergeants shouted at them to race up the beach and take cover in the palm groves. Get off the damn beach as fast as you can and move inland. The Nips are going to plaster it with everything they've got, so your chances are better the sooner you move inland. On August 28th, they embarked on transports and LSTs anchored off Pavuvu, shuttling to the anchorage in landing craft. During a 2-week westward passage through the South Pacific, Marines killed time by writing letters, playing cards, reading books and magazines, or repacking their gear. They stripped their rifles, oiled them, and reassembled them. They sharpened their K-bar knives. They painted camouflage patterns on bazookas and flamethrowers. I liked to stand at the railing and watch the porpoises play in the wake of the ship, the flying fish glide over the crests of the waves. Recalled R.V. Bergen, a mortarman with K Company, 3rd Battalion, 5th Marines. We were all zigzagging as we sailed along, changing direction every 15 minutes or so. Below decks was stifling, as the heat surging up from the engines merged with the heat radiating down from the equatorial sun, but the Navy crews attempted to limit the number of Marines who could come up on deck for a breath of fresh air. As usual, men in the ranks had no idea of their destination until they were at sea and underway. Informed that they were bound for Peleliu, they shrugged. No one had heard of it, but that was no wonder. Their whole war to date had been a blur of indistinctive look-alike tropical islands, one after another. A foam rubber scale model of the island was distributed to each ship, and platoons were briefed by officers who used pointing sticks to indicate terrain features and landmarks. On Peleliu's flat southern half were the airfield, 2 runways, and a taxiway making a figure 4, with broad tarmac and parking aprons. The landing beaches were on its southwest coast, designated White Beaches 1 and 2 and Orange Beaches 1, 2, and 3. The northern part of the island was dominated by limestone massifs covered by a thin jungle scrub. The division would establish a beachhead on D-Day, take the airfield and bisect the island on D-Day +1, D+1, and overrun the hilly country to the north on D+2 and 3. That was the plan. The commanding officer of the 1st Mar Div was Major General William H. Rupertus, who had been second in command after Alexander Vandegrift during the Guadalcanal campaign, and had led the detachment on Tulagi on the northern side of Iron Bottom Sound. Rupertus was confident that the Peleliu operation would be bloody but quick, much like past invasions in the Central Pacific such as Tarawa in the Gilbert Islands or Roy Namor in the Marshalls. He expected that a massive pre-invasion aerial and naval bombardment would kill many of the Japanese defenders, demolish their fortifications, and perhaps take the fight out of the survivors. If all went as hoped, the enemy infantry would launch reckless banzai charges, allowing the Marines to mow them down with rifle and machine gun fire. Rupertus was full of bravado during the passage to the Palaus, telling his subordinates that he expected one of them to bring him the Japanese commander's samurai sword. The Army's 81st Infantry Division, Wildcats, was also headed to Peleliu, where it would be held in reserve in transports offshore. The overall 3rd Amphibious Corps commander for Operation Stalemate was Major General Roy S. Geiger, who had succeeded Holland Smith in that role a month earlier. Geiger would decide whether to land the reinforcements on Peleliu. If they were not needed, they would be diverted to the smaller island of Angar, a few miles to the southwest. Rupertus did not want the army on Peleliu, and did not think it would be needed. He told war correspondents who sailed on his command ship, "It will be a short operation, a hard-fought quickie that will last for 4 days, 5 days at the most." On the night of September 14th, D-Day -1, the 1st Division Marines hit the sack early. Most did not sleep much, however. A good night of sleep was never assured in those cramped, stifling conditions, and many were too nervous and adrenaline-charged even to close their eyes. At 3:00 a.m., sergeants went through the sleeping compartments and rousted the Marines from their bunks. They rose and began their D-Day ablutions, a last shave, a sink wash, and, critically, a bowel movement. Men stood in long lines for a turn at the sink or the head. They filled their canteens and drew 3 days' field rations. They broke out their battle dress, green dungarees with black Marine Corps emblems on the breast pockets. The ship's galleys served the traditional condemned man's breakfast of steak and eggs, but many Marines had no appetite and did not eat a bite. They stuffed their personal belongings into canvas sea bags, folded them into U-shaped bundles, and stowed them forward. Machine guns were test-fired into the ocean. Tins of black and green camouflage skin paint were passed through the ranks, and the men smeared their faces and hands with it. Emerging on deck in the pre-dawn darkness, they heard the crump-crump of naval guns and glimpsed flickering lights on the northern horizon. Baritone reverberations rolled across the sea to a great distance, but out of sync with the distant flashes. As the ships surged onward toward the island, the explosions grew brighter, the thumping louder, and the time lag between them shrank. One sailor was reminded of a summer storm in the Rockies. As dawn broke in the east, it revealed a clear blue sky, without a cloud in sight. But Peleliu was enshrouded in smoke and haze, and all that could be seen was a vague purple shape, slightly humped at one end. Through and above the layer of smoke was a near-continuous light show of orange and pink flashes, followed by spurts of yellow smoke. Every now and then came a glimpse of shredded palm trees or ivory-hued razorback ridges in the island's central highlands. A gunnery officer on the cruiser Portland, studying the limestone ridges through binoculars, watched as a steel door slid open, a gun fired, and the door slammed shut. He trained his ship's 8-inch batteries on that door and fired several projectiles at it, but could not destroy the target. He commented, "You can put all the steel in Pittsburgh on that thing and not get it." Like many amphibious troops before them, the Marines were awed by the scene. Even half a mile from the battleships and cruisers, men had to shout to be heard over the thunderclaps made by the great guns. The 1st Marine Division had made 2 previous amphibious landings, Guadalcanal and New Britain, and neither had been opposed. Would it be 3 for 3? They had heard enough about the landings on Tarawa, Saipan, and Guam to know that appearances could be deceiving, but still they wondered how anyone on Peleliu could survive such a monstrous barrage. About 1,400 tons of naval ordnance were dropped on the island in the hours before the landing. The panorama of destruction certainly improved their mood. One remarked, "It was beyond your imagination how anything could be alive, so we were beginning to feel pretty good." Another wondered whether the island would still be there by the time we arrived. On an LST, landing ship tank, that carried elements of the 1st Marine Regiment, a voice on the loudspeaker commanded, "Now all Marines lay to your debarkation stations." The men buckled their packs and felt to confirm that their gear was hanging loosely in place. They went down the ladders in single file to the tank deck, a harshly lit enclosed cavity crowded with Amtraks. Engines fired to life with an ear-piercing roar, and the air was choked with blue, swirling exhaust fumes. The Marines climbed into their assigned vehicles and took their places. They closed their eyes against the fumes, but could not avoid breathing them, and some grew nauseous. Beads of sweat broke out on our faces, and our jackets were already soggy wet and clinging to us, recalled Captain George P. Hunt, commanding officer of K Company, 3rd Battalion, 1st Marines. The exhaust was pouring over us in spite of the great fans which whirred over our heads. The palms of my hands were hot and slippery. Hunt wondered whether his men would be poisoned before they had a chance to fight. But at last the clamshell bow doors separated, the steel ramp slid forward and down, and the first row of Amtraks moved forward with a sudden lurch. They clattered down the ramps and into the sea, and the passengers filled their lungs with fresh air. The LSTs were arrayed in a long row, their bow bays open and their ramps extending into the sea like long steel tongues. The crowded Amtraks wallowed on the tide and awaited the signal to start toward the beach. Swells broke over the gunwales and soaked the men. Soon hundreds of Amtraks were circling behind the line of departure. With no breeze, the blue exhaust fumes hung thick in the air. Naval patrol craft darted busily among the landing craft, their crews setting out buoys and shouting instructions through bullhorns. The battleships continued to fire on the island, punching temporary craters into the sea beneath their guns' muzzles. Marines in the boats had to shout to be heard over the relentless salvos. At 8:30 in the morning, right on schedule, came the order to launch the first wave. The Amtrak drivers opened up the throttles, the boats surged and rode higher on the water, and the engines threw up fan-shaped plumes of spray. Marines in other boats shook their fists and shouted encouragement as the first wave left the line of departure, but the roar of the engines and the guns drowned out their voices. The naval barrage ascended to a new pitch. The rockets whooshed overhead. The blasts of the big guns seemed to crack open the heavens, and the naval projectiles roared overhead like freight trains. When the drivers shifted gears, the transmissions responded with violent thuds that shook the hulls. They hit peak speed of 7 knots, rooster tails flying off the rudders. Men who peered over the bows could see little. Peleliu remained enshrouded in smoke and dust, but they might catch a glimpse of F-6F Hellcats flying low over the beach and pouring out orange tracer fire, or carrier dive bombers hurtling down from overhead and planting bombs on unseen targets. As they approached the reef line, it became apparent that the Japanese were firing back. Artillery and mortar rounds began falling among the boats, sending up impressively large columns of spray that caught the morning light and momentarily split into a rainbow of colors. The enemies could not see them. They were firing blindly through the smoke screen. Few boats were hit, but the barrage confirmed that the enemy was alive and full of fight. The beach remained hidden behind a curtain of flame and smoke. It seemed as though a huge volcano had erupted from the sea, recalled Eugene B. Sledge, a 20-year-old private, and rather than heading for an island, we were being drawn into the vortex of a flaming abyss. The LVTs slowed as they approached the reef line. They bumped. The treads bit into the coral. The bow tilted sharply upward, and they began lurching and trundling across the top of the reef. Marines were thrown from their feet. They could not sit in the boats without fracturing their tailbones, so they crouched and held on to one another for support. We grabbed and lurched and swore. Many of the LVTs had been fitted with 75mm pack howitzers, and these fired back at the beach, also blindly. Inside of the reef, the sea was shallow and green, the sandy bottom visible from the gunwales. A line of broken, blasted palm trees loomed out of the white murk. The sun overhead was dimmed in the overcast, appearing as a silver disk, but its heat beat down relentlessly. The earth-shaking explosions made by the naval shells moved inland as the first boats scraped ashore on Orange Beach. The treads of the amphibious tractors bit into the sand. The engines raced. They trundled some distance up the beach, then jerked to a stop. Rear tailgates fell open with a slam, and sergeants shouted, "Let's go." The Marines rushed out the back, made a quick U-turn, and dashed up the beach. Chattering machine gun and rifle fire came from unseen positions beyond the tree line. Rifle shots snapped and whined around their ears. The enemy was firing bigger weapons too, anti-boat guns and field artillery. Many Marines in that first wave died on the open beach. Others sprinted into the palm groves and looked for the first opportunity to take cover, behind a tree, into a shell crater, or flat on the ground. Blackened and splintered palm trees soared over their heads. Their eyes and mouths were choked with dust, their nostrils filled with the acrid scent of cordite. The terrain had been blasted into a wild jumble of craters and fallen palm logs and tilting slabs of earth. The ruined landscape provided cover for advancing Marines, but also for Japanese snipers. The officers and sergeants kept shouting to push forward. They had to clear the beach for the succeeding waves of landing craft. They cut through barbed wire entanglements. They moved forward from one covered position to another. Many fell to sniper fire. On the far side of the palm groves were machine gun nests, log firing walls, and a long anti-tank ditch. The Marines took them by frontal assault at full sprint, hollering like a bunch of Indians, the leatherneck version of the bonsai charge. Hunt's company landed at the northern end of White Beach, where a rocky headland jutted about 200 yards out into the sea. Strong pillboxes and cunningly hidden firing embrasures were built into the southern face of that rock. A 47mm anti-tank gun in an unapproachable firing position knocked out several amphibious vehicles before they reached the beach. K Company Marines found themselves under a hailstorm of enfilade fire, without any good options for cover. They tried to dig in as best they could, but the ground was hard coral rock. The heat built up by mid-morning and became awful. Everyone was soaked through with sweat. As Japanese mortar fire found the range, the Marines' wounded multiplied. They were strewn across the beach, seemingly too many to evacuate. Constantly came the cry, "Corpsman." Stretcher bearers were cut down by enemy sniper fire. Captain Hunt registered a ghastly mixture of bandages, bloody and mutilated skin, men gritting their teeth, resigned to their wounds, men groaning and writhing in their agonies, men outstretched or twisted or grotesquely transfixed in the attitudes of death, men with their entrails exposed or whole chunks of body ripped out of them. Smoke grenades provided a respite from the murderous fire. Lobbing several to the base of the rock face, Hunt's Marines blinded the Japanese gunners, who were reduced to firing randomly through the haze. A squad was sent around to cover the rear exit of the pillbox. A Marine armed with a shoulder-mounted rocket grenade launcher managed a lucky shot. The grenade glanced off the muzzle of a 47mm anti-tank gun and entered the firing casement. Black smoke poured out of the embrasure. Japanese voices were heard from inside the rock, screaming in pain as they burned. 3 enemy soldiers ran from the back exit and were put out of their misery by the squad placed to cover it. By 10 o'clock that morning, 3 infantry regiments had landed on a 2,500-yard-long chain of beaches. Tom Lee, an artist and war correspondent for Life magazine, landed with the second wave on Orange Beach. The Japanese mortar and artillery barrage remained as intense as it had been an hour earlier, when the first wave had come in. The beach and shallows were littered with burning and disabled amphibious vehicles, and Marines lay face down on the beach, huddled like wet rats. Lee took cover in a shell crater and kept his head down as mortar blasts tore up the beach. Looking back out to sea, he watched as Marines waded in through the surf, rifles held above their heads, pillars of white water erupting around them. He saw several killed. One figure seemed to fly to pieces. With terrible clarity, I saw the head and one leg sail into the air. Lee had not brought his sketchpad to the island, but he took mental photographs and stored the images to be retrieved from memory. Later, he drew or painted several scenes for life, including a provocatively graphic painting entitled The Price, which depicted a mortally wounded Marine staggering up the beach in the moment before he fell dead. The left side of the man's face was completely gone, and the mangled shreds of what was left of an arm hung down like a stick as he bent over in his stumbling, shock-crazy walk. The half of his face that was still human had the most terrifying look of abject patience I have ever seen. He fell behind me, in a red puddle on the white sand. After publishing the image months later, Life received a flood of complaints and subscription cancellations. Some accused Lee of embellishing the scene, a charge he angrily denied. He had painted exactly what he had seen, he said, no less and no more. In a palm grove inland of the beach, Lee found a large shell crater that had been commandeered for a temporary field hospital. Corpsmen, 4 to a stretcher, were arriving continuously and setting the stretchers down in rows. Plasma bottles hung from a broken tree stump. Corpsmen gave morphine shots and applied tourniquets. A chaplain held a canteen in one hand and a Bible in the other. He was deeply and visibly moved by the patient's suffering and death, Lee wrote. He looked very lonely, very close to God, and he bent over the shattered men so far from home. Corpsmen put a poncho, a shirt, a rag, anything handy, over the gray faces of the dead, and carried them to a line on the beach under a tarpaulin to await the digging of graves. The Americans now held a 2-mile-long beachhead, with an average depth of about 500 yards, encompassing the southwestern shore of the island. Mine disposal squads were digging up Japanese artillery shells that had failed to detonate. Men carried spools of telephone wire and were draping it haphazardly across the plowed-up ground and charred underbrush behind the beach. Scattered everywhere was the debris of battle, a jumble of discarded packs, helmets, rifles, boxes, clothing, and rubber lifebelts. A long anti-tank ditch that had been dug by the Japanese had been commandeered as the 1st Division command post. Nearby were regimental and battalion CPs for the 5th Marines. These areas remained under heavy mortar fire throughout D-Day. One battalion CP, 3-5, took a direct hit that injured the regimental commander and several of his staff. The division command was still struggling to form an accurate picture of what was happening on the island. Radio men could not establish contact with forward units. The relentless artillery fire chewed up the field telephone systems. Message runners were forced to rush across exposed positions, and many were wounded or killed. General Rupertus committed his reserve battalions, and then told his staff that he had shot his bolt. As reports came in, his staff tallied D-Day casualties of 1,111, including at least 209 killed. That evening, as darkness fell, the naval vessels offshore fired parachute flares and star shells to keep the contested ground illuminated. The spectral orange and yellow light gave the blasted-out landscape an eerie, otherworldly appearance. Shadows veered and danced. The gnarled stumps of blasted trees reached up from the earth. A sailor offshore was reminded of a moonscape, or the photos I had seen of no man's land during the trench warfare of World War I. Japanese artillery and mortars fired periodically, and infiltrators and small unit attacks continued intermittently until dawn. Company K, holding the rocky point at the northern flank of the beachhead, kept their fingers on their triggers while listening for any sound that might portend a new attack. A shout, a rustling, a jabbering, a scraping of feet on the rocks. The Marines threw hand grenades blindly at those sounds. The Japanese fighters on Peleliu did not rush forward pell-mell in the style of a banzai charge, but crossed from one covered position to another. They fought shrewdly, attacking in much the same manner as the Marines would attack if the circumstances were reversed. Japs were bobbing in and out of the rocks, Hunt recalled. I could see their flat brown helmets. At times it was hard to distinguish them from my men, so quick were the movements. Unseen snipers fired from the tops of high palm trees, hitting Marines who were keeping their heads down and had assumed they were out of the line of fire. There was no rest or respite for the men of Company K. The enemy kept coming all night long from 3 directions. The fight became a vicious melee of countless explosions, whining bullets, shrapnel whirring overhead or clinking off the rocks, hoarse shouts, shrill screaming Japanese. An hour before dawn on the 16th, the ground was still warm to the touch, and the temperature was 80 degrees Fahrenheit. A low mist rode over the airfield, but when the sun came up, it soon dissipated and was replaced by a shimmering heat haze. The temperature that day would reach 105 degrees in the shade, but few Marines on Peleliu had the luxury of shade. The air was heavy and still. Sweat ran down their faces and left streaks in their camouflage face paint. Gray coral dust stuck to the sweat and paint and made them look as if they were wearing ivory-colored masks. Most Marines had landed with 2 canteens of drinking water. By the second day, the canteens were empty, or nearly so. A platoon on the edge of the airfield found a pool of milky-looking water at the bottom of a pit. It was full of grit, but the men were too thirsty to care, and drank from it. At a little after 7, carriers brought 5-gallon cans of water to the front lines, and the men dipped their tin cups into it. It had a brownish tint and smelled of fuel. A blue film of oil rode on top of the water. R.V. Bergen recalled, "Guys would take a mouthful and spit it out. Those that swallowed it would throw up a few minutes later. Some of them had the dry heaves all morning." They subsequently learned that the freshwater reserves had been loaded onto the transports in 55-gallon fuel drums, and some of these drums had not been properly cleaned and sanitized. The 5th Marines had been given the job of driving straight across the airfield to Peleliu's eastern shore. They would bisect the island and cut off the Japanese fighters in the south. As they prepared to advance, they looked up at the sheer rock face directly north of the airfield, the forbidding feature someone had named Bloody Nose Ridge. Japanese artillery and mortar fire had been pouring down from that ridge since they had landed the previous day. Some attested that they could feel the gaze of unseen enemy soldiers from that soaring vantage point, and it gave them a sensation of powerlessness. The jump-off signal came a few minutes after 10. The Marines rose to their feet and began jogging toward the center of the airfield. They spread out as they had been trained to do, with 8 or 10 feet between them. They moved fast but kept their heads down. Artillery and mortar shells landed among them, but they did not stop because they knew a stationary target was easier to hit. Blasts gouged chunks of soil out of the ground and flung them up into the sky. A constant shower of shrapnel and coral pebbles fell upon them as they ran. Smoke and dust got in their eyes, noses, and mouths. Corporal Bergen recalled, "Everything was coming at us. Mortars, artillery, machine gun, and rifle fire. You heard hiss and zing of shrapnel and bullets all around you. We were as exposed as bugs on the breakfast table. I kept yelling, 'Keep moving, keep moving.'" In his peripheral vision, Sledge saw men fall to his right and left. His field of vision was partly concealed by smoke, and he felt grateful for that. The ground seemed to tilt beneath his feet. His ears rang from the repeated concussions. The big blasts seemed to grow closer and more numerous. I felt as if I was floating along in the vortex of some unreal thunderstorm. Japanese bullets snapped and cracked, and tracers went by me on both sides at waist height. This deadly small arms fire seemed almost insignificant amid the erupting shells. Explosions and the hum and the growl of shell fragments shredded the air. Chunks of blasted coral stung my face and hands, while steel fragments splattered down on the hard rock like hail on a city street. Everywhere shells flashed like giant firecrackers. The farther we went, the worse it got. The noise and concussion pressed on my ears like a vice. I gritted my teeth and braced myself in anticipation of the shock of being struck down at any moment. It seemed impossible that any of us could make it across. The airfield was a burned-out scrapyard, littered with the blackened wrecks of more than 100 Japanese planes. All the buildings had been bombed out, but heaps of rubble and the remains of concrete walls provided cover for enemy soldiers. Whatever their plans, the Marines had to stop and take cover as they approached these positions. As soon as they stopped running, they realized how great a toll the heat was taking. They had sweated entirely through their field uniforms, and their boots were full of sweat. Several men were suffering heat prostration. Their faces were mottled and scarlet-colored, and they shivered as if freezing cold. Sledge lay on his back and lifted his feet, one and then the other. Water literally poured out of each shoe. After a 5-hour firefight on the airfield, the first echelons of the 5th Marines reached the eastern shore at 3:00 p.m. They set up a semicircular perimeter in a mangrove swamp with their backs to the beach, and prepared for the inevitable long night of shelling, infantry attacks, and infiltration tactics. By the afternoon of September 16th, D+1, Orange Beach had assumed the appearance of a busy ship-to-shore depot. The beachmasters had taken over, and an abundance of cargo, equipment, and vehicles was coming ashore in a constant relay of pontoon barges. Men were pounding signs into the ground to indicate where incoming cargo should be dumped. One part of Orange Beach was so congested with crates and vehicles that it had to be closed to foot traffic. Dead Marines were laid out in rows on the beach. Presently, a burial detail would collect their dog tags and bury them in long trenches. There were also many hundreds of Japanese dead, mostly uncovered. Their pockets and other belongings had been thoroughly rifled, and all valuables or interesting souvenirs claimed. One Marine recalled, "Glossy red tripe boiling from naked bellies. Those arms and legs that are still attached are curiously bent akimbo. The eyeballs are deflated, dehydrated, collapsing in on themselves." Their skin was beginning to turn brown, and flies were buzzing around them. The odor of death soon became overpowering in the heat, and the Marines put in an urgent demand for bulldozers so that the dead could be buried as quickly as possible. General Rupertus had wanted to come ashore on D-Day, but he had been injured in a training accident, his foot was in a cast, and he was walking with a cane. His staff convinced him to wait a day. On D+1, he put ashore and took command at the Division CP inland of Orange Beach. His mood was upbeat. The 5th Marines had taken possession of the airfield, Peleliu's only real strategic asset, and had stitched up their lines across the waist of the island. Convinced that the worst of the fight was behind them, Rupertus radioed Geiger, in his command ship offshore, to say that he would not need the reserve force. General Geiger, in turn, released the 81st Infantry Division to land on nearby Angar. Rupertus's recommendation and Geiger's decision would subsequently draw close scrutiny and censure. On the 3rd day of the battle, assuming that victory was imminent, Rupertus ordered the 1st Marines to take the high terrain north of the airfield, the limestone massif they had nicknamed Bloody Nose Ridge. On old maps of Peleliu, it was designated Umerbrogel Mountain. The route of attack was a narrow rocky valley they called the Horseshoe Bowl. From the airfield, the horseshoe was approached by a serpentine footpath leading through rubble-strewn remains of concrete blockhouses and pillboxes. Marines advanced carefully, flanking and attacking the blasted-out fortifications where Japanese machine gunners and snipers had taken cover. It was slow, bloody work. The heat and humidity were unremitting, and often the men had to stop and wait for water carriers to haul 5-gallon cans up to the lines. Obstacles and debris were cleared to make way for tanks. Lee, who visited the scene, described the path as a trail littered with Jap pushcarts, smashed ammunition boxes, rusty wire, old clothes, and scattered gear. Booby traps kept us from handling any of it. There were dead Japs on the ground where they had been hit, and in 2 of the pillboxes I saw some of the bodies were nothing more than red raw meat and blood, mixed with the gravelly dust of concrete and splintered logs. By the end of the day, advance patrols of the 1st Marines reached the base of the horseshoe. They did not like the look of it. Every inch of the rock-strewn canyon was swept by mutually supporting Japanese firing ports and embrasures. Some could at least be seen high in the cliffs, but many others were well concealed behind scrub brush. How to attack such a fortress? Climbing a rock face to get at one Japanese firing port would only expose the Marines to deadly fire from another. And the horseshoe was only the beginning of a labyrinth of badlands implanted with fiendishly ingenious fortifications. Beyond it lay one razorback ridge after another. The craggy topography had previously been covered by jungle foliage, and aerial reconnaissance photographs had given the impression of gently rounded hills. But the bombing and shelling had exposed a sinister landscape of half-blackened ridges, knobs, pinnacles, canyons, gulches, and sinkholes. The Marines named each feature as they drew their maps and devised their plan of campaign. The horseshoe was overlooked by Waltz Ridge to the east and the Five Sisters to the west, joined to the Five Brothers to the north. Running parallel to the horseshoe was another canyon they named the Wildcat Bowl, enclosed by a sheer escarpment they named the China Wall, and on the far side of that, a boulder-strewn corridor they called Death Valley. The contested area was only about a single square mile, but for the men who fought in it, the Umerbrogel Pocket was like a planet unto itself, a seemingly interminable and unconquerable maze of karst. The Japanese garrison, 11,000 men strong, was drawn from the crack 14th Division of the Kwantung Army. The commanding officer was Colonel Kunio Nakagawa, a heavily decorated star officer who had commanded the division's 2nd Regiment. The force had shipped in from Manchuria after the sudden loss of the Marshall Islands earlier that year. Tokyo did not expect the Peleliu garrison to survive and had made no plans to evacuate survivors. These seasoned veterans were expected to sell the island as dearly as possible and then die to the last man. Since their arrival in May, the Japanese had worked tirelessly to improve and extend Peleliu's underground fortifications. Colonel Nakagawa was a leading champion of defensive fukaku, honeycomb tactics, which relied on burrowing under the ground into bunkers and tunnels. Foreseeing that the enemy would win absolute naval and air supremacy and would reduce all above-ground positions to rubble, the colonel kept most of his troops in reserve in caves deep in the massifs. He intended to make the Americans come to him, in the high terrain of the island's interior. This defense-in-depth concept would allow the Japanese to hold out over a longer period of time and exact a higher price from the attackers. Peleliu was better suited to those tactics than any other Pacific War battlefield. The ridges in the heart of the island and the great honeycomb of caves that lay beneath them were products of millions of years of geological processes. A thin topsoil clung to the ivory-colored rock, enough to support a sparse green scrub that concealed cave entrances and firing embrasures. But the rocky ground was impervious to picks and shovels, which meant that the attackers could not easily dig themselves into foxholes. The Japanese had expanded and improved nature's handicraft. In September 1944, on the eve of the American landing, the greater part of Nakagawa's garrison force inhabited a great subterranean labyrinth connecting more than 500 natural and man-made caves. Some of the entrances were fitted with steel doors built flush into the slopes, well hidden by camouflage netting or vegetation. Some were so small that men could enter only by crawling on their hands and knees, but one great underground cavern was large enough to accommodate 1,000 men at once. The system had been fitted with wooden stairways, electric lights, telephone lines, storerooms, ventilation shafts, interior decks, mess cooking facilities, hospitals, command posts, and built-in bunks. Fresh water had collected in cisterns, enough to sustain a long siege. The tunnel network went on for miles. Nakagawa could move reinforcements from one part of the hills to another, even over a distance of half a mile, without exposing them to enemy fire. Deep in the rock, the temperature was cool and comfortable, giving the defenders respite from the furnace-like heat outside. The garrison was well-armed and amply supplied. Nakagawa had 75mm artillery pieces, 81mm mortars, 141mm heavy mortars, 50-caliber machine guns, dual-purpose anti-aircraft guns, rocket launchers, and plenty of ammunition of all types stored deep in the caves. In many instances, cave entrances doubled as high-ground firing ports. The larger guns were mounted on rails and could be moved through subterranean passages from one position to another. An ingenious system of hoists and small rail cars moved ammunition up from the magazines. At the mouth of the larger cave entrances, Japanese engineers had blasted deep bays into the sides of the tunnels. Troops could take cover here when the mouth of the cave came under artillery fire. Hidden passageways and firing ports were left in place, so that even if a cave was breached by the enemy, it might still remain a threat. In early September, Peleliu came under heavy and repeated aerial attacks by 3rd Fleet carrier planes and Army Air Force's B-24 bombers. The attackers flattened virtually every structure above ground, including all of the buildings adjacent to the airfield. During a September 6th fighters sweep, the aviators found no airborne aircraft or shipping and meager AA. Few operational aircraft seen on ground. Dozens of Japanese planes were destroyed, including many on the ground. Repeated carrier strikes hit the airfield and beach fortifications with bombs, rockets, and napalm. On September 12th, the American battleships and cruisers had appeared in the offing and began raining high-explosive projectiles down on the island. The bombardment destroyed most remaining structures and blockhouses above the landing beaches and especially around the airfield. The cumulative onslaught began to burn and strip away the jungle foliage in the central hills, revealing the unexpectedly steep and rocky terrain crowned with soaring palisades of coral spires and columns that might have been considered beautiful in a different context. A few Japanese guns fired back, but not many. In his command post under one of those ridge lines, Colonel Nakagawa remained in radio contact with the Japanese headquarters on Koror, another island to the north. His post was comfortable, efficient, and well constructed. The cavern was equipped with an elaborate array of decks and stairways, a refrigerated storeroom, and comfortable quarters partitioned by bulkheads for Nakagawa and other senior officers. The CP was furnished with desks, conference tables, file cabinets, wall maps, and communications equipment. From deep in their underground lair, the concussions of the big naval shells seemed distant and muffled. They had suffered only negligible casualties in the bombing and shelling, and had conserved the better part of their strength to meet the enemy on the ground of their choosing. The high ground. 4 battalions of the 1st Marines mounted the first attack up the Horseshoe Bowl. The terrain funneled them into a sector approximately 1,000 yards wide, enclosed on both sides by ridges and enfiladed by high firing positions. Marines moving up the rock-strewn corridor had to climb and crawl. They were constantly under fire from different directions, by weapons of various types and calibers: rifles, machine guns, grenades, rockets, mortars, and field artillery. Their entrenching tools made no impression on the rocky ground, so they could not dig for cover. The unseen enemy fired from one slot, withdrew into the subterranean network as the Marines returned fire, and then fired from another. A rain of mortars blasted coral dust and pebbles from the ground, augmenting the shrapnel effect of each shell. Tanks and other armored vehicles were stopped by boulders and rock piles. Colonel Louis Burwell Chesty Puller, the regimental commander, intended to take high ground one ridge at a time, and he was willing to suffer heavy losses to do it. But gaining possession of a ridge would avail the Marines nothing if they could not hold it. On September 20th, a company, B Company, 1st Battalion, led by Captain Everett P. Pope, seized the summit of Hill 154 at the edge of Horseshoe Valley, only to find itself exposed to overpowering crossfire from Japanese positions on even higher ground. Lying flat, the unit held on until nightfall, but darkness brought waves of ferocious infantry counterattacks. The company defended its position not only with rifles, machine guns, and grenades, but also with bayonets, knives, rocks, and their bare hands. Their numbers diminishing, their wounded accumulating, they ran low on ammunition. At dawn they still held the ridge, but only 8 men were healthy enough to fight. They had no option but to withdraw, and received permission to do so. But the company had to evacuate their wounded. No easy task. They lowered them down the ridge with ropes. The dead were left where they lay, and the bodies would bake in the tropical heat for another 2 weeks until they could be removed and buried in a cemetery near the beach. The ordeal of Pope's Marines was a bitter foretaste of the fighting to come, as the Americans pushed farther into the pocket. Marines who had fought on multiple Pacific Island battlefields agreed that Peleliu was the worst. The pitiless equatorial sun beat down on a lifeless moonscape of ivory-colored coral rock, and temperatures routinely surpassed 110 degrees. After 3 days on the line, the men looked like wraiths. Lips blistered, hair matted, coral dust caked on unshaven faces. Sweat ran into their eyes, which already ached from the glare of the sun. The acrid smell and biting taste of cordite stung their noses and throats. Their hands were raw and abraded from crawling on the rocks. No one could escape the all-pervading stench of putrefying bodies, rotting rations, and their own excrement. Clouds of large greenish-blue flies fed off the unburied dead and tormented the living. Sudden torrential rainstorms came in the late afternoon and sometimes at night. There was no escape from the relentless artillery and mortar barrages. Even among those who were not directly injured by the blasts, the accumulating concussions sapped their strength and spirit. At times the roar and thud of artillery continued from dusk to dawn, making it difficult to get a wink of sleep. But a man who was exhausted enough could sleep even under the muzzles of a 155mm howitzer, which made a sound, said Sterling Mace, another man in Sledge's platoon, commensurate to having a subway tunnel running between your ears. When the guns paused, the Marines could hear wounded and dying Japanese crying out in the night. Often they cried out for their mothers, as did dying men of all races. Down on the island's southern lowlands, the rear echelon engineering and logistics forces were already hard at work converting Peleliu into an advanced operating base. 3 Navy construction battalions, Seabees, had come ashore on D+3. They had improvised an ingenious quarter-mile-long causeway made of pontoon barges, allowing vehicles to drive directly out of the LSTs and over the reefs to Orange Beach. By D+4, the airfield and bivouac areas were teeming with trucks and bulldozers. Tent camps were springing up in the palm groves inland of the beaches. The Seabees had orders to extend and grade the main runway to a length of 6,500 feet so that it could accommodate B-24s. Bulldozers pushed the wrecked remains of Japanese aircraft to the margins of the airstrips. Trucks carted away debris and brought in crushed coral rock to be turned into concrete. Japanese artillery and mortars on the Umerbrogel ridges could still hit the northern part of the airfield, so the engineers were obliged to work under fire, and new craters were punched in the runways even as they were filling in the old ones. The air was heavy with dust kicked up by explosions and heavy machinery, and the engineers wore masks to avoid choking on it. In the north, over Bloody Nose Ridge, I could see the red-orange glare of fire and hear the rumble of war, like continuous thunder, said Charles S. McCandless, a Seabee lieutenant. The whole vista was like a scene from The Inferno. A squadron of Marine F-4U Corsairs flew into the airfield on September 19th and commenced ground support operations against Japanese positions on the nearby ridgeline. They dropped 500-pound bombs and napalm, often from very low altitude. These may have been the shortest bombing runs of the entire Pacific War. The Corsairs took off, banked right immediately, and flew low over enemy-held positions in the hills. They dropped their payloads, banked right again, and landed. A typical bombing run lasted less than 2 minutes. The pilots did not even bother to retract their landing gear. Ordinary bombs seemed to make little impression against the Japanese subterranean positions, but napalm at least stripped away remaining vegetation, exposing the Japanese firing ports to view. The jellied gasoline incendiary sometimes penetrated into the mouths of the enemy caves, forcing the Japanese to withdraw deeper into their network of underground tunnels. General Rupertus, failing to grasp the full dimensions of what his division was up against, issued unduly optimistic reports to General Geiger. The Americans now held firm control of the landing beaches, the eastern Lobster's Claw Peninsula, and the airfield. Elements of the 5th Marines were pushing up the West Road against light and scattered resistance. The 7th Marines had overrun the southern end of the island and were methodically hunting down and killing all Japanese stragglers in that area. Most of the remaining Japanese troops on the island were hemmed into a shrinking pocket in the Brogel. One last big offensive push should do it, or so Rupertus and his division staff believed. Constant forward momentum was their governing ideal. Rupertus told Colonel Puller to hurry up and break the stalemate. Puller, a famously belligerent warrior who did not need to be cajoled, passed those exhortations down the line to his company commanders and detached several of his 1st Marines staff personnel for front-line duty. The regiment charged up the horseshoe again and again, with infantrymen advancing behind tanks and supported by artillery barrages. Again and again they were repulsed, with heavy casualties. The regiment suffered 1,749 casualties in the first 8 days of the battle for Peleliu. Attacking units had suffered 56% casualties, including a staggering 71% in the 1st Battalion. They had little to show for those awful losses, having made barely any progress into the enemy-held Badlands. When General Geiger first toured Peleliu on September 21st, he was alarmed by what he saw. Rupertus and his division command staff showed signs of fatigue and self-doubt, but they were not yet ready to admit that new tactics were needed. At the 1st Marines Regimental CP at the base of the Horseshoe Bowl, many of the unit commanders looked to be in a state of physical, emotional, and spiritual exhaustion. They wore gaunt, hunted expressions. Colonel Puller was monosyllabic, virtually catatonic. He and his staff had no ideas other than to bring in reinforcements and attack in greater numbers. Geiger concluded that the 1st Marines were done, that their losses had been too heavy, and that the regiment should be pulled off the line. He decided to bring in part of his Corps Reserve, a regimental combat team of the Army's 81st Infantry Division. Rupertus objected strenuously, but Geiger had made up his mind. He ordered Puller's Marines to prepare to ship out, and summoned the Army RCT to land on Peleliu. As Gene Sledge's King Company, 3rd Battalion 5th Marines, moved up the West Road on September 21st, they passed a column of 1st Marines coming the other way. Sledge saw immediately that the regiment's numbers had been severely culled. What once had been companies in the 1st Marines looked like platoons, he wrote, and platoons looked like squads. Sterling Mace, marching in column with Sledge, was thinking along the same lines. One glance at the faces of the men in the shattered regiment was enough to tell him that Peleliu had worse to offer than what his unit had encountered so far. Their brothers coming down from the horseshoes stared back at them with eyes glazed and distant. They looked like hell, with battered dungarees salted white with sweat, unshaven and filthy from powder burns, blood-stained and near emaciated. Aware that his regiment was likely to be sent up into those same ridges, Mace wondered if they might be catching a glimpse of our future selves. Tom Lee, the life combat artist, sketched a portrait of a Marine who had just returned to the bivouac area near Orange Beach after frontline combat. The term combat neurosis was just then entering into the medical military lexicon, and the man in Lee's painting exhibits the symptoms. He appears gaunt, haggard, and hunted. His pupils are dilated, his jaw hanging open, his eyes lifeless. It is a wretched and inconsolable portrait, analogous to Edvard Munch's 1893 painting, The Scream. Lee's painting, entitled That 2,000-Yard Stare, ran in the June 1945 issue of Life. It remains one of the most famous, or infamous, artworks of the Second World War. 8 days after D-Day on Peleliu, Operation Stalemate was threatening to live up to its name. The Japanese had beat back every concerted thrust into their pocket in the ridges. With possession of the high ground, they could and did harass the airfield with intermittent mortar and artillery fire. Navy patrols discovered that enemy reinforcements carried by barges and small craft were landing on the northern shore of the island. Division Command insisted on securing northern Peleliu, which meant driving up the West Road in force and securing it against artillery and sniper fire. 2 regiments, 1 Army and 1 Marine, began probing attacks up the road. In a section designated Sniper's Alley, the rugged cliffs of the Ummerbrogel protruded toward the coast, funneling the American forces into a narrow pass between a mangrove swamp and enemy-held high ground. Snipers fired from the ridges on the right and the swamps to the left, killing or wounding many dozens of soldiers and Marines. The road was mined and booby-trapped with tripwires and other devices. These impediments inevitably slowed any progress, but getting control of the West Road was deemed essential, and Rupertus continued to push them hard. Given the bloody stalemate in the Horseshoe Bowl, he hoped to find a more profitable route into the Ummerbrogel pocket from the north. On September 23rd, the Army's 321st RCT launched a general attack on the ridgeline from a staging point just south of Garikoru village. With the close support of naval gunfire from warships offshore, the soldiers made good initial progress. Under cover of jungle vegetation, they penetrated inland to a distance of about 1,200 yards, cleaning out several caves and pillboxes, killing about 30 enemy soldiers, and seizing much more territory than they had anticipated. The sudden advance took the Japanese by surprise. They had not deployed strong forces to defend that part of their perimeter. Nightfall brought punishing counterattacks, however, and by midday on September 24th, the attackers were wondering whether they had bitten off more than they could chew. The front line having been pushed far up into the ridges, the supply line from the coast was long and precarious, over rocky and uneven ground. Ammunition, fresh water, and rations had to be carried in by hand, over a half-mile route that led up and over steep slopes and down through deep ravines. The Japanese counterattacked vigorously. Artillery and mortar fire continued unabated. The wounded had to be brought out on stretchers, a painstaking effort that caused great pain to the injured men, and many stretcher bearers were struck down by snipers. The Americans dared not leave their wounded behind, knowing that they were liable to be tortured to death. As always, the Japanese came at night, either singly or in small parties. In the nocturnal stillness, every sound was dramatically amplified. Captain Hunt wrote of the nearly unbearable strain of those nights on Peleliu. When one lies in a hole peering intently into dye black, listening, smelling, hearing only the sound of one's breathing, waiting, expecting, the stillness may become appalling. Dead objects may rise slowly and live. The motionless may move. Sounds of leaves stirred by the breeze may become the sneaking movements of human feet. A friend may be an enemy a friend, until, unless controlled by toughness of mind, one's imagination may become haunted by the unseen and the unheard. Some men went mad and began shouting in their madness. They were pulled off the line immediately, because a Marine who could not stay quiet endangered his comrades. Japanese night infiltrators wore split-toed canvas tabi shoes that made no sound, and attacked silently with knives, swords, or bayonets. According to Corporal Bergen, a Japanese soldier snuck into a firing nest on a ridgetop one night and began choking a Marine in his squad. The man woke up and jammed his fingers into the Japanese soldier's eye sockets, then threw him from the cliff. I heard the Jap screaming all the way down, from the second his eyes were gouged, until he hit the bottom, Bergen wrote. I've never heard such a blood-curdling sound in my life. As on Saipan 2 months earlier, clouds of bloated metallic greenish-blue flies rose from the rotting, unburied bodies of the dead. They buzzed loudly in the air, though they seemed to prefer to crawl rather than fly. They fed on the remains of discarded food, on excrement, on blood and bodies. They crawled into the men's canteen cups and lighted down upon their ration cans. They were lazy and seemingly stubborn. Unintimidated by a waved hand, they had to be shaken or plucked away from a spoon or fork. After the experience on other Pacific killing fields, this fly infestation had been anticipated. Experts from the U.S. Department of Agriculture were flown in to run an island-wide extermination campaign. Hundreds of barrels of DDT were stored in the holds of the transport fleet offshore. The chemical was mixed with diesel oil and sprayed throughout the island, especially over corpses. More than 300 sanitary squads with tanks of the mixture strapped to their backs sprayed it over the dead, over pools of standing water, and around kitchens, messes, and latrines. Truck-mounted sprayers coated much of the area around the beaches. The sanitation teams even found a way to cover the contested ground in the ridges. A TBM Avenger was fitted with gasoline-powered aerial sprayers, and an aircraft refueling pump system was used to pump the solution from belly tanks. The system sprayed about 100 gallons per minute. By these means, the insecticide was spread widely over the Brogel, settling indiscriminately on both enemy and American positions, coating the living and the dead. These efforts appeared to reduce, but did not eliminate, the fly population. By the first week of October, most of the frontline infantrymen were nearing the end of their endurance. 3 weeks might as well have been 3 months, or even 3 years. Sledge remembered Peleliu as a nether-world of horror from which escape seemed less and less likely as casualties mounted and the fighting dragged on and on. Time had no meaning. Life had no meaning. The fierce struggle made savages of us all. Lieutenant McCandless had compared Peleliu, as did many others who served and fought there, to Dante's vision of hell in the Inferno. But a closer fictional likeness was found in J.R.R. Tolkien's Lord of the Rings. Like the Black Land of Mordor, the battleground was a foul, evil-smelling wasteland, stripped of its greenery, shrouded in haze, and sealed off by forbidding razorback ridges. An army of cunning troglodytes had burrowed deep into the earth, and could cross beneath mountains through elaborate subterranean networks of tunnels and caverns. To their opponents, these foes seemed every bit as cruel and scarcely more human than Tolkien's orcs. Even the vile realm's name, Brogel, might have been borrowed from a map of Middle-earth. And like Tolkien's fictional battle for Middle-earth, this was a war to be won by total extermination of the enemy. On D-Day, Sledge had been taken aback to witness a veteran of his company field-stripping a dead Japanese soldier for valuables and souvenirs. But he and the other fresh boots of the 1st Marine Division were soon inured to far more ghastly scenes. On much of the battlefield it was impossible to dig graves in the rocky ground. Bodies rotted in the heat for weeks. They bloated, darkened, and broke open like rotten fruit. Sledge's unit found their way around the terrain by using familiar corpses as landmarks. It was gruesome to see the stages of decay proceed from just killed to bloated to maggot-infested rotting to partially exposed bones, like some biological clock marking the inexorable passage of time. Sledge watched a young Marine pass the time by tossing rocks into the rain-filled broken skull of a dead Japanese, as casually as a boy casting pebbles into a puddle on some road back home. There was nothing malicious in his action. The Americans would take deadly risks to remove their own dead from the battleground, to be buried near the beach. But it was not always possible to do so immediately. Mutilation of enemy dead was an offense committed on both sides. Sledge recalls finding the remains of dead Marines whose corpses had been hideously dismembered, heads and hands cut off, and penises severed and stuffed into their mouths. My emotions solidified into rage and a hatred for the Japanese, beyond anything I ever had experienced, he wrote. From that moment on, I never felt the least pity or compassion for them, no matter what the circumstances. Japanese dental practices of that era used gold to fill cavities, so many of the enemy soldiers had gold-crowned teeth. Some Americans made a practice of harvesting those prizes from the enemy dead. In a scene witnessed by Sledge, a Marine attempted to extract a gold tooth from the mouth of a wounded enemy soldier by cutting it out with his K-bar knife. Because the Japanese was kicking his feet and thrashing about, the knife point glanced off the tooth and sank deeply into the victim's mouth. The Marine cursed him, and with a slash cut his cheeks open to each ear. He put his foot on the sufferer's lower jaw and tried again. Blood poured out of the soldier's mouth. He made a gurgling noise and thrashed wildly. I shouted, "Put the man out of his misery." All I got for an answer was a cussing out. Another Marine ran up, put a bullet in the enemy soldier's brain, and ended his agony. The scavenger grumbled and continued extracting his prizes undisturbed. Trophy-taking and mutilation of enemy dead were prohibited by standing orders. But in that disordered environment, amidst such unremitting brutality, it seemed beside the point to object directly on moral grounds. The infantryman who wanted to dissuade a comrade from engaging in such practices offered practical objections. He appealed to field sanitation standards, for example, or the risk of being caught and punished, or a desire to keep the stench of decaying flesh at bay. Taking teeth from Japanese corpses, he warned, might expose the taker to dangerous germs. As a last resort, he might point out that the people back home would never understand. Another Marine in Sledge's platoon carried a Japanese hand with him for a time. He wrapped it in wax paper and kept it in his pack, intending to take it home with him when they left the island. Sledge and several others objected. The officers would bring him up on charges, they told him. The hand would stink up the ship. It gave them the creeps. Finally and reluctantly, the man threw his souvenir away. The war had gotten to my friend, Sledge reflected. He was a 20th century savage now, mild-mannered though he still was. I shuddered to think that I might do the same thing if the war went on and on. Belatedly, Rupertus recognized that his hoped-for quick, hard fight was not to be. The Ummerbrogel pocket was a sophisticated fortress, shrewdly embedded in the terrain, and designed to inflict maximum casualties on attackers. The enemy's elaborate cave and tunnel system had been constructed over many years with the aid of miners and mining engineers. Patience and new tactics were required. The last phase of the battle would be a painstaking battle of attrition. Progress against the defenders came slowly, in fits and starts. Territory was to be taken yard by yard. Armored vehicles advanced into the ridgelines and fired back at Japanese positions. Their main objective was to discover the location of all Japanese guns and firing ports, and to strip away all remaining vegetation. The Americans mapped the entire battlefield down to minute detail, including the position of every known enemy firing port. A day's progress might be measured by 5 or 10 yards. Perhaps the Marines might lift a heavy artillery piece to some new promontory, using steel cables run through a block and tackle rig. The newly placed gun might then manage to land direct hits on troublesome cave entrances or embrasures higher up the ridge. The 155mm howitzer was large enough to take the ridges down chunk by chunk, and with the use of these weapons they began destroying and blasting out cave entrances. On October 12th, the division command declared an end to the assault phase of the campaign. The announcement was greeted with scorn by the troops still battling the enemy in the ridges. The Japanese were far from finished. They had plenty of fight left in them, and Americans were still dying. One Marine remarked, Somebody from the Division CP needs to come up here and tell them damned nips the assault phase is over. But it was true that the remaining Japanese, penned into their shrinking perimeter, posed little threat beyond their lines. The southern plain of Peleliu was functioning as an advanced operating base. USAAF bombers were taking off from the airfield to support the invasion of the Philippines. Cargo ships were running supplies into the island on a regular schedule. By the second week of October, the pocket had shrunk to an area measuring about 400 by 800 yards, and there were not many more than 1,000 unwounded Japanese fighters remaining. Someone suggested, only half-jokingly, that the Marines should string barbed wire around the area and call it a prisoner of war enclosure. Planes dropped leaflets around the battlefield, and Japanese language specialists began broadcasting surrender appeals through loudspeakers. There were few takers. Nakagawa's headquarters must have had a printing press somewhere in the caves, because they responded with a leaflet of their own, addressed to "Poor Reckless Yankee Doodle." In the strange music of Japanese translated English, it told the Americans that they had been sent to Peleliu because FDR needed a Pacific victory to seal his re-election campaign. It accused the Americans of fighting dirty, but pledged that the Japanese would still win in the end. The leaflet is quoted here with original spelling and diction errors. The fraud Roosevelt, hanging the president election under his nose and from his policy ambition, worked not only poor Nimitz, but also Makassar like a robot. Like this, what is pity? Must be sacrifice you pay. Thanks for your advice notes of surrender. But we haven't any reason to surrender to those who are fated to be totally destroyed in a few days later. Add to you, against the manner of your attack paying no heed to humanity, your God shall make Japanese force to add retaliative attack upon you. Saying again, against the attack paying no heed to humanity, contrary to the mutual military spirits, you shall get a very stern attack. We mean cruel attack. Japan Military. Marines were gradually pulled off the line and replaced by the Army's 81st Infantry Division, the Wildcats. On October 15th, when they finally received orders sending them back to Pavuvu, the 5th Marines were the last Marine Corps regiment remaining on Peleliu. They were trucked to the north end of the island, where a new bivouac area had been prepared for them. They burned their old uniforms and boondockers and drew new ones, and enjoyed the small pleasures of showers, sleeping tents, and a proper Quonset mess hall with hot meals. A few days later, they filed down to the beach, where they would board landing craft and be ferried out to awaiting transport. Peleliu had knocked 3 Marine regiments out of action. They would have to be rebuilt over time with a large proportion of replacements. A few days later, Geiger turned command of all forces remaining on the island to Major General Paul J. Mueller, the Wildcats Division commander. The 1st Division had suffered casualties of 6,786, of whom more than 1,300 were killed in action. Many survivors would suffer the effects of long-term post-traumatic stress disorder, although the condition was not yet known by that name. Their efforts and sacrifices were recognized in a message from Admiral Halsey. The sincere admiration of the entire Third Fleet is yours for the hill-blasting, cave-smashing extermination of 11,000 slant-eyed gophers. It has been a tough job, extremely well done. On many Pacific battlefields, most infamously on Saipan, the differing tactical concepts of the Army and the Marines had caused serious friction between the services. Geiger and Rupertus had wanted to snuff out Japanese resistance before turning the island over to the Army, and they regretted their failure to do it. But it would take 7 more weeks of hard fighting to dig the enemy out of their caves. In this final stage of the battle for the Ummerbrogel Badlands, the Wildcats showcased the advantages of go-slow siege tactics. They needed a wide, well-graded road up the Horseshoe Bowl in order to get tanks, trucks, armored bulldozers, and heavy artillery to the front lines, so they built one. They kept the Japanese perimeter under constant heavy artillery fire and airstrikes, dropping tons of napalm each day. They erected enormous sandbag embankments to provide cover for infantry. The sandbags were filled at the beach and transported to the front lines in Amtraks or other armored vehicles. Eventually, the Army engineers even built an aerial tramway, similar in appearance and function to a primitive ski lift, which moved sandbags directly from the beaches up into the hills. These walls of sandbags were pushed inward, closer and closer to the Japanese firing positions. In some cases, soldiers crawled forward while using poles to push sandbags ahead of them. Cave openings and firing ports were sealed off. The Japanese responded with their customary skill, shrewdness, and determination. Even when the Wildcats held peaks and ridgelines above their heads, the Japanese might yet hold the interiors of the hills. The Americans sometimes heard Japanese voices in the rock beneath them, or smelled Japanese cooking rising through hidden air vents. Cave openings sealed by artillery might later be blasted open from within, and a party of Japanese fighters sneak out to attack from unexpected directions. Small unit attacks were most frequent at night, so the Army engineers set up floodlights to keep the battlefield brightly illuminated. The sandbags marched inexorably toward the heart of the pocket. A pipeline was constructed and diesel fuel was pumped up from the coast to be poured into the cave entrances. With the aid of a booster pump and nozzle at the end of the pipeline, the effect of a garden hose was obtained. White phosphorus grenades were used to ignite the fuel which settled in crags and crevices in the area covered. On November 24, 1944, Colonel Nakagawa radioed his final report to the division headquarters on Koror. He burned the regimental colors. He had fewer than 100 men remaining. They would form small infiltration squads and launch one last round of night attacks. Nakagawa apparently committed ritual suicide, but no one who witnessed it survived to tell the tale. Nor did the Americans notice any final assault. Indeed, small numbers of Japanese went on fighting for months, and many dozens of stragglers continued to live in the caves until the end of the war and beyond. In March 1947, a full 18 months after VJ Day, a group of 33 Japanese stragglers under the command of a lieutenant were discovered and persuaded to surrender. The battle for Peleliu passed mostly unnoticed in the United States. A few brief press accounts appeared in the back pages of newspapers. The news from Europe in those weeks was more stirring and sensational. Allied armies had liberated Paris and were sweeping across France toward Germany. In the Pacific, there was more interest in MacArthur's march toward the Philippines. The Palau Islands were remote and obscure even by Pacific standards, and it was difficult to convey how this fight differed from 100 other island battles. Nor was Peleliu a particularly large battle on the scale of the ongoing global carnage. But it was a milestone of a kind, and also a foreshadowing of what was to come in the Pacific, especially in the later and better-known island battles on Iwo Jima and Okinawa. In proportional terms from the American point of view, Peleliu was the costliest battle of the Pacific campaign. Of the 28,000 Marines and soldiers who fought on the island, nearly 40% were casualties, including about 1,800 killed and 8,000 wounded. Nearly the entire Japanese garrison of 11,000 perished. Even accounting for the disparity in the numbers killed, inevitable given the customary Japanese refusal to surrender, those results gave a casualty ratio of nearly 1-to-1. Nakagawa had effectively used his underground network to vitiate American advantages in offshore firepower and command of the air. His forces had mostly eschewed the tactically futile banzai charge. They had made shrewd use of the terrain, fighting on ground of their own choosing. Those tactics would be repeated on a larger scale on islands nearer Japan in the battles to come in 1945. U.S. infantrymen had come to regard their enemy as a vicious and sadistic creature, barely human, who had to be rooted out of the ground and exterminated. All the same, they could not help but admire the enemy, even while hating him from the bottom of their hearts, for his tenacity, his cunning, his stamina, and his implacable courage in the face of certain defeat and death. The third objective of Operation Stalemate, after Peleliu and Angar, was Ulithi Atoll, 345 miles northeast of Peleliu. This oblong loop of palm-crowned sand spits would serve as a new fleet anchorage, almost exactly midway between Guam and the Palaus. With a lagoon measuring 209 square miles, Ulithi was large enough to shelter the entire Third Fleet and its supporting mobile logistics forces. Eniwetok, which had served a similar function for the prior 6 months, would be reduced to the status of a way station linking Pearl Harbor to the Marianas. The Japanese had abandoned Ulithi some months earlier, so no blood was shed in the capture of the Great Atoll. On September 21st, minesweepers swept and buoyed the main entrances into the lagoon, and a small reconnaissance force of Army Wildcats went ashore on one of the larger outlying islets. They were greeted by timid Polynesian natives who turned friendly the moment they understood that the strangers were enemies of the Japanese. The advance units spread through the atoll, hopping from one islet to the next in rubber boats. They found some abandoned Japanese equipment, but no enemy troops. According to the 81st Division report, they found only 2 Japanese, both dead. Ulithi was declared secure at sundown on September 23rd. The native Ulithians were led by a kindly paralytic chieftain called King Ueg. Like the big American chief in Washington, Ueg had been crippled by polio. His subjects carried him around in a sedan chair constructed of palm logs and hand-woven fiber. The Ulithians lived in simple native villages spread across 6 or 7 different islets, in graceful platform huts built of split palm logs and platform floors carpeted with soft fibers, and they were topped with soaring, steeply canted roofs thatched with pandanus fronds. Men and boys wore loincloths. Women and girls wore grass skirts. All wore flowers in their hair and smeared their bodies with oil. Portuguese and Spanish explorers had made first contact with the Ulithians more than 400 years earlier, and Jesuit missionaries had visited in the early 18th century. Since that time, the natives had practiced an exotic form of Christianity in isolation, with the doctrines and practices brought by the Jesuits gradually merging into their own ancient myths and religious traditions. In 1944, they lived much as their ancestors had lived for millennia, fishing in the lagoon and tending small plots of taro. They traveled and fished in hand-carved outrigger canoes, paddling through the surf, raising triangular sails of woven fiber, and speeding away like a flock of gulls skimming the incredibly blue floor of the lagoon. A Navy civil affairs officer persuaded King Ueg to relocate all of his subjects to a single island in the southern part of the atoll. In return, the occupiers would provide food, medical care, and other desired goods for the duration of the war. After initial hesitation, Ueg agreed. Straggler lines were set up to guard the island and prevent U.S. personnel from approaching it without authorization. These steps proved effective in eliminating molestation of natives by our troops. The press of time was heavy. The Third Fleet would need to shelter in this anchorage before the end of the month. It did not have time to return to Eniwetok, given the new October timetable for the Lady operation. The first echelon of the 51st CB Battalion disembarked and began working around the clock in 12-hour shifts. Beachmasters set up landing areas and depots. Piers were erected quickly by filling pontoons with sand and coral rock, which were then sunk and anchored into the bottom. In 3 days, the engineers unloaded more than 3,000 tons of supplies, including water, rations, fuel, medical supplies, and ammunition, and about 300 vehicles, including trucks, bulldozers, and half-tracks. They cut down palm trees with gasoline-powered saws. Stumps and roots were blasted out with demolition charges, and the debris was winched out to the cleared areas alongside the airstrip and the roads. Trucks hauled crushed coral rock to be fed into cement mixers. A fleet of exhaust-belching diesel bulldozers began working over the existing Japanese airstrip on Falalop Island, which would be lengthened, widened, and resurfaced. A prefabricated steel fuel tank farm was linked to a fueling dock by 5 pipelines. A beach was suddenly displaced by a concrete seaplane ramp. An air traffic control tower shot up amongst the palms, and coral taxiways, aprons, and hardstands extended out from the edges of the airfield. One island, Mogmog, was set aside as a fleet recreation area. In time, it would support a network of baseball diamonds, basketball courts, barbecue pits, outdoor amphitheaters, and mess halls. The service and logistics fleet would have to sail on its own steam from Eniwetok, a voyage of more than 1,500 miles. It would be a long and hazardous journey, because the service vessels could not make more than 12 or 14 knots at sea, and the barges and dry docks had to be towed at 6 knots. Before dawn on October 1st, 2 carrier task groups filed into the lagoon and dropped their hooks in the north anchorage. Admiral Bogan's Group 38-2, which included Halsey's flagship New Jersey, and Admiral Sherman's Group 38-3. That amounted to about half of Task Force 38, an armada of 60 steel ships with blue-gray camouflage patterns and soaring masts. They seemed to dwarf the adjoining islets. Lieutenant McCandless of the Seabees woke up that morning and walked down to the beach. As I emerged from the palm trees and looked across the lagoon, I could hardly believe my eyes. It was full of warships, all sizes and types. Aircraft carriers, battleships, cruisers, tankers, destroyers, 10 or 12 submarines, etc., all riding peacefully at anchor. They had slipped in during the night. I have no idea how they could have done it so silently, and I realized then why we were on Ulithi. It was a great protected hiding place into which the big, powerful American task forces could rendezvous. The fleet had counted on a few days of rest and replenishment at anchor, but it was not to be. On October 2nd, its second day in Ulithi, seas were rough even in the protected waters of the lagoon, and loading was difficult. The barometer was sinking, and fleet meteorologists warned of an approaching typhoon. As in other mid-Pacific atolls, the low-lying islands did not provide much protection against storm winds. Reluctantly, Admiral Halsey led the fleet back out to sea to ride out the typhoon. On October 3rd, the 2 task groups were buffeted by high seas and 50-knot winds. Re-entering the atoll by Mugai Channel on the morning of October 4th, they learned that the storm had thrown 65 Higgins boats and 14 LCMs onto the beach. Most were deemed unsalvageable. But there was no time to pause. The fleet had to get back to sea for another round of carrier strikes in support of the impending invasion of Leyte. The Third Fleet had many promises to keep. The 2 task groups were at sea again on the afternoon of October 6th, forging north in the tail of the typhoon. They would rendezvous with the rest of Task Force 38 at sea, then proceed to the Ryukyuan archipelago between Japan and Formosa, where they would hit targets on Okinawa and adjacent islands. The 17 carrier force, totaling 100 ships with nearly 100,000 seamen, would approach closer to Japan than any other Allied warship except submarines had since the Doolittle raid in April 1942. The 1,300-mile voyage was rough and tumble, with gale-force winds and seas breaking over the decks. At Flag Plot on the New Jersey, Kearney and the staff designated the typhoon Task Force 0. Since it was moving north ahead of the task force, it performed the useful service of suppressing Japanese air activity and keeping the enemy's long-range patrol planes at bay. The 4 groups of Task Force 38 rendezvoused at sea on October 7th, about 375 miles west of Saipan, and began a long, frustrating day of refueling. The ships lurched and rolled in sickening fashion, with green water breaking over decks, and even many of the old hands fell seasick. The Third Fleet Diary noted that the seamanship of the fleet was given a severe test. Fueling was terminated at 19:15 and was completed except for a few of the large units which had not received full quota of fuel. At noon on October 9th, the fleet rang up flank speed for the all-night run to Okinawa. The ships roared through the night, but no patrol planes appeared on radar. The Japanese did not expect them. Kearney remarked that, "We caught the boys on Okinawa utterly unprepared. because I suppose they figured nobody in his right mind would be at sea during anything of this sort. We arrived unheralded and in full force. Arriving at its planned launch point northeast of Okinawa at dawn on October 10th, the fleet turned into the wind and began launching planes. The initial fighter sweep found few enemy planes airborne, but plenty parked on the ground. At Yontan Airfield, the largest on Okinawa, the attackers strafed parked planes, leaving about a dozen ablaze. Then followed 4 waves of bombers, escorted by additional fighters armed with bombs and rockets. They targeted airfields, barracks, ammunition dumps, fuel tanks, and defensive installations all up and down the Ryukyus. In the last of the day's strikes, they worked over targets still burning fiercely from the earlier raids. Fires engulfed the ancient central district of Naha, Okinawa's prefectural capital, killing about 600 civilians and leaving 4/5 of the town in ashes. The fire destroyed much of the art, architecture, and cultural patrimony of the old Ryukyuan kingdom. Even now, older Okinawans remember the disaster by the date it occurred. 10/10. For the day, Mitscher's airmen had flown a total of 1,396 sorties against Okinawa and other nearby islands. 21 American planes were lost, but most of the downed flyers were rescued by lifeguarding submarines. Task Force 38 turned south toward Formosa. Japanese snoopers shadowed the Americans all night long and into the next morning. When confronted by U.S. fighters flying Combat Air Patrol, CAP, the ubiquitous Japanese patrol planes turned away and fled, often escaping into clouds. But they were clearly tracking the position of Task Force 38, so the odds of achieving surprise in the upcoming airstrike on Formosa did not look good. The destroyers were already low on fuel, an inescapable consequence of high-speed maneuvers. So on October 11th, with the fleet continuing to make way to the south, they refueled directly from the tanks of battleships, including the New Jersey. Throwing a head fake intended to fool the enemy on Formosa, Halsey ordered a 61-plane fighter sweep over Apari Airfield on northern Luzon. The ruse did not succeed, however. Radar screens revealed many Japanese scouts headed out from Formosa in wedge-shaped search vectors. The aviators would have to fight their way into Formosan airspace, where the Japanese would be ready and waiting for them. Halsey realized that he had erred in hitting Okinawa first. He should have aimed the first strike at Formosa. After sunset on October 11th, with Task Force 38 again fueled up, the ships turned onto a north-northwest course and began their high-speed night approach. At first light on October 12th, the snow-capped peaks of the East Formosan Mountains were seen to the west. The first fighter sweep was airborne as the sun peeked over the eastern horizon. More than 200 outbound Hellcats climbed over the mountains to reach their targets, the big air complexes on the island's western plain. Descending through cloud cover, the Grummins found about 40 Japanese fighters circling at 25,000 feet. Even the greenest of the Hellcat pilots had little to fear from Japanese Zeros, especially at that altitude. In the ensuing fight, all of the defending planes were shot down or dove into clouds to escape. This aerial melee was witnessed by the local air commander, Admiral Shigeru Fukudome, commander of the 2nd Air Fleet, who watched from his headquarters building at the Takao Air Base in southern Formosa. At first, craning his neck to observe the black dots high above, he could not distinguish between American and Japanese planes. When aircraft began falling in flames, he mistook them for Hellcats, and concluded that his pilots were getting the better of the attackers. He clapped his hands and shouted in exultation, "Well done, well done, a tremendous success." Moments later, when he saw that all of the falling planes were Japanese, his heart sank. Our fighters were nothing but so many eggs thrown at the stone wall of the indomitable enemy formation. Fukudome had scrambled all available fighters, about 230 altogether, when coastal radar had picked up the incoming wave of American carrier planes. About half would be shot down by the end of the day. The island's main air bases were badly mauled in follow-on strikes, and many aircraft were destroyed on the ground. Fukudome's own headquarters building was reduced to rubble. After the morning's initial fighter sweep, he had prudently ordered his entire Second Air Fleet staff into an underground bunker, so none was injured or killed. Counting up the day's losses, Fukudome reckoned he had fewer than 150 operational aircraft remaining on Formosa. But his Second Air Fleet Command also encompassed air bases in the Ryukyu Islands and Kyushu, where he had about 400 more planes. And he could always call upon Tokyo for reinforcements. Should he throw everything he had at the American fleet offshore, or was it better to conserve his strength to fight another day? Upon assuming this command in June 1944, Fukudome had found most of his aviators in the training stage. 4 months later, the situation was only marginally better, and Fukudome had little faith in any but his most elite flyers. The bomber and torpedo plane squadrons were led by veterans, but most airmen in those units had little experience in overwater navigation and had never attacked enemy ships at sea. He did not like their chances of getting through the screen of defending Hellcats and the wall of anti-aircraft fire that the Third Fleet warships would erect to defend themselves. Admiral Soemu Toyoda, Commander-in-Chief of the Combined Fleet, happened to be in Formosa at that moment on an inspection tour. He had left his Chief of Staff, Rear Admiral Ryunosuke Kusaka, with instructions to order the air forces into action if it appeared that the Americans were making another concerted thrust into the Western Pacific. When carrier planes struck Okinawa on October 10th, Kusaka ordered all forces on alert. Toyoda concluded that a general decisive battle was at hand, and he decided to direct the battle from his temporary advanced headquarters on Formosa. That took the matter out of Fukudome's hands. As the Japanese High Command saw it, they had little choice in the matter. The carrier strikes on Formosa might presage an invasion of that island, or perhaps the next big amphibious landing would occur to the south in the Philippines. In either event, the big fight was upon them. Given the deteriorating logistical situation and their ignorance of the enemy's intentions, they had to move quickly just to ensure they had the opportunity to fight at all, let alone to win. Having long since lost the initiative, the Japanese were now once again compelled to react to the enemy's moves. On October 12th at 9:45 a.m. Tokyo time, Admiral Kusaka issued orders to execute Show 1 and Show 2, the Imperial Japanese Navy's contingency plans for an enemy attack on the Philippines or Formosa. Given the sorry state of his air forces, Fukudome issued orders to approach the target with a large number of torpedo planes and bombers under the strongest possible escort of our fighter planes and to resort to a simultaneous attack with that large formation. In other words, the Japanese dive bombers and torpedo planes would not fly together in formation as trained and would not even attempt to carry out choreographed attacks. They would simply make a beeline toward the Third Fleet in a disorderly massed aerial armada, with hopes of overwhelming enemy defenses by sheer weight of numbers. Fukudome later explained, "We had to content ourselves with the hope that we had somehow cast a mold for a large formation attack." Mick Carney monitored the incoming strike on the New Jersey's radar screens. It was a large blip, encompassing about 75 to 100 planes. Combat Air Patrol fighters were vectored out to intercept. When the Hellcat pilots looked over the incoming formation, they began to report a great many different kinds of planes. In other words, this was not a homogeneous, well-integrated tactical outfit, but it was very much of a heterogeneous air mob coming up there, composed of all kinds of damn things. Carney and his colleagues wondered whether this higgledy-piggledy airstrike was a sign that Japanese air power was nearly finished. Most of the attackers were shot down, others lost to flak, and some shied away and turned back toward Formosa. But smaller formations arrived after dark almost continuously, skimming in at wave-top altitude. Lieutenant Solberg of the Third Fleet Intelligence Staff saw one enemy plane after another illuminated in the glow of red tracer fire. Before our eyes, they cartwheeled one after the other in flaming arcs and exploded spectacularly in black geysers of smoke and seawater. Task Force 38 came through the night unscathed, except for a single destroyer, the Pritchett, which was slightly damaged by friendly anti-aircraft fire. Of the approximately 100 Japanese planes that attacked the American fleet that night, 25 returned safely to Formosa. Those who returned reported, optimistically and wrongly, that they had sunk 2 U.S. warships, including an aircraft carrier, and had damaged 2 more. But the Americans were not yet done with Formosa. At 6:14 a.m. on October 13th, with dawn's gray light rising in the east, Task Force 38 carriers launched the first of 4 huge fighter sweep airstrikes against airfields and other installations on the island. The attackers encountered thick cloud cover down to 2,000 feet over most of eastern Formosa, with fogs and mists hugging the ground. The bombers had been told to plaster anything that might be militarily useful to the enemy: runways, hangars, docks, barracks, warehouses, fuel tanks, shipping, but they also targeted the island's basic infrastructure, including bridges, railheads, power plants, a dam, and even a sugar refinery. Kent Lee, a Hellcat pilot with VF-15 of the Essex, dropped through the cloud ceiling to find a swarm of Japanese Zeros waiting to give battle. It was a confused general melee, with both American and Japanese planes weaving in and out of cloud banks. When they shook their aerial adversaries, the Hellcats strafed ground targets. Lee recalled, "Our mission was to destroy everything that was movable, tank trucks, vehicles, people, airplanes, on these airfields. That we did." Bill Davis of the Lexington's VF-16 dove from 12,000 feet and found himself in a high-speed head-on run with a Zero. Davis knew he should turn away, because the Zero's 20mm cannon was powerful enough to take down his F-6F Hellcat, but his blood was hot, and he kept boring in even as the Zero's guns began winking like strobe lights. Finally, he wrote, "After what seemed like an eternity, I raised the nose of the plane slightly and opened up with all 6 guns. Immediately I could see large pieces flying off the Zero. He kept coming for a few more moments, then slid under my left wing and blew up." Another pilot in Davis's squadron returned to the Lexington with chunks of Japanese aircraft debris embedded in his F-6F, including 5 square feet of Zero wing wedged in his wing. The Americans flew a total of 947 sorties that day, with not inconsiderable losses of 45 planes to combat and accidents. Clearly, the Japanese had flown in air reinforcements overnight, but the newcomers' average skill was noticeably lower. The American airmen also discovered many Japanese airfields that had not been on their briefing maps and had been overlooked the previous day. Task Group 38-3 aviators reported that they had found 15 airfields in their assigned sector, when they had been briefed to expect only 4. As expected, aerial counterattacks began shortly before sunset, as the last of the cap were recovered aboard the carriers. At sundown, 6:26 p.m., radar indicated low-flying bogies approaching simultaneously from several directions. Hellcats poleaxed several intruders as the last light drained out of the western sky, but more of the low-flying twin-engine torpedo planes appeared as darkness fell. Leaders dropped floating flares to mark a path for following planes. "The enemy seems quite determined and came in whenever they found us," noted the Task Group 38-3 War Diary. There were approximately 40 to 50 bogies in the sector, and judging by gunfire on the horizon, the other groups were not overlooked. Aboard the command ships, air staffs lamented that their pilots had apparently left many Formosan airfields in operation. In fact, most of these latest attackers had flown all the way from Kyushu. They were Mitsubishi G4M, Allied codename Betty, bombers, which had often proven their effectiveness as night torpedo bombers. They were elements of an elite Japanese mixed Navy-Army squadron known as the T Attack Force. Among the leaders were some of the most seasoned and skilled airmen remaining in the Japanese military. Admiral Toyoda, still commanding from his temporary advanced headquarters on Formosa, had personally ordered the T-Force into action, and he expected them to deal a heavy blow against the American fleet. Crewmen in Task Force 38 would remember that night as one of the hairiest of the war. Air attacks continued for hours. Green phosphorescent torpedo tracks passed through the heart of the task group's circular formations, narrowly missing their intended targets. Anti-aircraft fire brought enemy planes down just as they were reaching a position to make torpedo drops. An officer in the Lexington's hangar recalled a moment shortly after dark, when all hell broke loose. Every anti-aircraft gun in the fleet opened fire. Looking out through the open doors on the side of the hangar deck, I saw Japanese planes everywhere. He heard an ear-splitting cacophony of large and small caliber fire. The sea and sky were lit by tracers and flak bursts. Enemy planes were torn apart and went flaming into the sea. 4 G4Ms penetrated into the heart of Group 4 and attacked the carrier Franklin. 2 went down in flames before they could drop their fish, but 2 actually made good drops, and the Franklin's crew considered it a miracle that she was not hit. A torpedo missed ahead only because the ship's skipper ordered her engines backed at maximum. Another passed directly under the ship and was seen to emerge on the far side. A G4M flew low over Franklin's flight deck and was shot down while attempting its getaway. Another was set afire by anti-aircraft fire, but the pilot aimed a suicide crash at the ship's island. He missed and crashed into a catwalk. Flaming wreckage skidded across the deck and was carried by its own momentum into the sea on the far side. Only one U.S. warship was struck that night. A G4M attacking Admiral McCain's Group 38-1 shortly after sunset aimed a torpedo at the carrier Wasp. The weapon missed narrowly, but continued on its track and struck the heavy cruiser Canberra, sending flames to the height of her masthead. The blast tore a great jagged hole in the cruiser's bow, beneath her armor belt. 4,500 tons of seawater poured into the ship, flooding her engine and fire rooms, and killing 23 of her crew. Her engineers judged that there was no chance whatsoever that the Canberra could make way under her own steam. Halsey now confronted a high-stakes decision. Should he order the Canberra's crew taken off and the crippled ship scuttled? Or could she be towed out of the combat zone? No one would have faulted him for choosing the first, more conservative option. The Third Fleet could afford to lose a single cruiser, and trying to bring her to safety might expose other ships to risk. But Halsey was obstinate, and he chose to save her. He ordered the cruiser Wichita to take the Canberra under tow. Soon the pair were underway, but at the heartbreaking pace of 4 knots. The distance to Ulithi was 1,300 miles. The retreating ships would be subject to daily and nightly air attacks launched from more than 100 Japanese airfields in 3 directions for more than a week. To suppress the airstrikes that were sure to follow, Halsey ordered another round of fighter sweeps against Formosa on the morning of October 14th. Task Group 4 was sent to hit the Japanese airfields on the north coast of Luzon, a defensive measure that would also reassure MacArthur. From his headquarters in Pearl Harbor, Nimitz summoned land-based air units from all over the Pacific to get into the act against Formosa, Luzon, and the Ryukyus. The Army Air Forces launched 100 B-29s from airfields in China to hit the Takao complex on Formosa. A force of 3 cruisers and 8 destroyers, mordantly nicknamed Cripple Division 1, was detached to accompany the damaged Canberra in her withdrawal. A task group built around the light carriers Cowpens and Cabot was assigned to provide close air protection. Japanese planes dogged this new CRIP-Div throughout the daylight hours of October 14th. Ships screening the crippled cruiser dodged aerial torpedoes and fought off strafing attacks. Getting the flooded Canberra under tow was no mean feat of seamanship. The Wichita first took her in tow with a 1 1/8-inch plow steel towing wire, rigged with manila mooring lines, snubbing gear, and chafing gear, to take up the strain of sudden jerks without breaking or tearing out the reels. Both ships struggled against wind and sea with a dangerous corkscrewing motion, leading to near collisions and injuries as sailors were pinned to the deck by the wire. By the early hours of October 14th, the crippled ship was pointed in the right direction, southeast, and underway. With a partly flooded cruiser under tow, the salvage group made a fat target. Rain squalls and a low ceiling worked in the Japanese planes' favor by enabling them to hide from the orbiting Hellcats. The attackers came in low, under the radar, from many directions at once. Leading planes dropped parachute flares to mark the way for the planes winging in behind them. As on the previous 2 days, the Japanese suffered heavy air losses, but still threatened to overwhelm the Americans by sheer numbers. The screening ships, circling the lumbering Wichita-Canberra pair at about 4 times their speed, put up a barrage of anti-aircraft fire to protect the 2 nearly immobilized cruisers. At dusk on October 14th came the day's worst attack. At 6:45 p.m., the new light cruiser Houston took a devastating torpedo hit amidships that flooded her engineering spaces, cut her power, and seemed likely to break up the ship. The main deck was underwater, said one of the ship's crew, and waves were 14 feet high. As she listed heavily to starboard, her captain ordered abandon ship, and destroyers began picking up swimmers. But an hour later, the captain changed his mind, summoned his crew back on board, and called for a tow. Several hundred miles east, on the New Jersey's flag bridge, Halsey paced the deck, chain-smoked, and wondered whether he had made the right call. The day's air attacks had been much heavier than expected. Now he had 2 cruisers crippled and under tow. The Navy had not taken such a severe beating since 1942 in the Solomons. Radio intelligence, informally designated Ultra, short for Ultra Secret, had confirmed that the Japanese were pouring air reinforcements into Formosa. Every 15 minutes or so, Halsey looked at the pin on the chart table that represented the salvage group and confirmed that it was barely moving. The crippling of the Houston, he later wrote, reawakened my fears that an attempt at salvage would mean throwing good ships after bad. No one could have faulted Halsey for making the conservative decision to scuttle and skedaddle, that is, to send the 2 cripples to the bottom and get the undamaged ships out of the area. But the Dirty Tricks Department had been monitoring news broadcasts by Radio Tokyo, and what they heard piqued their interest. The Japanese were reporting to their own public and to the world that their Formosa-based air forces had scored an annihilating victory over the American fleet. The newscasters claimed, in giddy tones and with apparent sincerity, that the Japanese planes had sunk between 8 and 11 U.S. aircraft carriers. Successive bulletins added to the chimerical tally until early on the morning of October 15th, when Radio Tokyo proudly declared that no fewer than 17 American carriers had been sent to the bottom. Altogether, it asserted, the Americans had lost 36 ships sunk, and another 17 seriously damaged. The broadcasts included vivid first-hand accounts drawn from interviews with returning Japanese airmen. Military experts provided color commentary. The extraordinary claims had been corroborated by other evidence, they said, such as the diminished intensity of American carrier raids in the area, the fact that many castaways had been seen in rafts, the silence of Nimitz's headquarters concerning results of the battle, and the appearance of China-based B-29s over Formosa, which was interpreted as an act of desperation on the part of the Americans. The tremendous victory off Formosa, said one expert, proved that the Japanese hold undisputed supremacy in that area. Action of the past few days has given truth that the nearer the enemy approaches Japan proper and Japan's formidable ring of defenses, the greater will be the losses to the enemy. Radio Tokyo reported that Vice Admiral Mark Mitcher's flagship had been sunk, and therefore it is highly probable that the commander of the American task force would by this time be enjoying eternal repose in his watery grave, together with many other men under his command. Halsey also came in for some personal taunts. Commentaries in the newspaper Mainichi Shimbun recapped Halsey's past boasts and threats to take revenge on the Japanese people. The sinking of his fleet, said a front-page editorial, was heaven's punishment to the Yankees who have human faces but beastly minds with an insatiable greed for world domination. Halsey was amused to learn from the radio that a zookeeper at Ueno Zoo in Tokyo had prepared a cage for the Admiral in the monkey house. "The Japs are losing their grip," he commented to his staff, "even with their tails." Why did the returning Japanese pilots report such risibly inflated results? The T-Force airmen had attacked in darkness on the night of October 13th, when they could not closely observe the results. Double and triple counting of apparent torpedo hits was a problem even in daylight. At night, it was endemic. A dozen pilots might see the same pillar of fire and count it as a torpedo hit. Flying into a maelstrom of anti-aircraft fire, the flyers were temporarily blinded by the colorful bursts. Many Japanese planes shot down among the ships of the American task force remained afloat and burning before sinking. These fires were easily mistaken for burning ships. Local air commanders took their reports at face value and passed them along to IGHQ in Tokyo. Fukudome wrote after the war, "Airmen aspiring to fame were likely to exaggerate their achievements. Night attacks resulted in universal exaggeration." Most interesting to Halsey and his staff were references to a mopping-up operation. Radio Tokyo reported that the Japanese fleet was in pursuit of the beaten and retreating remnants of the U.S. fleet, intending to sink them before they could get to safety. The Japanese Air Force, in close teamwork with surface units, are now attacking the doomed enemy task force. The remaining enemy warships are now all doomed to perish at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean. All the hullabaloo might be nothing more than propaganda. But the voices on the radio seemed convinced of the truth of their own reports. Moreover, new ultras from Pearl Harbor confirmed that a fleet of surface warships was preparing to put to sea via the Bungo Strait to chase and mop up whatever was left of the Third Fleet. It dawned on Halsey's staff that they might have an opportunity to exploit the enemy's misguided optimism. Carney said of the crippled Canberra, "She was really a dry fly in my book. She was a fine floating lure." He and Captain Ralph Wilson, the fleet operations officer, devised a plan and sold it to Halsey. The crippled ships would be dangled as bait. With a little luck, the American carriers might spring a trap on the pursuing Japanese naval force, scoring a wipeout victory before MacArthur's forces even hit the beaches on Leyte. Halsey assented, and new orders were transmitted to the fleet from the New Jersey's soaring radio masts. Task Groups 38-2 and 38-3 were positioned about 100 miles east of the Cripples, far enough to evade detection by Formosa or Okinawa-based search planes, but close enough to ambush a Japanese naval force should it come into range. The rest of the Third Fleet withdrew to a safe distance and commenced refueling from fleet oilers. Halsey advised Nimitz of his plans, and the Pacific Fleet Chief ordered all available patrol planes in the region to search for the enemy ships. Suspicion exists that enemy surface force may have departed Empire area to mop up on blue U.S. cripples withdrawing from Formosa strikes. Extend search to cover assumed enemy approach from Bungo Channel to approximate position. Halsey also let MacArthur know that he was preparing to come to grips with a major portion of the Japanese Navy, and that in view of that contingency, all strikes on the Philippines were withdrawn until further notice. Halsey told Admiral Dubose in the Wichita to send out a series of mock distress signals. Crip Div 1 was given an even more telling nickname, Bait Div 1. Saving the two flooded dead-in-the-water cruisers would have presented a challenge even if waves of attacking planes had not been descending upon them from hour to hour. The officers and men of Bait Div 1 knew they were expendable. Watching the sloth-like pace of the towed ships, one skipper of the division remarked, "Now I know how a worm on a fishhook must feel." For the towing ships, absorbing the shock of 16,000 tons bucking and lurching on long swells, required a mastery of old-fashioned marlin-spike seamanship with sophisticated rigs of towing chocks and pelican stoppers. The work was perilous, and several crewmen were badly injured. The cruiser Boston first began towing the Houston during a night so dark that the Houston could not be seen from the Boston stern even while under tow. The ocean tug Pawnee rendezvoused with the group on October 15th, and took over the job of towing the Houston. Miraculously, it seemed to the crews of the salvage group, no Japanese warplanes bothered them that day, or the night following. But on the 16th, their luck ran out, as a flight of 107 fighters and bombers from Formosa attacked at midday. The Combat Air Patrol F-6Fs of the Cabot and Cowpens shot down about 50 enemy planes, but a few managed to get through the screen. One dropped an aerial torpedo aimed at the Houston's stern. The fish ran down her wake and struck almost directly between the rudder posts, flipping the hangar hatch up into the sky like a bottle top. 20 sailors were lifted off their feet and pitched into the sea. The aviation gasoline tanks in the hangar bulkheads ignited, and fires raged on the fantail. The tug Pawnee continued towing throughout the attack and its aftermath, the slack never leaving the cable. The Houston's captain chose to keep fighting for his ship's life. The 12,000-ton ship was flooded with about 6,300 tons of seawater, but she kept crawling toward Ulithi. All but about 100 men of her crew were taken off. She was down very deep in the water, with a draft of 32 feet and an 8-degree starboard list. She rolled sickeningly, almost onto her beam ends, as green seas washed across her decks. Admiral Toyota had given initial orders to dispatch a cruiser-destroyer squadron from the inland sea, under the command of Vice Admiral Kiyohide Shima, to hunt down the American cripples. In the end, however, the Naval High Command refused to swallow its own codswallop. On the morning of October 14th, as search flights blanketed the area east and south of Formosa, reports confirmed that many undamaged American warships remained in the vicinity. Moreover, the punishing carrier airstrikes launched against Luzon that day proved that the American fleet must be largely intact. Sensing a trap, Toyota recalled the Shima force to the Amami Islands north of Okinawa, where it would refuel and put to sea again on October 18th to fulfill its role in the pending Show 1 operations to defend the Philippines. That concluded the 4-day air battle of Formosa. According to Fukudome's figures, he had lost 329 Formosa-based aircraft. Of these, 179 had sortied to attack the U.S. fleet and failed to return. The others had been destroyed on the ground or in the air over Formosa. At Takao Air Base, the main air installation on the island, barely a structure was left standing, and barely a single airplane was left undamaged. At least 200 additional planes based on Kyushu, Okinawa, and Luzon had been destroyed, for a total of more than 500 Japanese warplanes lost between October 10th and October 17th. Since the start of Halsey's Third Fleet operations 6 weeks earlier, the Japanese had lost approximately 1,200 aircraft in the region. After a grueling 10-day passage, the Canberra and Houston and their salvage group limped into Ulithi Atoll on the morning of October 27th. Both cruisers were returned to the United States for extensive repairs, and both would be returned to service in the post-war Navy. The final day of the Formosa battle was followed 1 day later by the arrival off Leyte of the first elements of MacArthur's invasion fleet. At dawn on October 17th, lookouts at the Suluan Lighthouse at the entrance to Leyte Gulf radioed a sighting report. A squadron of minesweepers was entering the channel. When the report reached Toyota about an hour later, he sent a Show 1 alert to all commands. The various elements of the Japanese fleet, flung across an axis of several thousand miles between Japan and Malaya, began hurried preparations to put to sea. Plan Show had been conceived in desperation, but even the most pessimistic planners at Imperial General Headquarters in Tokyo had not anticipated the loss of so much Japanese air power immediately prior to the arrival of the U.S. invasion fleet. Replacement airplanes and aircrews were pouring into the Philippines from Japan and China. But what chance did they have against the American carrier airmen, given the fate of their recently slaughtered comrades? Though they could not afford to admit it, either to their subordinates or perhaps even to themselves, the Japanese admirals knew that the last big naval confrontation of the Pacific War was upon them. They would fight it without effective air support, and therefore they would lose it. But at any rate, their real mission was not to win at all, but to go down fighting in a final blaze of glory. Chapter 4. Throughout the summer of 1944, Tokyo was hot, dirty, and discontented. The city's once vibrant commercial districts were shabby, colorless, and half deserted. Michio Takeyama, a boy during the war years who later became one of Japan's most celebrated novelists, recalled that suffocating winds blew through town, and ash-like dust piled up on rooftops. Even around Shibuya, whole rows of shops were closed and roads dug up, and few people were to be seen, except that here and there in front of food stores there were long lines. Food had become a universal preoccupation. Famine had not yet touched the country, but for ordinary citizens it took planning and effort to find enough to eat. One could see it in one's neighbors' faces. Many Japanese had grown visibly emaciated. Takeyama noted that his school headmaster appeared to be wasting away week by week, so that he scarcely looked like the same man. His jaw narrowed, his neck shrank pathetically. With unruly white hair, eyes glittering beneath baggy eyelids, gradually wrinkling skin, he often looked like an old carved mask. People tired easily and had less energy to face the day. At the same time, however, the daily effort required to obtain food began to crowd out other concerns. One source estimates that the average Japanese family spent 5 hours per day shopping for food or standing in ration lines. Shops remained shuttered all week until an occasional delivery of rationed food arrived, and then they would open only until the inventory gave out. People who had waited in line for hours were often sent away empty-handed. The practice of begging had been virtually unknown in pre-war Japan, but now even well-dressed people were seen imploring their fellow citizens to share a morsel. The struggle to put food on the family table taxed the time and energy of women especially, and many of those same women ate less in order to feed their children and husbands, which in turn deprived them of energy to brave the shops and ration lines. City dwellers traveled out to the country in hopes of buying food directly from farmers. But the commuter trains were groaning under the crush of a much enlarged wartime ridership, so the journey was always an exhausting struggle. Train stations looked like refugee camps. People waited hours to catch a train, perhaps bribing a station attendant for a ticket. Once aboard, they found themselves squashed into a seething throng. Broken ribs were common, and in a few widely reported cases, infants suffocated to death. The compartments were shabby and filthy, the upholstery threadbare and ripped open, hanging straps gone from the overhead rails, windows broken, floor tiles torn up. Overcrowded trains charged through stations without stopping, for fear that those waiting on the platforms would try to fight their way into the cars. An urbanite who braved the ordeal and reached the countryside entered a bucolic landscape of hills and rice terraces arranged in jigsaw patterns around sleepy hamlets. In this serene, picturesque setting, she detected no visible sign that the nation was waging a war for its survival. But she found the farmers insolent and brazen. They charged scandalous prices and expected the buyers to make signs of exaggerated gratitude. Then it was straight back to the train platforms and the desperate and degrading struggle to return to the city. White rice had been the foundation of the Japanese diet since time immemorial, but now it could rarely be found even at inflated prices. Wartime rationed rice was adulterated with dried noodles, barley, soybeans, or sweet potatoes, and as the war dragged on, those inferior substitutes grew steadily as a proportion of the allocation. To stretch this rice-like farrago, people tossed it with wheat flour and sautéed it in oil to make a much-despised dish called nukapan. Fresh meat and fish were vanishing from the rationing rolls, to be replaced by tofu, vegetables, and crispy dried sardines called niboshi. For dietary variety, people made do with whatever they might find in the markets on any given day, descending the culinary scale. Eggplants, fresh radishes, dried radishes, bean sprouts, pumpkin squash, bamboo shoots, and chrysanthemum leaves. Fresh eggs were almost never to be found. Instead, they mixed powdered Shanghai eggs with water to make a sickly egg-like gruel. Ham was replaced by something called whale ham, and when bakers could not obtain wholesale flour, they produced a bread-like substitute using sweet bean paste. Thus, the popular Japanese lunchtime sandwich, a tidy square of white bread and ham, was supplanted by an impostor that contained neither ham nor bread. As the quality and quantity of rationed food declined, the black market became essential to sustain the lives of ordinary Japanese. By the last year of the war, Mr. Black probably represented about half of the nation's retail sales. The disparity between official and black market prices widened considerably in mid-1944, so that nearly every category of foodstuff commanded tenfold its official listed price. In March 1944, black market rice commanded 14 times the legal listed price. In November 1944, it fetched 44 times the official price. For certain rare items, the prices quoted were so astronomical that people wondered whether any of their fellow citizens could afford them. In Tokyo in late July 1944, tomatoes were offered for the previously unimaginable price of 57 sen, and peaches fetched the breathtaking price of 1 yen 25. Skyrocketing costs inevitably aroused class resentments. Rich or well-connected Japanese were visibly better fed than their poorer neighbors. The amount of extra flesh on a person's face and body was a measure of his privilege, and perhaps of his corruption. Tsunejiro Tamura, a 74-year-old man living in Kyoto, complained in his diary, "The rich can do anything with the money they have, and they buy up the lower classes' goods and food and circulate them back to the black market. It's the age of the strong eating the weak." Under the close scrutiny of an omnipotent police state, the Japanese people offered no organized resistance during the war, and precious little public dissent of any kind. Indeed, they gave signs of continued support for the war and its aims. Since the nation's invasion of Manchuria in 1931, the great mass of Japanese had grown accustomed to war as a natural and quasi-permanent condition. Many did not think it strange or immoral to conquer and subjugate foreigners, and they took hot-blooded pride in the overseas triumphs of their military forces. But by the late summer of 1944, they were beginning to grasp that the Pacific War was essentially different. As the Allies advanced westward across the Pacific, anyone who could read a map could see that Japan was losing territory. One by one, entire island garrisons had been annihilated as gyokusai, smashed jewels. This was nothing like the war in China. It was a total war against an enemy resolved to occupy and disarm Japan, an enemy who possessed the power and will to do so, and the only alternative to complete destruction might be an appeal to the conqueror's mercy. As that realization dawned on the population, defeatist sentiments proliferated. The process hit an inflection point in July 1944, with the simultaneous fall of Saipan and the ouster of Prime Minister Hideki Tojo. In low voices or secret diaries, ordinary citizens were asking hard questions about the reliability of official reports. In the quest to separate fact from propaganda, they inevitably traded in rumors. The police went to great lengths to suppress rumor-mongering, but their efforts were largely futile, because the public now had every reason to fear for their safety and the nation's future. While outright defiance was rare, there were increasing signs of passive resistance to the regime. Ordinary citizens were more likely to complain about official corruption and the rapacity of the black markets. They mocked local authorities during the mandatory civil defense and air raid drills, and gave only the minimum effort required. Tardiness, absenteeism, shirking, and calling in sick were common syndromes both in the workplace and at mandatory neighborhood events. According to the Japanese industrial journal Diamond, the daily absentee rate in munitions factories was 10% in 1943, rising to 15% in 1944. crime, vandalism, and juvenile delinquency were on the rise. Many Japanese noted and lamented the corrosion in basic manners, kindliness, and honest dealing. Enthusiasm waned at the quasi-obligatory patriotic rallies, parades, and send-off parties for departing military recruits. A mother whose son had died in the war refused to visit Yasukuni Shrine in Tokyo, where the spirits of the nation's war dead were laid to rest. When those who have lost a precious child go to the Yasukuni Shrine, they're made to squat on the white sand like beggars, and they have to bow their heads, she declared. I will never go to that stupid place. Prime Minister Kuniaki Koiso, who had replaced Tojo in July, privately expressed concern about the brittle morale of the Japanese people. There was talk in his cabinet of relaxing censorship measures in hopes of restoring the regime's fading credibility. With great fanfare, the Board of Information announced a policy of free speech and the enlightenment of public opinion in the press and broadcast media. On October 13, 1944, an NHK radio commentator explained that the new measures would open the way for the people to express publicly what they are thinking. There is no necessity anymore to exchange their opinions secretly in low voices. Frank and truthful war reporting was intended to lift the morale of the Japanese people, to make them feel happy and jolly. The very next day brought the first reports of the phantasmal sea victory off Formosa. At the Imperial General Headquarters in Tokyo, a press liaison officer burst into the press room with a bottle of sake in hand. Here comes a torpedo, he shouted, and held up the bottle to represent an aerial torpedo speeding toward the hull of an American ship. The moment we've been waiting for has come. It's the divine wind, the kamikaze. Reports were still coming in, he said, but the returning Japanese flyers were unanimous. They had scored a sensational victory, the greatest yet of the war. The bottle was opened, and the reporters and officers shared a toast. The next morning, a headline in the Asahi Shimbun reported, "Great battle results rare in history." The paper reported that the Americans had lost 500,000 tons of shipping and 26,000 sailors killed in action. The triumphant voices of NHK newscasters resounded through the streets and alleys of Tokyo's densely packed neighborhoods. The estimated tally rose steadily throughout the day, until at 3:00 p.m., the IGHQ stated definitively that Japanese warplanes had sunk 10 aircraft carriers, 11 battleships, 3 cruisers, and a destroyer. They had also damaged 3 aircraft carriers, a battleship, 4 cruisers, and 11 other warships of unknown type. Even an unschooled civilian could understand that these were extraordinary claims, but the authorities seemed sure of themselves, and the reports were backed up by the quoted testimony of Japanese pilots who had fought in the battle. Formosa would go down as the greatest victory of the war, they said, greater even than Admiral Togo's victory over the Russians at Tsushima, perhaps even the most annihilating naval victory of all time. Radio correspondents were sent out to collect the views of Japanese civilians in man-on-the-street interviews. Every few hours, official announcements added new and exciting details. Newspapers put out late-day extras, and citizens waited in long lines at every newsstand. Prime Minister Koiso intoned that the great victory vindicated the drawing-in strategy that had been discussed in public for more than a year. Grand Admiral Karl Dönitz of Germany sent a congratulatory telegram on behalf of Adolf Hitler. The Showa Emperor proclaimed a public holiday to commemorate the glorious victory and announced that a special ration of celebration sake would be distributed to every home in the country. The Japanese people were given license to relive some of the euphoria of the early war, to party like it was the spring of 1942 again, when news of electrifying victories had come once or twice a week. Within less than 24 hours after the first Formosa victory reports, senior military leaders knew that the claims had been, at the very least, grossly exaggerated. They would not know the full truth, that 2 American warships had been torpedoed but none sunk, until after the war. but air reconnaissance reports on October 14th confirmed that the Third Fleet was largely intact. Fukudome said he knew by the end of that day that the damage done to the enemy was slight, and I was convinced that a major invasion of the Philippines would soon be launched. Admiral Matome Ugaki commented in his diary, "There are occasions when exaggeration may be necessary to uplift morale, but those in a position to direct operations mustn't kid themselves by exaggerating the results achieved." At IGHQ on October 18th, naval planners openly admitted to their Army counterparts that the Japanese fleet was unlikely to survive, let alone win, another pitched naval battle against the Americans. But they wanted to fight it anyway, so that the combined fleet could die a glorious death. Insofar as the Japanese public was concerned, however, the cat was out of the bag. The government and news media had chosen their story, and now they were stuck with it. Hirohito had given his imprimatur to the victory announcements, and official communiques issued over the man-god seal were sacrosanct. Moreover, the supposed wipeout of the hated U.S. fleet had fed the nation's collective emotional need for any sort of good news. All concerned, military leaders, reporters, editors, the public at large, desperately wanted to believe the thrilling reports. For the moment at least, the news alleviated potent and potentially toxic internal pressures, and allayed concerns about the state of public morale. Looking back on the episode from a post-war perspective, a journalist who had covered the IGHQ concluded, "Theirs weren't intentional lies, but rather signs of the acute anxiety, the desire everyone felt for something good to happen." On October 20th, Koiso led a celebratory rally in Hibiya Public Hall, a 10-story terracotta building in Hibiya Park near the heart of Tokyo. A tremendous crowd, probably more than 100,000 people, filled the park and adjacent streets and signaled their approval with raised fists and hats tossed in the air. The Prime Minister's speech was carried live over the radio. He delivered a long philippic against American military forces, citing the bombing and strafing of civilians by American warplanes and the mutilation of dead Japanese soldiers on the battlefield. He charged that the Americans had abandoned all pretense of civilized warfare, and were no better than mere beastly murderers and nothing else. The gods certainly will deal upon them a crushing blow of punishment. Koiso, whose government was 3 months old, had previously served as the Governor-General of Korea. He was bald with a feline martial bearing. His imposing looks had earned him the nickname Tiger of Korea. Because Koiso had not commanded troops in the field during the present war, there was no stain of defeat on his hands. Having been away from Tokyo for 2 years, he had taken no part in the political intrigue and factional struggles that had led to the ouster of his predecessor, General Hideki Tojo, the previous July. Koiso had been selected as prime minister by a coterie of senior statesmen, not because he was thought to be an especially promising leader, but because objections were raised against all of the other candidates. His premiership was the product of a fragile consensus. He was little more than a figurehead. Having retired from active duty in 1938, he was not eligible to hold the post of Army Minister and was largely excluded from discussions of military strategy. Later, Koiso maintained that he was not even privy to much of what was happening during his 9-month stint in office. "I didn't know what was really going on inside the military." Getting rid of Tojo had not corrected the root deficiencies of Japan's wartime political regime. The forms and protocols of the Meiji Constitution were outwardly maintained, but the parliamentary parties had been sidelined, and real power was apportioned among a few staffs and departments in the military and bureaucracy. Army and Navy leaders distrusted one another, and often backed irreconcilable strategies. The cabinet and various liaison bodies met to exchange views, but no one possessed the authority to implement a coherent policy across the entire regime. Under Tojo, the supreme decision-making body had been called the Imperial Headquarters Government Liaison Conference. With Koiso's succession, that committee had been dissolved and replaced with a panel of 6, called the Supreme War Direction Council, the SWDC, including the Prime Minister, the Foreign Minister, the Army and Navy Ministers, and the respective chiefs of the Army and Navy General Staffs. Later, and subsequently in the historical literature, this inner cabinet was nicknamed the Big Six, and although there were changes in personnel, it was this panel that would render major decisions until the end of the war. Big policy changes could be achieved only with the unanimous support of these 6 men, and even then only so long as they had the backing of the court aristocracy, the imperial household staff, and the emperor himself. As always, decisions were achieved by the plotting and painstaking method of nemawashi, or digging around the roots for a consensus. In the event of a deadlock, nothing could be done. Often in such cases, the Army and Navy would pursue their own lines of action, but for the sake of appearances, pretend that they were coordinated elements of a grand strategy. Admiral Mitsumasa Yonai, a former prime minister who returned to government as Navy Minister and Vice Premier in Koiso's government, explained that not even a vote of the council could break an impasse. It isn't a question of a majority vote, he told interrogators after the war. If they can't obtain agreement on a question, it means there is a lack of unity. When consensus did not exist, inertia prevailed. Whatever its prior direction had been, Japan would continue in that direction. Hirohito, the 43-year-old Showa emperor, had given his personal support to General Tojo, and had long resisted efforts to oust him from power. Toward the end of Tojo's tenure, Prince Takamatsu, the sovereign's younger brother, had begun to criticize Hirohito in imperial court circles, suggesting that he was allowing national affairs to drift out of control. The emperor's role in government was limited by prevailing interpretations of the Constitution, but he wielded great intangible authority even over those who knew he was not actually a god. The degree of his responsibility for the war and its miseries remains the subject of spirited debate among scholars and historians. Before December 1941, Hirohito had resisted the drift toward war, urging the maintenance of stability both at home and in international affairs. He had demanded that army hotheads and insurgents be suppressed and punished. But such exhortations did not carry any real constitutional weight, and were not binding except in the rare circumstance that a deadlocked cabinet sought a sacred decision. In finally acquiescing to the ouster of Tojo in July 1944, Hirohito pressed his new government to lay the groundwork for a diplomatic initiative to end the war. But he did not propose establishing direct contact with the Allied governments to seek an armistice. He believed that Japan must first score a smashing victory against the Americans, perhaps in the impending Philippine campaign, before the time would become ripe for diplomacy. In his post-war soliloquy, Hirohito stated that he had wanted to pour all of Japan's remaining military power into the defense of Leyte Island. Then, with America staggering, we would have been able to find room for a compromise. No one in government dared talk of surrender, or even a treaty settlement that would require Japan to give up the overseas territories it had held before 1941. At a minimum, the Allies would have to abandon their demand for unconditional surrender and consent to sit down at a negotiating table. Still, the men who ruled Japan understood that diplomacy must play a role in the war's final act, and Foreign Minister Mamoru Shigemitsu had several irons in the fire. Tentative peace feelers were sent out from Japanese embassies in neutral European countries, including Sweden, Portugal, and Switzerland. Hoping to end the war in China, Shigemitsu's envoys had approached Wang Jingwei's collaborationist regime in Nanjing, offering to withdraw Japanese forces from the country if Chiang Kai-shek would sever his relationship with the Allies and pledge a benevolent neutrality. This overture led nowhere, partly because the intermediaries approached by the Japanese government did not have much influence with Chiang, and partly because the Chinese could see that Japan was on its way to defeat in the Pacific. The linchpin of plans for a diplomatic off-ramp involved enlisting the Soviet government to act as a mediator between Tokyo and Washington. This scheme, never especially realistic, had been discussed at length prior to the attack on Pearl Harbor, and Shigemitsu now hoped to bring it to harvest. His ambassador to Moscow opened a dialogue with the Kremlin, offering to arrange peace talks between Russia and Germany. With peace restored on the Eastern Front in Europe, Moscow might then mediate a negotiated settlement of the Pacific War. But when the proposal was put before Soviet Foreign Commissar Vyacheslav Molotov in September 1944, he rejected it firmly. The idea would have been far-fetched at any point during the Nazi-Soviet War. But at that late date, when the Allies were advancing against Nazi Germany from east and west, it was a non-starter. When the Japanese proposed extending the Japanese-Soviet Neutrality Pact beyond its scheduled expiration in the spring of 1946, Molotov replied that the issue could be addressed in good time. Shigemitsu and his colleagues had no inkling that Joseph Stalin had hinted broadly to FDR that he would turn his forces loose on Japan as soon as Germany was defeated, or that he would make that commitment explicit at the Yalta Conference in February 1945. Japanese diplomats continued to nurture futile hopes of a Stalin-assisted armistice until the last week of the war, when the Soviets suddenly declared war on Japan and the Red Army charged into Manchuria. In truth, political conditions in Japan would not permit a concerted bid to end the war through diplomacy, and all the leading figures in and out of government knew it. Getting rid of Tojo had been a necessary first step toward a diplomatic exit, but a sudden turn toward peace in the fall of 1944 would arouse the fervent resistance of army hardliners. The military police, Kempeitai, kept cabinet ministers and other leading figures under surveillance, vigilant to the prospect of a back-channel bid for peace talks. Tojo continued to exert influence over this state security apparatus even after leaving power, and many suspected that the deposed leader was preparing the ground for a coup d'etat. With good reason, the ruling group feared a return to the military factionalism, insurrectionary violence, and targeted assassinations of the 1930s. Civil war did not seem beyond possibility. According to Admiral Kichisaburo Nomura, the last pre-war ambassador to the United States, the regime's habit of celebrating make-believe victories was self-defeating, because Japanese public opinion was never prepared for a negotiated settlement. If we had stopped the war any earlier, the people would not have understood. They had never been told the truth about the situation, and there would have been civil war in Japan among the people. It seems to me that it was the destiny of our country to continue this very unwise war to the very end. From the start, Koiso's public statements echoed those of his predecessor. There was no discernible shift in tone. Certainly no hint that his cabinet might be exploring options to end the war. The new prime minister declared that the conflict was approaching a furious new stage, when the Japanese people must unite to resist the enemy with fanatical zeal. The week the new government took power, the Tokyo papers were full of references to American beasts, butchers, and demons. A photograph published in Life magazine depicting an American woman admiring a Japanese skull collected as a battlefield souvenir was given wide publicity. It was reported that the United States had emptied its prisons to fill the ranks of its army. We cannot but feel shocked with disgust, remarked an NHK radio commentator in August 1944. Unless they take advantage of the brutal spirit of criminals, Americans cannot fight as normal brave fighters. This proves they are nothing but gangs of wild animals. In a speech to the Diet, Japan's national parliament, on September 8, 1944, Koiso warned, "We must do well to consider the possibility of the enemy landing on our home soil." His home ministry announced plans for nationwide training of civilians in hand-to-hand combat. Women, children, and old men would join the ranks of a homeland defense force. They would resist the hated barbarian with homemade weapons and bamboo spears whenever he set his filthy barbarian's boots on the divine shores of Japan. With the U.S. conquest of the Marianas, large-scale aerial bombing of the homeland was to be expected, and the government ordered new civil defense measures. On August 16, 1944, the Transportation Ministry announced a series of measures to counteract the disrupted conditions resulting under air raids, naval bombardment, and other forms of enemy attacks, which would include first aid, emergency commodity distribution, patrol, evacuation, prevention of epidemics, water supply, cleaning of debris, and emergency restoration to normalcy. Long swaths of houses and buildings were razed to create urban fire breaks. School children were put to work building the fantastical weapons known as balloon bombs, which would be launched into the jet stream to be carried some 5,000 miles across the North Pacific to strike random targets on the U.S. mainland. Speeches, newspaper articles, and radio broadcasts dwelled on overtly religious and mythological themes. Koiso, a devout Shinto practitioner, made a publicized visit to the Ise Grand Shrine shortly after taking office, declaring a new national slogan: "National responsibility must be returned to the highest commander." This purposely ambiguous reference was best read as a prophecy. When the moment of supreme crisis arrived, the Showa Emperor would summon the ancient gods to protect the homeland. The next major American offensive, whether it fell on the Philippines, Formosa, or the Ryukyus, would likely sever Japan's economic lifeline to the oil fields and other natural resources of the East Indies. That could trigger a collapse of the Japanese economy at the same time that it immobilized the fleet and cut Japanese island garrisons off from seaborne support. More than 2 years of sedulous lying would be exposed for what it was. At the same time, Japan's only real ally appeared to be losing the war in Europe. Any citizen with a rudimentary understanding of the global conflict knew that by launching its war in the Pacific, Japan had placed an enormous wager on the ascendancy of Nazi Germany. If trends held, the great pile of chips would soon be swept from the table. Every ominous development in the war to date had occurred when the Japanese people were hungry, but not yet starving. In the fall of 1944, the food situation looked to be on the verge of becoming much more serious. Domestic rice production had declined by more than 10% since the start of the war, even though the homeland had not yet been subjected to heavy bombing. Food imports had declined and were likely to shrink further as Japanese merchant shipping succumbed to the depredations of American air power and submarines. An internal government report in July 1944 warned that production of nearly every category of food was on the decline, and the national standard of living in 1944 will become a good deal more stringent compared with last year. That left a smaller margin for bad weather, and the 1944 rice harvest was threatened by persistent strong driving rains. Moreover, domestic food production might suffer a catastrophic decline in 1945 due to a foreseeable combination of shipping losses, an energy crisis, and the disruption of road and rail transportation by aerial bombing. Hunger was one thing, famine was another. Famine, the Japanese leadership feared, might cause a breakdown in civil order and threaten the foundations of its authority. The Japanese people had supported overseas imperialist aggression with the understanding that it promised a higher standard of living at home. But life had grown much harder since the attack on Pearl Harbor, and it remained to be seen how much deprivation they would endure. In the pre-war era, young officers of the Army had threatened to take direct action to alleviate the economic suffering of the Japanese people, and had nearly achieved a coup d'etat in 1936. Some in the ruling circle pointed to the example of the Bolshevik Revolution of 1917, which had likewise been fueled by empty stomachs and the disruptions of a catastrophic foreign war. Keeping a lid on internal tensions became a prime consideration of all Japanese policymaking, domestic, political, diplomatic, and strategic, right up to the hours before the surrender in August 1945. In September 1944, Hirohito reviewed and approved military plans for the next stage of the war. These were designated Sho, after an old Chinese ideogram meaning victory. Plan Sho, Sho-Go, came in 4 versions, based on 4 contingencies thought most likely after the American conquest of the Marianas. Show 1 through Show 4 would counter amphibious landings against targets in 4 zones stretching in an arc from south to north: the Philippines, Formosa and the Ryukyu Islands, Honshu, and Hokkaido. From the beginning, however, Japanese planners considered the Philippines the most likely target of the next major operation, and gave the most thought and planning to Show 1. Their thinking on this score was influenced by MacArthur's famous public pledges to return to the Philippines. Show 1 bore many of the familiar hallmarks of previous Japanese naval operations. It was intricately choreographed, with widely separated forces approaching the enemy from several directions. It relied on precise timing between different fleet elements, and was therefore vulnerable to disruption. Many previous Japanese campaign plans had included feints, lures, and other acts of deception. Likewise, Show 1's only real hope of success depended upon a ruse de guerre. Admiral Takeo Kurita's first striking force, comprising most of the surface strength of the combined fleet, would start north from Borneo. Off the island of Palawan, in the southwest Philippines, one part of the fleet would break away and head southeast under the command of Admiral Shoji Nishimura, while the main force continued north under Kurita. The two subdivided fleet elements would pass through the Philippine archipelago by 2 different straits: Surigao in the south and San Bernardino in the north. Meanwhile, Admiral Jisaburo Ozawa's first mobile force, comprising all of Japan's remaining aircraft carriers, would sortie from the inland sea and descend on the battle zone from the north, in hopes of luring the bulk of Halsey's Third Fleet away from the beachhead. If all went as hoped, Kurita and Nishimura's columns would debouch from the straits and attack MacArthur's invasion fleet in a naval pincer movement. This force, the Japanese knew, would include some 100,000 enemy troops and hundreds of cargo ships loaded with weapons, equipment, and supplies to support the invasion. The crux of the Japanese plan was to get Kurita's battleships, cruisers, and destroyers into short-range action against this amphibious fleet as it lay off the invasion beaches. It was a grand and glorious vision. But in fact, as all senior officers knew, Show was really shaped by the mobility and range limitations imposed by the stringent fueling situation, and the difficulty in keeping the fleet properly supplied. The fuel supply was far to the south, in the oil fields of Borneo and Sumatra, but the shipyards and repair facilities were in the Japanese home islands, as were the myriad provisions, ordnance, ammunition, and reserve manpower required to keep the fleet in fighting trim. It was no longer possible to transport enough oil to Japan to meet the thirsty fleet's needs, and the shortfall was growing steadily worse as American submarines and airplanes hunted down and sank the country's remaining oil tankers. The bulk of the fleet must therefore remain in anchorages far to the south, near the Empire's fueling wellspring. But Ozawa's carriers had been almost entirely denuded of airplanes and trained carrier aviators at the Battle of the Philippine Sea, June 19th to 20th, 1944, and he needed to acquire and train replacement air groups. Given the pitiable state of Japan's flight training pipeline and aviation plants, he would need to keep his flat tops in Japanese waters for some time, probably at least 3 or 4 months. Since it was necessary for these fleets to be separated by thousands of miles, Kurita was detached from Ozawa's command and placed under the direct control of the Commander-in-Chief of the combined fleet, Admiral Soemu Toyoda, who had recently moved his headquarters from a command ship anchored in Tokyo Bay to a bunker under Keio University's Hiyoshi campus in Yokohama. Ozawa and Kurita would now receive their orders separately, by long-range radio broadcast from Hiyoshi. This scattershot deployment of Japan's major fleet elements was far from ideal. Given the retrograde logistical situation, however, it was inevitable. If MacArthur's amphibious force could be attacked at all, it would have to be attacked by surface warships and land-based air forces, because no one expected much of Ozawa's neutered aircraft carriers or the much-reduced Japanese submarine fleet. Plan Show's chief concern was to move Japan's widely separated naval and air forces into position to give battle. 12 fleet oilers had been assigned to fuel Kurita's fleet. This fueling group had planned to conduct underway replenishment exercises that October, but those exercises had been canceled. Every single remaining oil tanker was important now. There was no room for error in the management of the fuel situation. It was not even certain that Kurita's ships would have enough fuel remaining at the end of the battle to withdraw to safety. Ozawa's contribution to the battle would depend on the state of his carrier air forces at whatever moment the Americans chose to make their next move. No one expected the Japanese carrier forces to meet their adversaries on anything like equal terms, and Ozawa knew he was likely to suffer another mauling while inflicting a scant punishment in return. Given that dismal outlook, it was decided that the once mighty Japanese carrier striking force should function as a lure, to provide Kurita with an opening to get at the invasion fleet. Ozawa was willing to serve in this lowly role. A decoy, that was our first primary mission, to act as a decoy, he said. The main mission was all sacrifice. An attack with a very weak force of planes comes under the heading of sacrifice of planes and ships. After July's political upheaval, Army and Navy leaders had pledged to work more closely together. But as late as the third week of October, when MacArthur's invasion fleet was underway for Leyte, the two services were reading from different playbooks. Japanese Army commanders had still not decided whether to move troop reinforcements to the island. Some wanted to concentrate the Army's strength on Luzon, even if that meant conceding Leyte to the Americans. On October 18th, at the Officers' Club in Tokyo, a group of 4 officers, one each from the Army and Navy Ministries and the Army and Navy General Staffs, met to hammer out a joint strategy for the defense of the Philippines. Having reviewed Show 1, General Kenryo Sato of the Army Ministry raised an 11th-hour objection. Acknowledging that the Japanese people were crying for the fleet to do battle with the enemy, Sato insisted that the High Command must keep its coolness and not act rashly to appease public opinion. If the combined fleet fought now, he said, it was likely to suffer an annihilating defeat. Better to keep Ozawa's ships in port, where they would have some deterrent value in simply keeping the enemy from approaching the home islands. Moreover, Sato pointed out, the fleet would have to burn a lot of precious fuel just to get into battle. At that moment, a column of 6 oil tankers was inbound from the south, carrying about 60,000 tons of oil. That fuel was needed to keep the Japanese war economy running. Sato asked his Navy counterparts, "What can the combined fleet do going out for battle now? The 60,000 tons of oil is more important." The speech brought the entire room, including Sato, to the brink of tears. He had put Japan's predicament into stark relief. The honor of the once mighty Imperial Japanese Navy now mattered less than 6 tankers and the oil they carried. Even a general could see that the fleet's diminished status was a portent of doom. This was the saddest feeling I had ever experienced, Sato wrote. Sobbing freely, Rear Admiral Tasuku Nakazawa of the Naval General Staff replied on behalf of the Navy. He was grateful to the general for his kindness, but now the combined fleet of the Empire of Japan wishes to be given a place to end her life. Because of the oil shortage and the enemy's growing dominance in the air, Plan Shou offered the last chance for the fleet to die a glorious death. Nakazawa concluded, "This is the Navy's earnest wish." After a choked silence, with tears streaming down his face, Sato agreed that the 60,000 tons of oil should be offered as a parting present to the Navy. As the meeting broke up, an air raid siren wailed in the streets outside, and he prayed silently for the heroic end of the combined fleet. The moving scene underscores a point often neglected in Western histories of the Battle of Leyte Gulf. Plan Shou was virtually a naval banzai charge. Its unstated purpose was to ensure that the Japanese fleet put up one last good fight before the war came to an end. According to Rear Admiral Toshitane Takata of the Combined Fleet Staff, Questions were beginning to be asked at home as to what the Navy was doing after loss of one point after another down south, such as Marianas and Biak. Japan's surface warships had done barely any fighting since the previous year's action in the Solomons. Its splendid line of battleships had seen no surface action at all since the naval battle of Guadalcanal, a full 2 years earlier. The super battleships Yamato and Musashi had never come within gunshot range of an enemy ship. The sister behemoths had been built at monumental expense in Kure and Nagasaki. They were the 2 largest warships in the world, and Japan had invested great hopes in their war-winning potential. But they had spent most of the war at anchor, mainly because they required so much fuel to operate at sea. Both had served as sumptuous floating headquarters for fleet commanders and their staffs. Their inactivity and virginal combat status had provoked grumbling in the ranks of the fleet, where they were derisively tagged as Hotel Yamato and Hotel Musashi. To end their careers at anchor, without having once fired their 18-inch main guns at an enemy ship, would be an intolerable disgrace. Admiral Kurita, whose command included both of the great ships, asked his officers on the eve of the battle for the Philippines, "Would it not be shameful to have the fleet remain intact while our nation perishes?" In post-war interrogations, naval leaders confirmed that they had not entertained any real hope of saving the Philippines, and expected to suffer cataclysmic losses, perhaps even a complete wipeout. They chose to fight anyway, because they judged that nothing could be gained by saving the fleet to fight another day. If and when the Americans took the Philippines, they would strangle the sea routes linking Japan to its oil supply. In that case, said Takata, even though the fleet should be left, the shipping lanes to the south would be completely cut off, so that the fleet, if it should come back to Japanese waters, could not obtain its fuel supply. If it should remain in southern waters, it could not receive supplies of ammunition and arms. With no good options, they decided to take the gamble, understanding that if the worst should happen, there was a chance that we would lose the entire fleet. Admiral Kurita said he was prepared to lose half his ships in exchange for damaging 1/2 of all your ships in Leyte Bay. Even that result, he added, would not defeat MacArthur's invasion, but only delay the landing for 2 or 3 days. It was then a limited objective, to delay that particular landing for 2 or 3 days. We could do nothing about succeeding landings, not having enough strength. As for Ozawa, whose defanged carriers would be offered as bait for Halsey, we expected complete destruction. One incident during the aerial fight off Formosa was singled out for special attention in the Japanese news media. It had occurred on October 15th, when Halsey was withdrawing to the east, and the crippled Canberra and Houston were in slow retreat. Rear Admiral Masafumi Arima, commander of the 26th Air Flotilla on Luzon, had removed his rank insignia, climbed into the cockpit of a Mitsubishi G4M bomber, and led a one-way suicide crash attack against the enemy fleet. His airplane was either lost at sea or destroyed in a failed attack on the carrier Franklin. At any rate, it did not return to base. But Tokyo reported that the hero god Arima had deliberately crash-dived into an American aircraft carrier, and that the target had been sunk. Fulsome media coverage of the flight signaled that the regime was preparing to launch suicide tactics on a mass scale. The curtain had been raised on the last act of the Pacific Air War, when Japanese planes would become deadly missiles piloted by men resolved to die in a ball of fire. The term kamikaze, divine wind, was not yet associated with suicide planes. It was still reserved for the mythological heaven-sent typhoon that had destroyed a Mongol invasion fleet 7 centuries earlier. Instead, the Japanese spoke of shore-hit weapons and body-crashing tactics to be carried out by Special Attack Toko Corps. These Toko operations would include aviators and aircraft, but also a range of other purpose-built suicide weapons, including speedboats, scuba divers, manned rockets, and small submersibles. Pacific War histories have tended to underplay the controversy created in Japan and even in the military ranks by the introduction of organized suicide tactics. Many Japanese resisted strongly, arguing that it misconstrued traditional samurai warrior ideals, Bushido. Some naval officers associated the concept with a pathological death cult that held sway in the Japanese Army, and they argued that it had no place in the Navy. Veteran aviators, recalling the victories they had won in the skies earlier in the war, tended to regard kamikaze attacks as essentially defeatist. Now and again, Japanese pilots had crash-dived into Allied ships or rammed Allied bombers in flight. But before the fall of 1944, such attacks had been sporadic and opportunistic, often occurring when an airplane was damaged and could not return to base. When first ordered by a unit commander to fly a suicide mission, the great fighter ace Saburo Sakai was stunned. "A great roaring sounded in my ears," he recalled. What was he saying? I was in a turmoil. I had a cold, sinking feeling of revulsion in my brain. A pilot must always be ready to die in battle, said Sakai, but that did not include wantonly wasting one's life. After the war, a damaging charge was leveled against Japan's military leaders. They were accused of luring thousands of young men into flight training under false pretenses. It was suggested that by early 1944, the military secretly planned to train most of its new pilots as kamikazes, but concealed the fact until it was too late for the trainees to back out. Potent taboos governed and still govern discussion of the subject. The historical record is spotty, especially concerning the question of who knew what and when, but there appears to be considerable evidence behind the charge. In the early stages of the kamikaze recruitment program, no references to suicide tactics were permitted to appear in writing. Only verbal orders were given. Nyoji Kozu, a reserve naval ensign, agreed to volunteer for the manned torpedo program before he knew that it was a suicide weapon. He and his fellow recruits were told only that they must be willing to take on a dangerous job and willing to board a special weapon. Looking back on the episode after the war, Kozu concluded, "Today I know they deceived us. I know it with all my heart." In post-war interrogations, several senior Japanese naval officers falsely asserted that kamikaze tactics were first proposed and championed by pilots in frontline fighting squadrons. Captain Rikibe Inoguchi, Chief of Staff of the 1st Air Fleet, said that the idea had arisen spontaneously among airmen based in the Philippines, and was purely and simply a policy of that base. Confronted with evidence that kamikaze operations had been planned in Tokyo well before MacArthur's landing on Leyte, Inoguchi remained adamant. "This sort of thing has to come up from the bottom, and you can't order such a thing." At no time were kamikaze tactics ordered. Initially, the kamikaze concept was a method of coping with local situations and not the result of an overall policy handed down from GHQ. The record shows those claims to be false. Similarly, Admiral Toyoda told his American interrogators that the first kamikaze flights were an unexpected result of the decision to send the Second Fleet into Leyte Gulf. He credited the idea to local air commanders in the Philippines, who argued that if the surface units are taking such desperate measures, we too must take similarly desperate measures, and started the first operation of the so-called Special Attack Force. That was false. Toyota's combined fleet staff had been debating and planning suicide operations long before the Battle of Leyte Gulf. Admiral Ozawa's account was equally shifty. At first he maintained that the first time I heard of kamikaze attacks was when Kurita's fleet went through San Bernardino Strait. Confronted with contrary evidence, he suddenly remembered that in June 1944, it was recommended to Toyota. Toyota said that the time wasn't ripe yet. It was too early to use it. In fact, kamikaze operations had been studied, debated, and planned for more than a year prior to their first appearance in the Pacific. Captain Eiichiro Joe, a carrier commander who had previously served as the Emperor Hirohito's naval aide-de-camp and as a naval attaché in the Washington Embassy, had proposed a special attack corps in a plan circulated in June 1943. In March 1944, before his fall from power, Prime Minister Hideki Tojo had approved preliminary plans for dedicated suicide units. Admiral Koshiro Oikawa, who served as Chief of the Naval General Staff in late 1944, pushed to institutionalize such tactics throughout the Naval Aviation Corps. References to shore victory weapons and the body-crashing spirit were common in newspapers and radio broadcasts after the fall of Saipan in July 1944. On October 6th, several weeks before the first Suicide Air Corps was organized in the Philippines, a Japanese admiral told a radio interviewer that the Naval Air Corps would shortly commence body-crashing tactics to ram an enemy plane or ship. He expected such attacks to turn the tide of the war. This method of warfare, I am sure, will never become ineffective. On the contrary, its possibilities are inexhaustible. It will become better and better. By the fall of 1944, an arsenal of purpose-built suicide weapons was in advanced production. These included a manned rocket, the Oka, Cherry Blossom, which was dropped from a larger aircraft and dove on enemy ships at velocities approaching the speed of sound. A one-man suicide submarine called the Kaiten, Heaven Shaker, was released by a larger mother submarine. Its pilot would drive it into an enemy hull like a torpedo. A small wooden speedboat called the Shinyo, Ocean Shaker, carried a 2-ton warhead and could charge into the midst of an enemy fleet at 50 knots. Fukuryus, crawling dragons, were scuba divers who would carry mines underwater and attach them directly to the hulls of American ships. There were others as well, including gliders that could be launched from mountain peaks and explosive vests redolent of a more recent era. Some such weapons and vehicles would prove more effective than others in combat. But the time and resources dedicated to these programs belied the myth that the kamikaze era began as a spontaneous grassroots movement in October 1944. Some scholars, both Japanese and Western, have argued that the kamikaze phenomenon was an innate expression of Japanese ideologies and traditions, including Bushido, the way of the samurai, state Shinto, Zen Buddhism, and the custom of suicide to expunge shame. In a rival view, the kamikaze was a grotesque perversion of Japanese ideals, foisted upon a bewildered and prostrate people by the militarist regime and its propagandists. Elements of truth are probably found in both views. Shinto and Buddhism held that the self was an illusion, and therefore death was not to be feared. Shinto's myriad gods, kami, revolved around the divine emperor, with whom every individual Japanese was said to be essentially co-substantial. To die in combat was a purifying rite, burning or washing away the detritus and corruption accrued in earthly life. Only the slain warrior's undefiled essence remained, and it was subsumed into the emperor's divine essence. Practitioners of Zen and other schools of Buddhism offered a harmonious theology rooted in the precept that life and death were essentially one and the same. Meditation tended toward the annihilation of the ego. According to Goro Sugimoto, an army officer and influential writer, egolessness and self-extinction are most definitely not separate states. On the contrary, one comes to realize that they are identical. A Buddhist scholar linked kamikaze tactics to the revealed truth of Zen. The source of the spirit of the special attack forces lies in the denial of the individual self and the rebirth of the soul, which takes upon itself the burden of history. From ancient times, Zen has described this conversion of mind as the achievement of complete enlightenment. To die by one's own hand had long been associated with samurai ideals of honor and fidelity. Suicide offered a solution to the loss of face, giri, or